Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the countdown. The grand final day is upon us, and myself and Mitchell Pilskapowskinator, of course, is here to bring you all the action and to have a quick chinwag about what's been going on here in the playoffs for Valorant Challengers Oceania before we jump on into the Championship Sunday proceedings.
That's it. I mean, what, 19, 20 days, something like that this season, probably more than that if you had a couple qualifiers and things like that in. We had a very, very long season, had to relegate 2 teams. You know, we had 6 move through to playoffs, and we're down to 2. And you know, regardless of the circumstances, I dare say that a lot of people probably would have tipped this to be the matchup in the grand final, and that's what we've ended up with. So I'm keen to get into it.
You definitely expect it to be the case. Now, look, before we jump on into the festivities, hashtag VCT Countdown on the Twitter sphere, at LPL_Valorant as well, if you want to get involved in the conversation or ask us any silly questions or just have some hot takes, because we love hot takes around these parts. And we also love some hot plays. Let's have a quick look at the highlights from yesterday, from the last couple of days. I believe Bobo just threw everything at Honey Badgers yesterday, and Honey Badgers, it felt like they didn't really stand a chance. Of course, that means that Mitch Half Day Konkanen, Konki is the other name people usually call him, he got another half day.
Unbelievable. Man has never done a day of work in his life, his entire life. It's just disgusting behavior to see him keep getting away with this. I can't believe it. You know, man just gets paid for doing absolutely nothing. Someone that should probably get paid a little bit more is Dragon. Looking at some of these highlights and looking at his overall performance in that last series, they chuck him back on the Rays and he just absolutely starts doming. Didn't feel like Honey Badgers really had much of a shout, even though they had a great series the other day. Bobo kind of put him to the sword, man. Yifang comes back in. You get the boys playing some, you know, pretty nice comps, get some of the boys on their comfort agents. You know, obviously Yifang has to kind of fill the gaps a little bit. I'm not sure if he's even really played Smokes too much before in an official capacity, but at the end of the day, you look at a team like Bobo and you just get some of the boys on agents that they're comfortable with, you know, Chuck Dragon on a Raze, Chuck Riley on a Chamber, something like that, and, you know, get the other boys on some supportive agents, and, you know, that's going to be a tough team to beat, and unfortunately, Honey Badgers just couldn't put up with it.
Yeah, it felt like Honey Badgers just weren't quite there, but of course, as you're watching here, as you mentioned as well, Dragon just absolutely farming yesterday, and I believe that's put him back towards that top 5, of course, for the playoffs individual performances. So all eyes on him. But look, that being said, we got the bracket here to have a quick look at as well. Of course, you can see that was the lower bracket final that you just watched the highlights for. That was match 9, down towards the end of the lower bracket there, which means Bobo get a chance at redemption up against 95X. And of course, it is going to be a best of 5 grand final. Yep. So we get to see that map pool get flexed for both sides.
Yeah, I would say probably more flex for 95X. I mean, Bobo, they're going to kind of just be feeling their way through things anyway. That upper bracket series wasn't particularly competitive, but I think they played with Nellery instead of Yifang, so maybe with Yifang back in, he can lift the boys up over the top, maybe make it a little bit more of a competitive series. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. And look, match of the day, if you couldn't look at that bracket and work out what is the match of the day, then I don't know what to tell you, boys. Unfortunately, you probably need a little bit of assistance.
Because there is also only one match today, so it really narrows it down to which match is the match of the day, and that, of course, is going to be 95X up against Bobo. So, you know, we didn't have too many options, unfortunately. I would have picked the other one if I could have, but there wasn't any other one to pick, so unfortunately, we get to see the grand final. Yeah.
Yep. Great. I mean, like I said before, I mean, this is the match that probably was anticipated since the start of the year, really, even before the regular stage kicked off. Both Bobo and 95X, and even going back to Bonkers in some of those off-season tournaments, had a bit of a clash, had some, you know, good matches back and forth. Unfortunately, you know, in the current circumstances with the roster shuffles and everything that's happening, maybe it's not quite the epic grand final that you would be hoping for, but it's still going to be a good game. You're still going to get to see a lot of Oceania's top players duking it out for a fair bit of prize money. Interesting little tweet there. Someone's got their money on Bobo. Yep, that's a bold prediction. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Indeed. Look, we also have our own pick'ems to have a quick look at as well. So let's jump on forward. Actually, we're going to look at 95X's roster before we leak what we think is going to be going down. 95X, look, they are handsome and they have the jersey buff. Also, look at that bloody facial hair. Him and Punda, you know that's the secret.
These boys are very handsome. We've got a little bit of a, follow-up career in male modeling if the Valorant doesn't work out, I think, a lot of these boys looking pretty schmick, and the jerseys definitely help out. Good fit on Watt and Punda. Mike, he's really struggling. I think he might have to go a size up if he does any more curls in a minute.
Curls get the girls, and they also get away from the jerseys. That's always been my issue. That's why no one's ever been able to pick me up for a team, because I just can't fit into the jersey.
Yeah, the only reason. Literally the only reason.
It's so unfortunate. Now, look, let's have a quick look at Bobo as well going into this grand final. You would say they're the underdogs. I honestly would have thought they were the favourites if they managed to keep that roster they came in to Valorant Challengers Oceania with. But look, what they're bringing in here is still pretty damn good anyway. You got Noz, Crunchy, Dragon, RDW, and of course Yifeng in today. Instead of Nellery, as you mentioned, who we saw playing for Bobo just a couple of days ago. But out of these five, who do you think needs to be to do a lot of the heavy lifting? Is it your Dragons and RDW again, or is it going to be someone else?
I think it's just going to have to be a team effort. I think Dragon and RDW can obviously do a lot of damage in terms of the firepower department, clutching up, having impact, things like that. But Noz obviously helps facilitate a lot of the macro, has great RGLing abilities. He has the best communication I've heard from any player. Had the fortune of coaching him on one event, and I think Noz's strength as a player is he really facilitates the macro aspects of the game really well. His communication is super good, and he's literally untiltable. Which in a series where you have to deal with all of this BS is probably a pretty valuable skill to have. I think obviously Crunchy, a very, very good smokes player as well. And actually, I think I was looking at the games from Bobo, and I saw that Crunchy had actually gotten a lot of plus minus in the first kill, first deaths, which for a player on smokes is interesting. Probably means he's going to be taking some duels here and there, or winning some early fights that maybe you wouldn't expect someone to be taking. So we'll keep an eye on that. Maybe he's playing something else though as well, because we saw Yifeng filling smokes the other day. So I think Crunchy, we saw him on a breach. Maybe they're going to shuffle around the roles a little bit, and Yifeng's just going to be kind of playing whatever the boys need to try to set up the rest of the team for success. So, look, we'll see how it goes today. I'm quietly confident Bobo can at least push a little bit. I'd love to see them take a map or two, but across a whole best of 5, consistency-wise, it should be 95X every day of the week.
Yeah, well, let's have a quick look at 95X's map pool and what we've seen from them so far throughout all of the Valorant Challengers Oceania, and they've got a lot of games on the box, a lot of games on Pearl. Surprisingly, a lot of high win percentages on a lot of these maps as well. It's just Split that might have slid through at one point. They gave it a crack and they lost that map. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see that today. Lotus, I'm sure they've been playing it, but do you think they're going to let that one slide through, or do you think they're just going to put it in the bin?
I'd like to see them ban a map in the middle of the pool and try to force Bobo onto some weirder map picks. I think this is a map pool at the moment where you see both Lotus and Split, Fracture. We've got a lot of kind of fringe maps in the pool as opposed to being able to just go straight down the middle. So if I'm 95X, I'm thinking I kind of want to be banning in the middle of the pool, but I'm not sure that they're going to do that because they're a team that actually doesn't mind picking a set.
Yeah, well, as you can see, Bobo also hasn't played Lotus or Split, so they're probably going to put high prio on banning one of those, and I would be very surprised if this grand final isn't played on Haven, Pearl, Ascent, Icebox, and Fracture. Also, needs to be said as well, at the start of this stage, we didn't have Split and Lotus in the pool, right? It started with
Breeze and Bind, yeah.
And Breeze, so a couple of weeks of that, and then halfway through, we managed to split it up, throw Split back in the pool, and put Lotus in there as well. So it's been an interesting stage. Obviously, there'll be probably less movement in terms of the map pool going into the next stage, but we will have a new agent. Yeah,
that's something exciting to be looking at. So it can start to kind of change up the meta a little bit, but that's still, a little ways away. Still a couple of weeks for people to kind of feel that out and get their handle on how they want to be using new agents on still some newish maps reintroduced into the pool.
Yeah. Indeed, indeed. Now, look, let's have a quick look at how we think this grand final is going to go. Mitch, I've gone with 95X. Who have you gone
95X.
with?
Like,
Wow.
you just can't go against them, especially across a whole best of 5. They should be the more consistent team. They should be the team that is expected to win and expected to perform. I feel like they probably put a fair bit more practice in. They recently had a boot camp. You know, they should be expected. If they lose this grand final, that would definitely be some pretty big question marks. I don't think it's necessarily unwinnable for Bobo, though. If Bobo show up today, they have more than good enough players to actually be able to win this grand final. So that's where things get dangerous, and especially when these players of this amount of talent are unhinged, I would say. There's no pressure on them. There's no expectations. You know, that unlocks, you know, players like RDW or Dragon to just, you know, decide whatever. I'm just going to, you know, do some kind of a misplay. I'm just going to make a read and take a risk and multi-frag, and that can really be difficult to be able to deal with sometimes, unfortunately.
And look, we also have a fun fact coming through from the IGL of 95X as well. He said, Bobots have never gotten a map against this roster and are currently 0-7. Will they finally get a map? Find out soon. So hot stats coming through, and that's also maybe why I've gone for the 95X pick for the Pick'ems as well, because they haven't dropped the map yet. And look, we have a very smart individual to break down a play from the last time these two teams went head-to-head. That, of course, is Crash Ops.
Hey guys, it's Crash, and welcome to the last episode of Catch Up with Crash for this split of the season. For today, we're going to be taking a look at a really interesting Icebox A-side execute coming out from 95X up against Berber that puts them in great positions to secure the round. So to set the stage for this round, it's going to be a force buy from both of these teams. There's a Spectre and a Sheriff on the side of 95X alongside the 3 rifles, and for Bobo there's going to be that Stinger and Judge alongside their 3 rifles. So in a very important swing round potentially here, both the economy of both teams is incredibly damaged right now. So 95X is just going to be creeping up towards A, nothing out of the ordinary. This is a very cool drone that Panda does. It sees so much of the A site, definitely something you guys should be taking note of here. So after that drone, all it's going to be is a contact play up towards A. 95X are looking to get the jump here on towards Bobo. And the second Swell takes contact with Crunchy, the round evolves into absolute chaos. Hunter's Fury coming out. Crunchy is good for 2. The Hunter's Fury is pushing them back, creating so much pressure. Minimize is dancing in that poison orb, completely unchecked. Panda manages to get one on towards Crunchy, and this is where the round gets very, very interesting. So they're going to back up and use the Reckoning to retake the site after Bobo has decided to invest a lot of util and a lot of pressure, and the lockdown is going to go down from Dragon. So this is going to be applying so much pressure, and have a look at that post-plant position from Minimize. That's going to be what sets up the rest of this round for 95X. Minimize manages to get one onto RDW, gets detained, and Dragon's just looking to find Minimize. 2v2 scenario, Spike is planted in the open, and this is where the issue arises. You see how Bobo's comp has no Sage to potentially just wall off the Spike and just deal with it completely. So what goes down here, and it's going to be Panda in this 1v2. Have a look, he's also got another shock dart. It does tag up Noz as well, gets the kill on a Dragon, and just needs to find the last kill onto Noz to close out the round, in which he does there. Incredibly well played from 95X, putting another round on the board with another multi-layered approach going into that post plant. Good luck to all the teams playing today, hoping for a banger series that we can all enjoy.
Insanely minimal time remaining on that huge clutch coming through from 95X. But again, are we going to see a lot of that? Is it going to look more clean for 95X? That's all the questions. Now, anything that you have taken away from the catch up with Crash, Mitch?
Cool drone. That's a very cool drone, like the vertical straight up the wall, being able to see deep onto pipes and headshot and stuff like that, to be able to mix that in with the contact play into A. Very, very nice. Very sexy. Sova gameplay by Panda.
Sexy indeed, yeah. Also, a little bit of hide and seek attempt coming through from Minimize there.
He loves it.
Interesting, but it unfortunately didn't work for him this time. He did not win the game. He did get tagged. He was it. He was not him.
In a chaotic mid-round situation with just, you know, flashes going off everywhere and smokes everywhere, I don't think I've ever seen Minimize backpedal. I don't think he's capable of it. Not once. So not surprised to see him just sitting inside smokes and, you know, doing all kinds of crazy stuff. We'll see a lot of that today, probably.
Yeah, I'm expecting crazy gameplay. Now, look, it's time for a little bit of fun. It's time for Who Are You? Or Who Am I? Who are you? Am I? Who am you, Mitch? That's the question that all the people are asking. No, but of course, it is a little game show. We will have a couple of tips, and then we just have to figure out who the hell this person is. And I feel like we don't need to beat around the bush with that any longer. You guys have seen it before. If you have been here for the countdown, and here we go. Who am I? I used to wear a helmet. Strong eye contact. Sova is my most played agent. Wait. Strong eye contact. I used to wear a helmet. What? Do we have any bike riders?
Yifang? No. Is it Plix? I don't know.
Oh.
Plix rides a motorbike, doesn't he?
Plix rides a motorbike, but he still wears a helmet.
Oh, it's not literal.
Oh, helmet slang. Right.
Sova is my most played agent.
Strong eye contact. Who has strong eye contact?
And the cams. Sova. Is it Panda? It's got to be someone from 95X if they have strong eye contact. So I'm going to go with Panda.
Yeah. Let's just go with... I'll go with Panda. Yeah, I'm copying your answer because I'm stumped. Let's see who it is. I don't know what... Oh, we nailed it. Wow. Awesome. Awesome. What the hell is a helmet slang for?
It's a haircut. A haircut. Yeah, it's afro.
Oh, okay.
These girls get the girls.
I thought it was... Right. Right. Well, there you go. So, look, I think... Is that derived from that thing you put on your head when you get a perm?
Maybe.
Is that where the slang comes from?
Maybe.
By the way, insane things going down in the Who Am I.
We're pretty good at these. I feel like I've gotten most of these, and half of them I just randomly guessed someone. And yeah, Panda, I think it's been good to see him actually join a proper team this season. You know, like in previous seasons, I feel like he was playing for mixed teams or playing for teams that didn't necessarily crack a lot, and he was always able to pretty consistently find himself up the top of the stats in multiple domestic seasons. And he's very versatile, playing a lot of different roles, you know, playing Raze or playing Viper or playing Sova or whatever. He was always able to kind of fill different spots. So it's good to see him actually join a proper team and find a home on 95X. And he's been doing good work, man. So keen to see him try to pick up a dub finally after performing well for so many seasons.
And doing so while his microphone's on the back of his head as well. That's extremely impressive. But also, if you've got a team around you as strong as 95X, you don't need no microphone, huh? You just do your damn job, send your darts in, set the boys up for success, and that's exactly what we got to see. Now, look, it's time for the too long didn't read, Mitch. So for everyone that came in, look, 20 minutes late, and want everything summed up in just a minute. Do you want to do it? Do you want me to do it?
You can do it this time.
You don't want me to do it?
No, you do it.
You don't want to do it?
You're going to do it today.
Okay, well, I will do it today.
We just decided.
All right, let me just remember what happened.
The time has started, Mac.
Cool. The timer started. I just gave myself a head start. Anyway, so we went over what was going down here. I introduced you all to the countdown. It's grand final day. We're old. We're also grandmas and grandpas. We had a quick look at the highlights. We had a quick chat about what was going to be the match of the day. In the highlights, Dragon played insane, so we expect the same from him again today. And that's the only way Bobo are going to win. Match of the day is the only game that's available because there was no other games available, and that, of course, is the grand final between 95X and Bobo. We both think that 95X is going to win. Pilly gave reasons. I didn't. I just got told from Minimize that they were better. We caught up with Crash. Crash had a look and showed us a sick drone. Showed us how you beat a Neon on Icebox. Congrats, Crash. That was a really hard one to put down. Then we figured out exactly who Punda was. Apparently he wears a helmet. He's probably ridden the bike before, which is pretty cool as well. And then we saw his ACS, which was about 170 from what I can remember. And look, both these teams share the same map pool as well. And that's it.
Great job, Mac. We all got informed what happened on the countdown today. But what I'm more looking forward to is a best of 5 grand final between the two finest teams that we have here in Oceania for stage 1 for a whole lot of cash. Well, 14 grand first place prize. That's
money.
That's not too bad, man. That's not too bad. That's a pretty chunk of change.
Bank, cash money. Everyone loves money, especially the players, the ones that have, come and gone. Of course, I think, Honey Badgers took home a pretty penny yesterday, but we'll get into that in just a moment. Of course, that has been it for the countdown. It is time to sink our teeth into a grandma or a grand final. We'll figure out if that's happening just after this.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her, you can save her.
If you've come this far, then you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabrielle Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she goes, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Oh, and then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to crown a champion. It's Championship Sunday here on the VALORANT Challengers Oceania, and it's time for a grand final. We got 95X up against Bobo, and we've got two handsome individuals. Yes, I called myself handsome. I got an ego, and so's Mitchell, Pilskapowskinator, Powski. Mate, how you doing, big ego boy?
I'm doing good. I don't know, you're just projecting onto me now at this point in terms of egos. But look, in terms of orange facial hair, I think we've got it covered.
We certainly do have a lot of orange facial hair. Now, look, that is beautiful way to kick things off here. Of course, let's have a quick look at how the tournament has played out so far and where we're currently up to. Of course, here in Valorant Challengers Oceania, Stage 1 is almost fully complete. We've gone way through that group stage. We've had playoffs going all week, and we've had top 6 teams playing to become the top team, and we've got 2 remaining. So someone's going to be knocked out, someone's going to be going home in second place today, but someone's also going to be crowned the champion for Stage 1, and they will be the team to topple going into that Stage 2.
Absolutely. I think, look, a couple of big storylines this season that we want to look at, particularly in the playoffs. Look, we got to see some in the group stage, a couple of up-and-coming teams. We'll see how promotions and relegations and stuff like that go. I think for the playoffs, Next Gen, a little bit of an underwhelming, disappointing showing that they couldn't get their full 5 together. Honey Badgers surpassed expectations, playing with a million different players, like 9 or 10 different players across the season. I think Bobo kind of surprised us, and I think Fun Crew was probably the biggest disappointment so far, and 95X delivering about where we expected them to, although they could still kind of fall short today.
They certainly could, but look, even if they fall short, they're falling into a big, cold, hard pile of cash, and that's going to be $10,000 for second place. First place, of course, getting 14,000 Australian dollar dues, and that's a whole bunch of cash that is different from second place, of course. Look, saying goodbye to Honey Badgers yesterday means they at least got to go home with $7,000 between them, and the other day, Next Gen, when they got knocked out, they got to take home 5,000. So already this prize pool getting split up relatively, I'd say, evenly between a lot of the teams that have made it into the playoffs, and even the ones that didn't make it to the playoffs, taking home $3,000. That's pretty damn good for a couple of weeks of playing some Valorant.
Yeah, and a fair bit of experience for them as well. Hopefully they can leverage that to be able to make their way through the promo relegation kind of tournaments, if they even qualified for it. I wasn't keeping a super good eye on the open qualifiers and things like that. All of those kind of things happening in the background at the same time, and I do believe that we'll play the promos and the relegations in a little bit here. You know, it's not that long until Stage 2 kicks off, but we still got a grand final to get through.
Yeah, I know that XYZ, I think, made it through the open quals, and there may have been, there was another team, obviously, that made it through as well, but I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Either way, that's coming up, you know, in a little while. But what is coming up right now is a sick replay package of everything that has gone down so far here in the playoffs.
1 versus 2. Draken low on health. He has to get the first kill. Do they just play together? Probably the best way here for Biggie Cheese and Feta. They do. Brothers in arms. Surely they don't both. Oh, Draken! Oh, it is a big clutch! And suddenly it goes back into the favor of 95X. So after a pretty decent start with +2, forcing them away from A, over towards B, probably how they wanted it. It hasn't gone to plan. Oh, they line up for what?
To have their null command active as well next round, so that might be an ultimate to really watch out for. Oh no, don't do it to him. Don't do it to him. No. And it is going to be the knife coming through. Rolling Thunder invested to try and deny the plants, but that combination of those 2 ultimates isn't going to actually find anything. It's going to be Dragon, in fact, popping off. 1 by 1, able to get through with the same showstopper.
So Body Shot will do the job. Can get this one to halfway, expected push-up, and has done so. Has got back on at the timing. McKinley, though, basically doing a little bit of both by getting on the spike. Gal's going to be able to get you, and that is exactly what has transpired. And they know exactly where Zorkid was guarding. They both peak at the same time, though.
A lot of attention taken by the Green members as well. All around the corner, insane shots coming through from Sign.
And after shot, he knows exactly where both of the opponents are, but he can't quite wrangle the shots. Never mind, he can. Did he know where the paranoia of Shia came from? Now he 100% does. He's got to half this one, and he knows he has to do that as well. Shia's going to go for the ping. It's over half. It's the shots out from Sir Dragon, roaring in the server. The ace.
The Dragon, the Jury, and the Executioner, maybe. Either way, look, some crazy plays coming through there from certain individuals. Dragon in particular had a fair few clips, some of which were from yesterday, but he had a series, and that is why he is currently at the top of the top 5 players so far. But look, this has been a pretty sick playoffs. There's been some crazy, crazy upsets. You had Next Gen showing what they were made of. Knocking out Fun Crew really early on in the bracket, and we're going to bring that up as well to have a quick look at. Honey Badgers knocking out the Who, and then also taking out Next Gen 2-1 with some unfortunate circumstances for Next Gen in terms of that lineup. And that brings us all the way through that upper bracket final, through this lower bracket final, and all the way to the grand final, Mitch.
I think this playoffs marked by roster instability, start to finish. I mean, group stage and the off season, we were keeping our eyes on Next Gen quite a bit. Honey Badgers had a couple of players who got picked up. They were kind of a team that I was looking at the start of the season, like they might be able to take out the whole thing, and they ended up playing with a completely different roster by the end of the season. A couple of other teams shuffling around, Bobo included in this grand final, maybe even 95X at some point, might have to change a player or two. So no team is safe from the roster shuffles. I'm really interested to see what kind of shuffles are going to happen before next season, because I feel like there's a lot of great free agents in the scene, and especially with a big juicy Ascension spot coming up next season, that's going to be something that's quite exciting for me.
Yeah, Ascension's going to be quite interesting indeed.
Yeah.
We love Ascension. We also finally get to see, I think the VCT Pacific starts in is it this month? I think it's in 2 weeks as well. So we finally get to see exactly what the top of the food chain is going to be able to do for our region. But look, speaking of the top of the food chain, we've got 5 individuals who have been doing work so far through the playoffs. And as I mentioned before, Dragon right up the top there, 291 ACS. Swirl is not too far behind on 274. And a little birdie told me he's going to be looking to take that spot on the top 5 playoff players from Dragon today. Lou, of course, he's been sent home. McKinley, he's out of here and signed, and his eyebrows, of course, already knocked out as well. So these 3 individuals have pretty much locked their position in there, unless some more pop off during this final game to maybe overtake a couple of those spots here, Mitch.
Yeah, I think Dragon, despite not necessarily being on the best team multiple seasons now, has been able to find himself at the top of the statistics overall. I think him and Swirl have kind of been duking it out all season long, and Swirl's obviously been a very consistent player, a great player to watch. McKinley, pretty fantastic, I think, first season, unless I'm missing something. It might be his debut season in the VOT kind of level of event. Obviously, he had a couple of off-season tournaments to kind of warm up a little bit. But to see him finish in the top 5 for the playoff stats just speaks to how good he is. And then signed as well, has been a great player for the longest time. I think the thing about signed in previous domestic seasons was he was a bit more on the statistically weak side. He was often playing a bit more of a facilitator role, playing the initiator role, maybe IGLing a little bit and playing very supportively on order or wildcard or whatever. But his mechanics in particular this last little bit have been pretty insane. I mean, watching him play Phoenix the other night for the Honey Badgers, he was absolutely farming.
Yeah, man's just finally unsheathed himself from the sheath.
Okay.
Yeah,
unsheathed
100%.
sword.
Now look, unsheathed himself as a sword from the sheath, which he was hiding in. Now look, let's start talking about the matchup. Let's move on. Hey, you want to get out of here?
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
me and you right now.
Me and you right now, straight into 95X's roster. Of course, let's just boot minimize out of there. Mike, I could take him. But look, they're all handsome individuals, and I really love these player profiles coming through with the sick jerseys. But of course, it's not just about the jerseys, it's about what they bring to the game of Valorant, and that's a whole bunch of talent, experience, and you'd have to say they are looking like the red hot favorites coming into the grand final.
Absolutely. They're putting in a lot of effort. They've been practicing a fair bit as a team. They even are probably the only Oceanic team, bar maybe Order, to have a proper boot camp. And go get some proper practice against some of the Southeast Asian teams, which is, I mean, I thought that would be a great idea myself, even just theory crafting it. The potential of Perth players to play against Southeast Asia really represents, in my opinion, the only path for Oceanic teams to really actually improve. I'd love to see more of that in the future. Unfortunately, the org support is usually not there, but that's why we love what 95X is putting together this season. And I'd love to see them rewarded with the win in the grand final, but there is a team on the other side of things that isn't necessarily going to be easy to beat.
No, and that of course is Bobo. These individuals are all mechanically gifted, and you pick any one of them, they can probably all clutch up here. Now, Yifeng will be coming in for Nellery today, so that is going to be a more solid looking roster. I feel like Yifeng was helping these guys succeed really, really well. And of course, look, RDW sliding in, or sliding back in eventually. Man, didn't know what he was doing, disappeared for a couple of bloody weeks and then came back. And Crunchy Dragon and Noz as well. These three guys, they've been around since the start of the groups, and they have performed exceptionally.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just a solid roster of players, some of the best players in Oceania, both Dragon and RDW, so much firepower potential, so much playmaking potential, both Noz and Crunchy, a ton of experience. They can really contribute to the macro, make sure that the team has got their heads screwed on correctly. And Yifeng, you know, not necessarily playing his primary role. He was actually a player that, going back to that team with like Minimize and Scroll and all that, was actually looking pretty promising for a bit. I thought he might even step into like the tier 1. So he's definitely got the potential to play at a high level, although I'm just not sure he's really been putting the hours in. And I think he's just here to kind of fill roles for the boys and just do the best he can, which we'll see if that's going to be good enough to win.
Yeah, it's certainly something. We'll see what he plays as well. That's the question that we're kind of asking, is who's fitting what role, who's going to be where. But look, for now, let's have a quick look at the two players we need to keep our eyes on head-to-head. From both these teams, it's going to be Swirl up against Dragon, tale as old as time. And ACS across this whole stage, Swirl is actually beating out Dragon at the moment, but in the playoffs, Dragon has been popping off in the upper bracket and the lower bracket, and now looking for some kind of revenge today.
Yeah, both of these players are good enough to be imported overseas in terms of mechanics.
100%.
These players playing duelist roles. They, you know, Dragon even has a pretty flexible agent pool. They're both quite young. They're right for the picking up, and they're both going to have probably pretty good performances in this grand final. You can even just going past this stage, go back to previous stages of VOT or whatever other kind of tournaments, and you're going to see these same familiar names popping up time and time again in terms of who's topping up the stats. So a whole lot of potential in both of these boys, and I'm keen to see them both kind of duke it out for some cold hard cash.
But look, I've had enough of your opinions, Mitch. I don't really want to listen to them right now. Just hold on for about 5 minutes. I've got someone else that wanted to share something with you guys at home. Let's hear from.
My name is Alex. I go by From in game, and I'm the head coach for 95X.
Minimize, has to get moving, has to go quickly. Brocky in position around.
As for us, I can't say that I'm necessarily too worried about who we go up against. I think that the boys have it in the bag, just because, you know, Bobo is playing with a sub, and they've been having to work out all these issues in between, and it's kind of just a little bit more of an unstructured environment that they're working with. I think maps-wise, we're pretty comfortable on about everything. There's not really anything that I would say that we have a permaban. The bootcamp help us a lot with prepping for everything, but as for how I think things will play out, ideally, I think that I would like to see us on Ascent and Pearl.
Yeah, Mike is going to get domed in the back of the head if he's not careful here. He gets one. Oh, what the hell?
I think that we realized, especially after doing our boot camp against some of the better teams in Asia, what we lacked as a team didn't necessarily come from, you know, strategy and theory and all of this, you know, super in-depth out of the game stuff and counter-stratting and all that. We had some fantastic minds working together with the team, but what we kind of ended up falling off on was, while we were working so heavy on getting all the strats down and being so organized, we kind of started to lose some of the fundamentals along the way. That communication is actually optimized to include the right information and nothing extra, because I think with so many minds that we had, you know, you kind of run into this issue where there's too many cooks in the kitchen maybe. So you definitely want to try and get things optimized to include only what's necessary and nothing more if possible.
They have to stick the spike yet again. He has to
Some of the best teams to have ever existed in this game have been together for an incredibly long time and not made roster changes, even if they didn't find success early on. When this team existed as Bonkers before 95X, players changed out a little bit here and there, but as 95X, they've been together for quite a while, and it kind of helps you build up this chemistry and this bond with each other. You know your teammates' play style, you know the way they think, you know the way they like to play. I think that our opponent doesn't matter quite as much, so I know that they'll end up making the right decisions, and I'm not really worried about anything.
It's all chill coming from the 95X camp, or at least that's what From's saying. And it seems like they're all pretty relaxed as well. You can see they're getting ready for the grand final there in the player cams. Now, Mitch, have you come back yet? I didn't know if you fully left.
I'm here.
Oh, hey. Sorry, I didn't mean what I said, but I would like your opinions now.
My opinions. I think it's interesting that Punda's got a legacy jersey on. That's an opinion that I hold. You're also repping the legacy as well. You got a couple of trees on your shirt, so yeah. Broccolini. I had broccolini last night. I just boiled it, chuck it in the pan, bit of olive oil, bit of garlic, bit of breadcrumbs. Would recommend. You asked for my opinions. You didn't really specify what you wanted to know about, though.
It just sounded so good. I just kind of want it, kind of a little bit peckish myself. But look, I'm also peckish to see what maps this series is going to be on for the grand final. Let's have a quick look at where we're sending it, what the vetoes are, and it looks like Haven and Ascent have been banned out here by 95X and Bobo. So we're going to Pearl for 95X straight off the back. Bobo picking the defense. I don't agree with that, but look, here we are. Fracture is going to be another Bobo pick, and 95X going for the defense. Lotus is sliding in, and it's going to be the first time both of these teams have played it, and we are going to be seeing it here in the grand final. Because of course it is a best of 5. Split with the Bobo pick, and then Icebox as a decider. So if we're going all the way to 5, I'd be a little bit worried for Bobo. But look, I'd be a little bit worried for Bobo even just looking at the first couple of games here.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I mean, I guess it makes sense because Ascent has kind of been 95X's pick and go-to. Bobo want to take that out. Haven's been the most successful map across the last couple of months. They've won 6 out of 6 on it, even though a lot of those were against, maybe Mammoth or Cooper Troopers or the Who +2. They beat Honey Badgers twice on it. They beat BFG before they were next gen. So hard to kind of gauge their form, but they do have a lot of success on the map, and they did just recently kind of beat Honey Badgers quite hard just the other day, like literally yesterday. So maybe their form on Haven looking pretty good. That's something that 95X doesn't necessarily want to deal with. And this kind of pushes us into the position where this is kind of my opinion of the map pool right now, right? Especially in the best of 5 format, when you take out the stock standard maps that have been around for a while, like Haven and Ascent. These are all kind of like fringe maps, like interesting maps, you're getting the Pearl pretty early on. You're chucking Fracky in there, which was always an interesting one when it started, but it's definitely grown on me a lot. You're chucking the Lotus in there. We're playing Split, we're playing all the fringe maps that people would sometimes kind of stray away from in a best of 3, maybe first ban those, then we pick the safe map picks like the Havens and the Ascents or the Icebox. That's what we're used to. Even Icebox being left until the 5th map overall. So we're going to get to see a lot of variety here. And this is honestly the kind of veto that I wanted to see for a team like 95X, who should have put more practice in, who should have a wider map pool, who should be able to feel more confident across a larger sample size of maps, whereas Bobo are just kind of trying to feel things out and play loose and put the pieces together and hope it kind of works out. So look, I think 95X across the board, put them on any maps, they should be favored, but especially this map pool, they should be feeling pretty confident and pretty comfortable if they put the hours in at their boot camp and if they've done the right things preparing over this whole season.
Yeah, I feel like the boot camp might be the difference maker, although that man on the right, Yifang, certainly could be a bit of a difference maker himself. He's been playing with about 1,000 different kinds of mice over the last couple of weeks because he's doing the content creation thing now. But let's see if he can bring it back to competitive, all right? And I also want to hear from him after the game, if Bobo pick an upset, what mouse he selected.
Yep. Also, what's his workout routine? How many grams of protein did he consume? Did he have his protein shake today? These are all pretty important considerations heading into this game.
The timings of those meals and snacks as well. He doesn't want that blood sugar spiking too early throughout the game, or he might, hit a slow reaction speed. You don't want that, not coming in.
No, absolutely not.
Grand final. Having a quick look at the Pearl stats though, 495X, as well as the heat map. It looks like there's just a whole bunch of fun going on over towards that B side of the map.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Pearl, I think, like the stats really don't look great for 95X on it, but the thing is they haven't played it for a little while. Like it's been about 3 weeks since they played it, and they lost to Honey Badgers pretty heavily. Before that, they beat Mammoth, and they did actually kind of smash Bobo in the group stage on this, but not sure on the lineups. They did play 2 different comps, so we'll see which one they go for. They were kind of playing a Cypher Jet Sova comp, but before that they played KJ and stuff like that with a Neon. So it seems like they're going to go for the Cypher Jet comp. As for Bobo, though, I think that is the same comp. Yeah, they're running the same comp that they did before. They're playing double duelists, and I think this is going to be their go-to all day long. We saw them in a lot of their semi-finals and stuff. They're just throwing RDW on a duelist as well as Dragon, and playing double duelists pretty much every map. So, you know, that's where we're going to have to see both of those players have a fair bit of impact if they're probably going to win a series like this, if they're going to lean towards those comps, because, you know, the utility of agents like, you know, chucking a Rainer into a comp or, you know, a Jet and stuff like that can be somewhat limited, especially if you're lacking the team play. He's going to have to just go and get things done the old-fashioned way, go take duels and win them.
Yeah, winning duels definitely key in a game like Valorant. Let's see if those duels get won as we are getting ready to jump on into the pistol round here. 95X, of course, going to be starting on the attack and looking like they are going to be setting their sights towards a bit of a main control, maybe a bit of a lurk at mid. We'll see what they opt to go for.
Yeah, just got the camp in position. Taking a little bit of a look straight into Art for both Swirl and Minimize here. They deal with the turret straight away, and they're going to start making their way through.
Oh, pushing forward. Noz standing at the ready, finds 2 with the classic there. And Crunchy just waiting for that bust towards that A main choke, but it is still going to be the attempt at the split as 95X. They take the ult orb, they fall away, and hope that Mike can get some work done here at mid.
Yeah, Cam still, you know, spotting things out. Seems like 95X want to slow things down in the 3-on-4. Mike holding on to that art space, making sure that no information is gathered up too much, and actually he does force another smoke there from Crunchy over towards Art side. Cam tags over in towards Art, and it's going to be the contact into Link here. Dragon takes contact with the Sheriff though, and that's a very quick shot. No smokes now for 95X.
Yeah, it could maybe come back to bite them, but still, if they just play the fundamentals for Bobo, it should work out here. They've got that A main control. Crunchy fully aware of what's going on with this Art split coming through, and there's going to be that hard crossfire attempted to be held. Punda strikes. Noz finds his 3rd, and that hot hands as well is just going to be forcing Mike to keep on fighting from the backside of sight, and that is going to be Bobo taking the first round of the grand final.
That's just an incredible read from Noz. He absolutely won that round there for the boys. Not only a 3K for him, but just the way that he sits inside of that inside of that smoke when the Art pressure is coming in, pops out at the perfect time off of the contact of the player playing at the double stack box there, and just gets himself an easy 2K. And that from that position, I mean, they're in a 5-on-3, 4-on-3, something like that. Close it pretty cruisily. So already a really nice start for Bobo here on defense of Pearl. It's going to be the eco out of 95X here. See if they can get any kind of economic damage done. Not a whole lot invested, particularly RDW sitting on the Sheriff. So he's playing the hard bonus, maybe saving for an early operator timing.
Yeah. Well, high prio from 95X to go towards Art side yet again. Turret going to be able to take that contact, reveal to Bobo what the plan from 95X was, and they are certainly set up for this. Still with that nano just outside the doors here at mid. And, ooh, with the smoke on lane as well. The alarm bot, they're just waiting to find it, heard it, spot it, cracked it, and on the back of that, are happy just to fall away and wait out all this util. Pushing forward though, Yifang going to be able to find one over towards Art side, Swirl as well. Looking for this con control, Paranoia connects, but Noz escapes through the crawl space just in time. Yifang almost with the 2-man spray down, but it's not going to quite work out, and now we're down to a 3v4. Make it. Oh, Crunchy is just going to find them all. 3 kills with a beautiful swing there at Art, and a greatly timed play. Only one casualty coming through from Bobo. I thought for a moment 95X might have been in with a shot.
Yeah, pretty clean round. You know, only lost a set of armor and a Spectre. Not anything to be too upset about, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Hard bonus out of RDW, drops the Sheriff over to Yifang, and buys an operator in towards round number 3. So that's really the player that we need to be keeping an eye on here. He's going to be taking a duel early on towards Art, trying to disrupt potentially a mid default or something like that. Get himself on an info line. Mike's probably going to be able to cam him off the line pretty early on Art's side here, although I think Noz dealt with that. Dragon spots out the B long pressure. And pretty early on, we're going to see a B execute here for 95X.
Oh, Dragon in trouble. Going to be popped out by that 0 point, but is going to be able to fight for one there offline. Fragment not going to force him off the line, but it's going to be Mini to find a trade. Two big ones coming through with that second shot of the RDW, and now the tides have turned to 95X. They've got the man advantage.
Playing the post plant. Noz not feeling like he wants to go for this one. You definitely want to be saving the operator. Limited expectations considering this was a bonus round, so you can see the last two players here for Bobo that don't have the operator just looking for any economic damage that they can get, see if they could take one or two more rifles away from 95X and make this one a bit more expensive.
Yeah, nice safe play coming through as well over towards long side. They realise that they're going to play the high-low setup, and oh, there's no getting past that for Yifang. Crunchy, he's just going to go down to the implosion. Try to make sure that he can get an attempt at some extra damage done. Big shots coming through. Couldn't find the second. It is going to be punted to answer back and get himself one step closer to that Hunter's Fury, but it is going to be 95X cracking the egg and getting on the board here in the granny.
Not too bad, not too bad. You know, lost an extra set of armor, but two guns being taken away. Pretty even result for both teams. Minimized already, up at 5 and 3. He's been doing a great job of getting his ult online early on, so this is a pretty early KO ult timing in towards the first gun round. Could really help them to run some kind of a set play and kind of facilitate a quicker execute here. Bobo, on the other hand, pretty nice buy for everyone but Noz, who has to go down to a Spectre again.
Yeah.
No one playing on B at all. It's a full retake for Bobo. You get a main control here. Orb's going to get picked up by Dragon, who's going to start working on farming up that run it back as soon as possible. Cloudburst across. You get the KO knife on towards the backside of walls, and he's going to immediately pop his ultimate. Swirl just dash into the Cloudburst to get on the entry. You can see Crunchy, bit of a mistimed flash there, not going to matter too much. Crunchy looking for a spam kill or something, but it's just a retake setup here from Bobo.
And again, the open plant going to be able to set up for that in the post lane. It's probably a similar one to what you saw before with that high-low setup over towards the long cutout. The Dragon just waiting for this Nightfall to come forward. RDW trying to go in off the back of it and hoping that someone swings aggressively, but it looks like we are going to see 95X just tucked away, double on the back halls, looking for a timing. Noz goes forward there with the Spectre, and it's looking good so far for Bobo until it's not. But there's that third, and Noz now just trying to find the fights at long. It's Yifang to find one, but Michael going to save the day. No tap, no timing, and no life remaining for RDW. Mike, he's locked it down from long and tied up the score to a piece.
Very interesting that they want to take the operator on attack side Pearl. I guess it can be good, especially if you continue finding success and pressure towards B. You could post on a lot of those long angles of sight and look for a pick. 2-2 though. 95X after a slow start after the pistol. Really doing a great job coming back into the game. They win the anti-bonus, they win the first gun round. And now into the anti-eco. It's a bit of a half buy coming out for Bobo, so still potential for some damage here. Guardian and Sheriff armor, not something that can be easy to deal with at times. But 95X, this is kind of what I expected them to be doing. Mike, be careful, buddy. Almost gets caught throwing some cages there unnecessarily. But like I said, with the Swell picking up the operators is exactly what I expected. Just these slow kind of pressures down the extremities, the operator locking down long angles of sight and just going and taking some... That's a bloody great shot from Yifang. What mice is he on right now?
Yeah, great question. Let's see if he's going to be able to back it up with some more, but both of them falling over towards secret side. And that, of course, is probably the round done and dusted. We'll see if Dragon can find a line here with the Guardian. He is thinking about moving into secret side. Oh, but look at minimize the position as well. Can just swing off of what's contact. Even with the flash, the anti-flash position from Mini is great to trade. And that's going to be Mike to find another as well. RDW just hunting for damage here with the Sheriff. He can spot that up, and man wants it. But he's got to make a move shortly, or that explosion radius is going to be a little too much. And the timing works wonders for Minimize there. He'll pick up a third for the round. And also a third round for 95X.
He's having a hell of a grand final so far, absolutely farming on Pearl. He only just popped his KO ult in the first gun round, round number 4. He's already won off his next.
Look at that, huh?
So
that is just min-maxing exactly what he can do with these ults. Let's keep count, Mitch. All right, so this is going to be number 2 this round. You'd expect. That's a lot. That's a lot of value.
Speaking of ults, a lot of great ults to be able to facilitate the retake here for Bobo. Lockdown, Cosmic, run it back. Really could help them out in some of these rounds. 95X doing a great job of mixing up their approach here. Put a lot of pressure towards B. This time, run it back, being popped by Dragon to try to contest the A main control here, but you can see 95X not even giving the time of day, respecting that space taken by the Phoenix. RDW has been posted up B long, hasn't seen a whole lot of anything, so he's quite happy to relinquish control over there, and you can see Bobo taking A main control, another orb farmed up by Dragon. Even after just popping his run it back, he's already on his way to the next one, which is exactly how you want to see your Phoenix playing on Pearl. But after a little bit of pressure towards A main, peak towards Art, 95X, it seems like they're starting to work towards B long, maybe a bit of a B split on the cards.
Oh, looking for the timing. Yifang jiggling, and we'll clear out Art off the back of that. Looks like they are going to rip the Nebula though to slow things down as 95X reroute back to lane side. Util still in the way. Are they going to run into it? No, Nano pop just in time, but Mike's only able to find one there. So, things are getting a little bit dangerous over towards long side. You can see RDW's managed to pick up one there with the op. Cloudburst in the way. How's the timing going to look here? Swirl, he'll go down as well. RDW goes a little bit too wide there on the tailwind, but he's living to tell the tale. And now it's down to Watt and Mike to try to clutch here. They've got this lane control. They've got to get the spike to sight, and the dark cover creates some kind of space. But with that lockdown, that's going to completely secure the round. And RDW, insult to injury with 2 more big op shots coming through.
Yeah, you don't want to be able to. You don't want to be having to deal with RDW's operator when he's feeling it. Really quite oppressive.
Yeah.
Hits absolutely every shot, you know, since kind of transitioning from a traditional sentinel role into having to master that kind of operator playstyle due to how overpowered and oppressive Chamber was in the meta. A lot of those traditional sentinel players have kind of turned into like almost pseudo duelists or players who are quite skilled with the op.
Yeah.
And RDW, perfect example of that. Even just pulling out duelists in this grand final and a lot of this season. And, you know, whipping out the operator as soon as possible. 95X, a slower, more structured team. That's exactly the kind of thing you can use to pick them apart.
And Swirl just going to be trying to get that entry, but Yifang holds strong there with the Vandal, spamming. Gets some chip damage. Hunter's Fury even going to be torn as well, all the way from a main, but it hasn't found a damn thing. Yifang, he's been knocked down to an inch of his life, and he'll be knocked to the grave as well. Mini finding another with the headshot onto Noz there. RDW ain't done with the round though, and he's going to lock down Secret here. With Crunchy by his side, but no longer, as Mini is really feeling it right now. Dragon rotating in from Connector is making this one quite difficult for Mini to try to win, but he's found the perfect timing, going over Flowers, jumping forward, and Dragon might just go for the full stick here. Hot Hands hasn't worked as intended, and the defuse won't be wrangled. Mini running for that one. 4 kills, really the hero of 95X right now.
Dude, he just popped his second ult, and he's like 5 or 6 out of 8 on his next ult.
Oh my lord. He's doing work.
Dude, he's 5 out of 8 on his next ult. He's already had 2 ults in 8 rounds.
What is going on?
Absolutely farming.
What has he had for breakfast?
5. This is just classic Minimize though. Like he's just such a big game player. You know, could just be like AFK for some of the regular season, and then the big game comes out, and he's just like he's switched on, making plays. And this is where he thrives. He just thrives on agents like KO, like Sky, these initiators. Mid-contact here for Bobo. Bit of missed crosshair placement for Swirl, loses his life. RDW with another opening frag here, and now pressure on 95X, who lose Minimize through the top mid smoke. This is going bad to worse for them. They don't have the cash to be able to recover from losing a round like this, Mac. That last round came down to a 1v1.
Yeah, usually when Swirl sees lineups like that, you're expecting him to get those 2 kills every day.
And then go on and probably ace or something.
Yeah, exactly. And this time, just must have been looking at the map, maybe a slide over adjustment. Either way, 3v5 angle. We'll see what 95X can do to try to save it. Mike does have that neural theft online. If he can get a kill here, it's going to be quite difficult from the box he's now stuck at. And Dragon's right in front of him as well, but he can't find him through with that wall bank. Cam as well reveals that they are just going to be tucked over towards that con side of Art, looking to make their way into A. But as this is all going on, they've made so much noise. You can see that Yifang's starting to make a move towards A main as well, and is now going to clear out all those close lines. Crunchy over the top, not going to be able to strike, but with that time ticking down, 95X, they need to pick where they want to go here, and Dragon has found the perfect time to fire. It's going to be Crunchy with the trade over the top side. Yifang, Prowler forward, gets binked, but it's going to be Crunchy locking down the A site. Big shots coming through, and a fourth for Bobo here on the defense.
Yeah, and that whole time you can see RDW taking full information and space towards B main, you know, and that's the kind of player that he is. You give him space, you don't put pressure on him, he's not going to sit idly by, he's going to get active in the mid to late round and make plays.
Yeah.
And that just further reinforced the Bobo stack over towards that mid and A side of the map. You just, you know, you couldn't get out of Art. There was no way you were getting out of Art as 95X there, and unfortunately, that's a real tough round to lose here. They are forced back on a half buy, and Bobo already good cash. If they can have a clean round here, it's going to look better and better for them. Shrouded step across B long there. IDW not feeling comfortable enough to stick around. But a few curveballs out of Dragon. See if he can catch one of the 95X players swinging a little bit too wide and maybe try to get an early pick before this B hit comes in. But just look at the numbers here. They've just left Yifang alone over on that A side of the map. Crunchy's kind of floating in spawn, and there's already a 3-stack of B.
I think the thing is, Crunchy could smell some kind of eco frag, so he decided to go for that early rotation. Sneaky, sneaky. But with that star down, it's just a matter of moments until that Nebula is going to be ripped again. Maybe even a Gravwell to allow Bobo to fight. We'll see what they opt to do with this star. It's going to be the Nebula.
Yeah, just waiting out all of the util. You can see 95X very much shedding up for some kind of set play here. Waiting for Minimize to maybe take contact in link and bait out a bit more util.
They've also got Watt on that deep line with the Marshall. He's starting to make his move forward though. And they're really worried about over towards that screen side, expecting somebody tucked away. The recon bolt over towards CT. He's going to get a pulse off Dragon, able to stop Swirl from dashing all the way into heaven. And things are going to go from bad to worse for 95X here at range. Maybe the Marshals have an opportunity. Dragon, he's run out of bullets, but to run it back, he's got that second life remaining. And the time it's ticking, that curveball coming. And Crunchy, he's looking for all these kills as well.
Wow.
And that's going to be another flawless round coming through from Bobo. Big damage onto 95X there, but of course 95X didn't bring too much in. So we'll see how it goes for the rest of the half here.
You can see 95X trying to use that strat kind of popularized from, I think it was Na'Vi at lock-in, where they're trying to dash up on towards heaven side and have the dart go into backhauls and ping someone so you can get the entry.
Yeah. Fortunately,
in a round like that, I think it's it's good to try to use gimmicks like that in these half-buy rounds to try to get the dub. But it doesn't end up bearing any fruit that time, and unfortunately for them, that means Bobo's economy is kind of out of control now. They'll probably be able to buy out the rest of the half. Bobo continuing to mix things up. Hey, main control for them. Yifang being left to retake B. You can see Noz keeping an eye on Link here. Popping his nano. Gonna see if he's gonna take a peek over towards doors. And again, that's Swirl losing an opening door. Very uncharacteristic here.
On a tight line like that as well, usually you'd back him every day. So maybe something's in the water. Maybe there's a little bit of extra pressure today for 95X to perform. But for the moment, they are just going to be licking their wounds and going back towards A to try to force their way past Crunchy and Dragon, which will be difficult because it is Crunchy and Dragon, and there's also a couple of stars on that A main choke, and the time it is slowly but surely ticking away, Mitch.
Drone thought about being used at A main, try to apply some pressure, maybe pull the rotations away, but seems like 95X, they've been running the clock down a lot, and this has kind of been their go-to. This is quite characteristic of how Minimize likes to play. He loves to apply pressure on the lurk to try to pull rotations and create space for his team to kind of group and go into a site together. But with only 20 seconds on the clock, I'm not sure it's going to matter, Mac.
Yeah, RDW probably going to jump peek here, try and find the timing. Discipline's damn good. And that recon bolt as well is just making it a bit of a nuisance. Yifang didn't spot that on the swing, so Minimize could have some impact here. There is going to be that dark cover as well. Watt comes forward, and just like that, there's an opportunity to spike is going to be planted maybe just in time. What? Has he saved it? He has. And we've got a round 2v2 now. Mike's damn low. What towards the back of sight with, look, enough HP to fight. Here he'll get that headshot on the Dragon, saving a round, which 95X should have had no right in winning. And what's even going to quad it up as well to close things out and tie up the scoreline 5-5.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a classic what round, really. Those are the kind of rounds where, like, you expect him to clutch up in the XVXs, in the 1VXs, when he's by himself and he's in a post plant. He just maneuvers his way so well around the sites, takes the right duels at the right time, uses his util super well in that controller role. And
do you see where he went
that's a
as
big
well?
impact round from him.
He did pseudo what Swirl was trying to do with that Cloudburst dash up towards 7. He did the dark cover nice and deep and then just shadow stepped into it, dropped it down in the face of whoever that was, RDW, I think at the back of sight.
Uh-oh, KO Ultimate gonna catch both of the duelists out of the open here. Back Dragon's done for, mate.
Yeah, he's gone, Mini. He's happy to run in, creating as much space as possible. And now going to be Resable on the corner. RDW expecting it, swinging. Will connect onto Swirl, and now there's going to be no res just yet. The ultimate bait. But we are going to see some trades start to come back through what he tried to save the day before. But now it's all down to Punda, who's gone to the 1v1 and gets the 3K out of nowhere. A quick round, but 95X, they found the lead.
Unreal. That was just spaghetti everywhere. KO comes in, denies the duelist the ability to kind of rotate off. That initial contact prompts a massive rotate. It was basically a 5v5 fisticuffs on the B long corner there.
All in brawl, huh?
Yeah. I mean, that's essentially just a 1v3 for Punda, which is another big impact round from one of the core members of 95X. They're being asked to deliver, and they're delivering.
Also, Mini, third null command for the half, and probably won't get another, but we won't speak too soon.
Yeah, I'd say no. I'm going to go with probably no, especially with that happening. I'm going to go with maybe no.
Hear me out. If they picked Sage, all right, you could res that.
All right, true. Yep. Hear me out. 95X. Right here. They're slowing things down. Mike's got the cam over on B long, taking a little bit of a look, taking some pictures of the beautiful scenery.
Okay,
so gonna call the boys over.
You see as well, Mitch, Punda's holding onto that Hunter's Fury because he knows Noz has that Locky online, and that lockdown can be torn at any given moment, but it's probably going to be for the retake. So Punda, you'd expect him to sit at the back, just try to set the boys up with a couple of good darts, and it seems like they're liking their chances against RDW, who's actually tried to make the read. He's going real deep to B, looking to play as retake as possible. That's a whole lot of respect with just an alarm bot on one side of the map, but this read is immaculate. And you are going to see 95X start to run into this stack as well. Nano going to try to split up the troops, gets a decent bit of damage onto 95X as they push forward here. RDW sitting straight in front of the dark cover, going to be able to get some extra damage. Crunchy striking for 2, and it's all tied up as we head into the second half.
Yeah, I don't know what the read was there. Maybe it was based on the fact that they had a lockdown, that they were willing to lean that heavily towards A and just completely disregard the B side of the map. Maybe they had some small piece of info. Hard to say. Either way, the stack works out beautifully for Bobo. And that's going to be a 6-6 scoreline. Very tight back and forth half. Has to be said, could have even been a little bit more dominant for Bobo if, you know, 95X don't come through with a couple of clutches there. Their attack side honestly looked a little bit shaky. I'll have to say it, you know. You had a big, like, 4K from Watt. You had a massive 1v3 there from Punda. Swirl is having an absolute shocker in this grand final somehow.
Yeah, I was just going to say as well, I think he's the only one that's not wearing the jersey, so he's not experiencing the jersey buff that everyone else is. So maybe if he swaps that shirt for the jersey, we'll see Swirl turn up today, but it is going to be Bobo, no holds barred, going straight into lane. Nebula there, and Mini just wanting to flash his way forward, pushing. That's going to be lane control taken right back, and the dark cover on the choke as well means it is secure for now. But Bobo starting to turn their sight towards Art instead. And there is 4 of these 95X members over towards Con. They're just going to be nebulated off. And the A side, it's there for free. Dragon going to be able to find one, but the hot hands Punda couldn't get away. And that's going to be almost the first time we've seen a plant on the A side.
Keep an eye on RDW. Lurking up through middle, big wrap around. Swirl to take contact in dugout. They're trying to fight for it, and they're able to get it. Dragon with another hot hands online now.
True. Could use that one, but he is just going to heal up over towards default side here. 0 point in the way, but oh, it's not going to happen. Dragon finds it onto Mike and Yifeng with that late lurk in. Wait, late lurk? No, I'm capping. Don't worry. My brain's everywhere.
This is RDW chilling in the middle. Perma lurking Jet.
Yeah.
Baiting all the boys. But, you know, when he could deliver you round wins a lot of the time doing that kind of play, you know, how can you criticize the GOAT? I've said it time and time again. You can't. He's going to, again, have a pretty generous bonus here going down to just Sheriff Armor. Maybe he's going to go for an early rifle timing or even just get a Vandal off Noz. Fair enough. Let's give RDW the Vandal. Makes sense to me.
Ooh, Mike, going to be able to get a little ping coming through. Nice recon bolt as well. Great dart from Punda. That's come from, like, the A side of the map too. So,
well, off that info, they're going to stack B, which is the side that you would usually expect teams to generally anti-eco in. That's the high percentage side. But after a little bit of info gathering and seeing nothing on B long, 95X actually with a pretty decent rotation timing on A, they should be able to stack this site before Bobo can get in here comfortably.
Oh, Nozzy boy. Looking to take a fight.
You can see the similar kind of philosophy between both Minimize and Noz in terms of the way they're approaching this map. A lot of pressuring Art, pressuring Link, trying to pull and push rotations before you end up, you know, going somewhere in the mid to late round.
Well, looking to make their way in, and no one's here to meet him. The stack, the bluff has been completely called, and Bobo should be walking away with an 8th here. 95X, of course, just going to be looking for any kind of damage with the minimal weapons they've brought into the round here. So, the Death Ball looking to filter in from CT, from Heaven. A little bit of U-tilt to play with. One Paranoia. The drone's there. Swirl, he's happy just to jump forward. The Paranoia was so damn good, but Swirl did not have his gun out and he wasn't able to shoot back. Yifeng tries to save his teammates with that Guardian and ends up being some decent damage done. What? Can't quite find another as Yifeng gets the ace up against the Pistolers. But there it is. Bobo with a 2-round lead and a cracker start to the second half.
I mean, he's top fragging, but those were all anti-ecos, so I don't know. We'll keep an eye on him. Maybe a mouse check later on. That was some nice shooting on the Guardian. If you are acing in the anti-eco, though, you're keeping the economy pretty clean for the boys. This is a, you know, I wouldn't even call this as a bonus, you know. 5 rifle, 2 of the boys are broke. Bobo are clearly going for this round. They've got the Fade ult. Quite close to the runner back. 2 orbs off for Dragon with big pressure on middle. Bobo smoking off Link, applying pressure towards Art. You can see 95X spotting out A main. I dare say Watt and Punda will probably go and take control there if Art is pressured sufficiently, deal with this tripwire or something like that from Dragon. But they're actually going to go back and fight towards Art side, I guess, here. Look at all of 95X. It's literally 5-man in middle. 3 dedicated towards Link, 2 towards Art. Just going to play retake on either side.
Good timing on that dark cover. Trapwire gets broken. Paranoia sends Bobo packing for the moment. But 95X, they've used a bunch of util just to control Art there. And off the back of that, Bobo, look at this reaction. Smashing it straight towards long B.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure that was all heard. So you can see as well, Mike going to try to get his way back to site. Drops that cage. They know that Cypher's close now. And they're just waiting, but a great suppression, a great knife over towards that long pillar.
Wow.
These things get that little bit more difficult. And the fragment as well in the corner. 20 seconds. They've got to make a move here. RDW going straight on forward. The pulse comes through, and Mike finds 2 before he's gone down. He's got even that 3rd in as well. RDW looking to save the day. It's down to the 2v1, but RDW hits the ground, and he ain't running. That's going to be 95X finding the 3rd round of the half and looking to get back into the game quick smart.
That knife timing from Minimize was actually disgusting.
Yeah.
As they're coming up long. I don't know how many he suppressed there. At least 3 or 4 suppressed with the knife over towards pillar that nobody could deal with. And that actually slowed down the Fade ult timing and slowed down their ability to be able to scale into the site and gave just extra couple of seconds for the 95X players to get into position. He follows it up with a fragment as well. Mike kind of playing around cages and buying time. There was even the dark cover thrown in from Watt, so it's extremely annoying to get into the site there for Bobo as the time started to slow down. Nice opening from RDW. Again, another opening duel going against Swirl.
Panda catches a nice timing. Looks like Dragon's very hungry for this kill. Someone going to be breaking the trap wire for him, and he curveballs forward, but Panda is right out of dodge. That's going to be a lot of con control. Bobo seeing everything in there as Dragon refreshes after the ult.
Yeah.
And, oh, look how deep, look how much respect 95X is giving Bobo over towards A.
Yeah, Tripwire's been dealt with, and that player's been picked in Link, so this is a pretty annoying position for 95X to be in. Just sitting all the way back, waiting for Bobo to over-aggress somewhere, see if they're going to feed them a kill and make this round a little bit easier on the defense. Mike has got the neural to be able to read some of the rotations here. Out comes the smoke to Flowers. Cam sees nothing at B long, so you can expect a rotation sooner rather than later here.
Oh, Yufeng. I'm not going to be able to get too much done yet. We'll get the plant, however, as Watt holds off that aggression. No secret control for Bobo, but Yifeng feeling it, going to be putting the team on his shoulders with this push back in. This is a courageous attempt. Unfortunately, it's all for naught as Watt takes him down. Mike as well. Crack and crunchy straight on that noggin. We're seeing a ridiculous amount of headshots straight through smokes. These players all so mechanically talented. They've just got the read. They've played these maps so many bloody times. And that's why we're all tied up. 8 apiece, Mitch.
That's just such a beautiful XVX out of 95X. And I think that's like pretty much perfect kind of characteristic round out of someone like Watt, where he's just literally sitting all the way back behind dugout. They're turtling super hard behind A and just punishing any over-aggression, punishing the attackers from going and taking dugout there, just feeding him a couple of kills. He doesn't even have to work that hard for him. It's 99% positioning, just discipline being shown. That's all that experience that he's accrued, you know, playing TAC FPS the last couple of years, playing on various structured teams. Another opening duel going against Swirl here. Dragon just runs into Link and decks him with the Stinger. No respect being shown to this man right now. Those are the two top players in the competition head-to-head right now. It doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, it feels like Dragon is, at the moment, definitely keeping that top spot on the top 5 players. But it's very early days in the grand final. Of course, it's best of 5. Could be here for bloody hours. There's Minimize. Firing up again with that high angle as well, just up on the boxes. And Bobo weren't ready for it, so we're going to see 95X shift back towards the B side now. That camera gets the ping off, but it's only seen one member over towards long. And now we see Bobo at the 50-second mark start to transition back into art side.
I mean, again, Watt is just winning this round with his positioning.
100%.
He plays his cards right, sitting onto A main control here. If he can ping pong off of Punda, playing over towards dugout here effectively, then they could probably shut this one down.
And he's got that little cheat code as well with the from the shadows to get to a different position if he wishes. Oh, but he'll stop the cross for one. That's going to be Spike on the ground. Space created, though, with that pick onto Watt. That molly, it's burning. Oh, it's actually just the wall. Noz, he's taking a little bit of team damage. Spam through from Noz is that little bit better. Punda didn't shoot back. And Mike is now just trying to find his way back into sight. But all eyes on his position here. RDW ready to swing off the contact. But he has to worry about that wrap around the back. Cam draws attention. Mini falls. Crunchy. He's doing work in from art side. Oh, leg spotted. Pre-fire. Mike finds him through the wall now. And it's such an awkward position. He's got that neural theft, but he won't win the fight before it pops. And it's going to be his head popping as well. RDW finding another headshot. And another round for Bobo. This is a bloody chaotic grand final, Mitch.
Yeah, I honestly, you know, I've been praising Watt for his positioning. I think a little bit wide there. Like, if he's deep in A main, he gets that one kill every day of the week as they're scaling out art. If he plays for one there and stays alive, I don't know how Bobo wins that round. But with Punda having control over towards dugout and the other boys on the rotation, you know, even if they try to scale onto Watt, obviously he's trying to fight because he doesn't know that it's like all of them coming up art. And there was an alarm bot on the backside of art, so if he pushed deep into A main, they would have known what position he was playing for, and he doesn't know that the other team's not going to split A through A main. But I think even if he just plays a tiny bit safer there, doesn't try to multi-frag, or if he is going to fight like that, then Pundo should really probably be swinging off of him a little bit heavier. You know, it needs to be one or the other in that situation. And I honestly think that's probably what lost them that round, because the positioning and the macro was pretty good.
Well, what's going to come out off the back of the tack here? You can see that Swirl, obviously, has still not changed that shirt. We'll see if that happens going into the next game. It could happen. But for the moment, they've had their chin wag. They're trying to figure out how to stop losing these rounds to Bobo.
Knives come out for IDW. Both teams getting a little bit lower on cash, so somewhat of a swing round coming out, and it's an important timing in the game, round 18. See who's going to take double digits and take the majority here. A main control going in the favor of 95X early on. You can see Bobo brute forcing their way through Link.
And even with that line coming through, oh, it doesn't matter because Mike's in the corner here. Him and Wort looking to play this one together, but Yifeng is turning the hell up here. And he's going to be able to find some more entries as well. Full lane control, full B control, and Bobo now in pole position.
They gave him so much respect there. Like, it felt like they were scared to swing onto him. He's just exuding that alpha chat energy at the moment, I guess. 95X.
Straight from the gym, straight to the bloody server.
Yep. Coursing with protein and creatine through his veins. What? Trying to come up into the site here. Progression smoke behind the two nebulas thrown by Crunchy, playing from heaven. A two-man setup in Link. There's going to be a difficult post plant to win. There's so much time ticked off the spike, Mac.
Yeah.
They can't go for this. Surely
giving
not.
it a crack as well. You can still get a half tick maybe, but they're not going to go for it. It's going to be the Nightfall pulled out at least. Yifeng falling finally. Nod's going to be able to trade, and there was all down to if they can even get on the spike. That Nano surely securing the round. And Noz, he's just running for his bloody life at the moment. As is Swirl, he won't get away. It's only Punda to live, but oh my lord, Bobo are turning up on map number 1. Remember, this is 95X's map selection.
I mean, I don't, you know, I don't want to point out the obvious, Mac, but
yep.
Yeah, I don't think this has much to do with the map selection right now. Unfortunately, I'm just going to leave it at that. 95X going to give this half by a crack. Couple of the boys investing in, you know, sheriffs. We got a couple of hero vandals. Money obviously quite low. Bobo lost all of their guns there, so every gun you can take here for 95X in a round like this is going to be worth its weight in gold. All the initiating utility being used to take a main control here for 95X. KO knife, dart to the backboard. They're going to quickly try to beat the rotation timing up B long as the pressure starts to come in for Bobo here.
Going to be clearing out that screen side. Dragon hunting, and he's going to get so much damage in through the wall as well. Mini somehow living to get at least one there on not much health. And the trades, they are starting to favor 95X. Swirl popping off now with the blades, but we are going to see that lockdown torn over was alongside, and 95X choose to respect it. But that spike isn't planted just yet, so they're happy just to slow things down, play it safe. But off the back of that, Noz now allowed the space to get that Nano straight on the spike and start to make his way forward. But Swirl, he's gone for that double updraft, tried to clear out screen side. Anyone playing too aggressive, that dark cover as well. Could have been bad for Swirl. But Noz decides not to base from that back of sight now. Left clicks, get it done. There's the refresh. 3 points of health, and Crunchy, he's playing a slow game. He's got that grab well, pulled off the tap, and he's going to be able to find one more, but Swirl turning up when it matters most.
Yeah,
he's more than doubled his kills with that round and picked up another for 95X.
Yeah, just forget everything. Forget everything that we said. That was actually potentially the most important round of the game to get a 3K. The money on Bobo is absolutely cooked after they had that 1v1 that they lost where Noz went down to the spike. They lost all of their guns. He won the 1v2, but economically that was horrible for them. And 95X with a fair bit of investment there, hero rifles, a main control to get Swirl's knives. They just hard reset Bobo, who will have to take a single eco. Super important here for 95X to have a clean anti-eco here. They need to build up their cash and maximize their potential gun rounds as we get really close towards the end of this game. Link pressure coming in again. Paranoia straight in from Watt. He's playing an excellent grand final here. The util, the positioning has just been on point. Don't think we've seen him make too many mistakes.
Definitely the most experienced esporter on the roster for 95X. He's been around a while now.
Yeah.
And he's trying to lead by example. And RDW with the Sheriff is just trying to find a nasty line. Oh, what? That's going to be such a hard position to get out of. So he has to fight for his life, and he'll almost find all three. But that is going to be a Vandal retrievable now if Crunchy wants it, but he's going to go back the other direction. Happy to play with the Sheriff.
It's like the kind of VOD you want to watch. Like if there was demos in Val, like you'd be watching what playing right now. It's just never easy to kill. Always makes it difficult for the other team. The counter util, the supportive smokes to assist the B anchor players. He's playing a great game at Omen right now. Really vibing what he's doing, what he's outputting. Vandal picked up for Crunchy though, and with the Cozzy online, this is what I was saying.
30 seconds left.
95X, they really can't afford to lose any more guns. And luckily Swell, well positioned, is going to make this pretty easy, I think. Punda swings off his contact.
Gets the info. Punda holds that cross.
If you're not a good shot
And it's a well-executed round. Now, Swell from that position with that A main control. Yeah, it might have been dangerous if they did wrap around, but he could hear everything going on the art, all the reloads, bloody, all that util, the drops off of the boxes.
That's how I wanted Watt.
Definitely the info gatherer.
That's how I wanted Watt to play the round the other time. Just like take that first contact and let Punda swing off of him. I thought they probably would have won that round if they swung like that, ping-ponged off each other a little better. Either way, round 21. KO ult, Hunter's Fury, big ults for 95X. They've had a good enough anti-eco to get 2 gun rounds back to back. Again, link pressure in from Bobo here. Swirl finally wins himself an opening duel. He's starting to warm up here and minimize even swinging off of his contact. 2-man advantage for 95X. And if Bobo drops this round, they are broke, Mac.
See, the issue is it's not gamer hours yet for Swirl. It's still way too early in the afternoon. So as the series goes on, that's when he's going to start to fire up. And you see it here as well. Headshots just filtering through, funneling into the kill feed for 95X, for Swirl in particular. And it's looking like that's going to be another round secured unless Crunchy has something to say about it. 1v5 angle. I have seen him win these before.
They're about to win. They're about to win a gun round without even using any of their ults. Like, they're going to go up 11-10. The cash is already good, like 1,500 plus on everybody. They're going to be able to buy out the rest of this game, which means that Bobo are about to be reset, having to half buy into the next round, potentially concede 12 and try to win 2 gun rounds back to back just to force OT. 95X Swirl is warmed up at the perfect time.
30 seconds left.
Started to have some impact, and he might have just won them this game.
Ready to take this contact. He's swinging very aggressively, and that is confidence. So Swirl picking up another. That's going to be 11 secured for 95X, and with 5 alive as well. You can see on their faces they can feel a W not too far away. And going into the next round, ooh, how's the money looking for Bobo? It's kind of in the bin, isn't it?
Yeah, like I said, they're forced on a half buy here. This is a horrible situation for them to be in. This was a winnable game for them. But, you know, the XVX that they won put them financially in a horrible position. They lose to a half buy, and when you're in the double-digit scoreline, you're getting right towards the end of the game. It's the worst possible time to have an unstable economy. They just lost the wrong round. That's why I said that those couple of rounds, the last couple of rounds from Swirl have actually turned the tide of this game. He got knives and got the 3K, which broke the money. Then he just has another big round there, 3K on the gun round. In the opening portions of this game, he lost almost every opening kill. Conceded a lot of opening kills. You know, 95X were playing 4v5, but once that starts to turn around and he turns the first kill, first death differential into a favorable one, they're starting off 5v4, and even from there, you know, even playing off of his contact, you're having, you know, counter util. As soon as he takes contact onto RDW, he had the paranoia through Link from Watt, minimize swings out as well with probably an underarm flash or even just dry. And from there, you know, Bobo, who are trying to react and trade that first kill, are just getting bombarded with the counter util, and they're losing even more ground and even more players trying to make their way through the middle of the map. And part of that as well is 95X starting to adapt to this. How many times on attack have Bobo been forcing it into Link here? It's like every single round they're trying to do this over and over and over again. It's just not working for them.
I'll let Nebula in the way. Is information denial, but of course with that knife being broken, we are just going to see Bobo walk all the way back to A main. look to go for the A split here. It's just Punda in the way, and he's got that Hunter Fury to tear from the pit if he needs to. But the thing about having a Phoenix is you can plop your hot hands straight into that corner and make things extremely difficult for the A-site anchor if they're there. And they can hear him jumping as well, so already getting a little bit of info coming through.
Noz on the lurk this round. Out comes the A exit, gets the close smokes here.
Oh, Punda holding the timing. One pulse comes through, but that is going to be the dart broken. Dragon clearing out art side. The 95X very happy to just play for the retake, it seems. Site control's there, but Bobo, they aren't committed. They've been forced off of the site somehow. Just those nanos, I'd say. Wait, no nanos?
No, they just literally didn't even try to go for the spike plan. Now they're kind of getting crunched on from all sides. Great discipline from 95X.
Yeah, just not running in, not taking the brawl that Bobo wanted. And Minimize, he's just going to be putting the pressure where it needs to be. Spike on the ground, no round for Bobo. It's 95X. Their stonks are rising. Everyone turning up towards the end of map number 1 here of the grand final, and that's going to be 12 secured. It is getting very close to map point.
Yeah, I mean, that's just textbook out of anti-eco. Sitting all the way back, just digging your heels in, forcing the other team to use their util. Sure, if they exec the site, that's great, but as long as you have a good retake plan, you're not too concerned about that. You've got better guns, you've got better util, and you just execute the retake and you know, stop the other team a lot of the time on their way into the sites and clearing map control. You're going to pick them on the long angles of sight. Maybe they're going to try to force a fight or something like that. You just play the standard angles, play things by the numbers. Nice disciplined approach. Make sure that you're playing off of each other. You know what's clean and dirty, and it really is as easy as that a lot of the time. Unfortunately, you don't really see that kind of approach from too many teams. 95X might even be probably the only team that's going to play with that kind of structure. Fun Crew, probably the other one that likes to play, particularly on attack, a bit of a slower, safer style. Less so on defense. I think they love the double duelists and have some naturally aggressive players, so they probably even will kind of hunt frags anti-eco a little bit more than I would like sometimes.
Yeah. Well, just so everyone knows, if you can't read, it is a tech pause. 12 to 10. I think something definitely was going wrong. So looks like Yifang has unfortunately DC'd. So just getting that sorted. He'll be back momentarily to try and close out map number 1 of the series here in the grand final. But look, on that note as well, I honestly thought this tech pause was because Bobo somehow couldn't plant in the previous round. I was like, maybe they got that bug, huh? Maybe they just weren't doing it. Now, the thing that I missed in the bloody chaos of everything, was there a fragment or something thrown towards default that actually didn't
they threw some disruptive util. If they tried to force the plant, they might have got it, but Punda was sitting dugout, could have spammed them. You know, there was definitely some things that they had to deal with, but it felt like more so they did close smokes, and I don't know if it was intentional or whether it was an individual decision for Dragon to just kind of force the way up through art. Honestly, I think it's probably the correct play at the end of the day if you're going to do close smokes. If you're going to do deep smokes, yeah, sure, go take duels, take space. But if you're throwing your own close smokes, you can't just force back sight there. So I think wrapping through art is probably correct anyway. I don't really think there's anything too wrong with what they did. They just couldn't get themselves in a post plant. Because 95X wasn't going to give them anything. If they force back sight there, they get absolutely owned. You've got old mate sitting all the way backside dugout, one sitting all the way back in flowers. Either way, cool story, bro. 12-10, full buy here for Bobo. Run it back at Cosmic. Some great retake tools available to them. A couple of the other boys quite close to the ults. If they multi-frag, maybe it could be something we keep an eye on for the next round if Bobo can pick this one up. 95X on match point. KO ultimate, Hunter's Fury. Again, same approach from Bobo, forcing into Link. Bait out some utility. Another great knife from Minimize. His KO knives have been excellent this game. After that initial contact towards Link though, I'm going to try to pressure Watt off this angle, who's going to drop the dark cover. Going to continue spotting out for info. He's got the trip from Mike on art for safety, so he doesn't have to worry too much about playing back towards the site. I dare say he's just going to take contact, play for a pick, play for info, paranoia, return from him to create some space, and in comes this execute. So Punda probably going to go for a spam kill here with the dart or something like that.
Deep smokes, and it looks like they're looking for skip control. trying to punish Panda, but he's not in the cutout. He's going all the way back to Secret, and they see what just trying to TP away, but it's not going to work for him. Shadow Step just doesn't quite get around the corner, and it's RDW taking names. Bobo now on 4 and 11th with a 2-man advantage, but we'll see what 95X want to invest here. There's no ults to use. There is a little bit of util, but even less so because Swirl's lost his head, and they're going to invest the Kozi as well. Bobo just crunching this one open and just waiting for someone to overstep and overstay their welcome, but it's just RDW pushing straight through and finding 2 more. Putting the whole team on his back there with a 4K and an 11th now secured. Overtime certainly on the cards.
Yeah, I think they recognize like a lot of space on that A site, the way that 95X is playing in that last round and even in the gun rounds as well. Panda often sitting all the way back. What got the opening kill? It was a good dart, but that's the power of the runner back, right? The player that gets picked by the dart was just the Phoenix, and then RDW is entering in with the Phoenix ult. And he's the one that comes up big there because he's got someone on the entry frag for him. RDW second in, probably the safest player to be able to lock yourself around. That's a quick fade ult. This is going to be a straight into an A execute here for Bobo yet again.
All the way through Art, no one there to stop it, and it looks like 95X realized, so they're just going all the way, looking to try and fight for the secret control. And there's not a lot of util that's used. Finally, Deep Smoke start to come through. I think that suppression might have come through from Mini at the perfect moment, but speaking of perfect timings, Dragon, he's found the lineup. Punda was on a drone or bloody something there. Man couldn't shoot back. And that might just be OT secured, but we're still in this 3v3 scenario. Fragment looking to push anyone out from default, but there's no one there. And the wall as well from Dragon. Neural Tech reveals all the positions of the Bobo members. And 95X, they're looking to push forward. Mini wanting to tap it. And he's looking to send the numbers forward, but Bobo, they're not spamming. They're just waiting for this cage. Knife looks damn good. They're just trying to play a timing game, and it's all down to Mini. He's done so much work, but he's gone for the quick switch, and it ain't worked for him. We're going all the way into overtime.
He was out of ammo, and he picked up another gun, which also had no ammo. Happens to the best of us. Efang's taking his shirt off for overtime, getting real excited. Look, you know,
the shirt was actually what caused him to disconnect.
Oh, of course. Yeah, he was Peter overheated because he overheated. Yeah, gotta make sure you keep yourself hydrated. You know, especially with the amount of physical activity that man does. Very important. I mean, look, you know, it's like I said before, 95X, I think Bobo definitely recognizing how much space and respect they're being given on A, and 95X, the setups have been great, and especially anti-eco, the setups are great, but there's a time and a place for mixing things up, and it felt like Bobo definitely starting to cotton on to how they like to play their defense. Bobo back on the defense now. B main control, the cage will be tickled by Dragon, heard by Mike. And they're going to force their way through B main here. This is all going to be heard by 95X, who are just going to pick up the pace straight towards this A side of the map. Crunchy playing retake.
Ooh, this time you can see Bobo going for a large flank, which is the first time in a while we've seen them attempt this. Trapwire is going to be dealt with as well. Swirl just creating space over towards that secret side. And that's going to be Crunchy hitting the ground. So numbers advantage for Bobo. For 95X rather, here in the post plan. Was going to be tucked into the corner. They expect him here. He won't win the fight this time. Bobo turned those tides, and another found as well as Punda's jumping. It's all up to Mike in a 1v4 angle, and the spike isn't planted for him either. He knows that there's going to be pressure coming in from that CT side, but he looks the wrong direction, and it's knows to find a 3K in the first round of OT and put Bobo on their first map point.
Yeah, it just feels like 95X are not gun out enough.
Yeah.
They're just not taking duels. Bobo are just taking duels with them, you know, they're playing the game. They're taking these aim duels. That macro-wise was a great round from 95X. You had the dash to top site. Swirl gets the entry on the smokes player, which makes the retake quite difficult. And they should be closing that 5-on-4 every day of the week, but what is not able to take a duel on that double or triple flank, whatever that was, attempted on the retake, and Punda, who's playing backside of A main there, should definitely be finding some impact off the back of Watt's contact. Even if Watt doesn't get a pick there, you can't be up 5v4 and go 0 for 2 when they come in on the flank from A main. That's not even a favorable kind of position for the defenders to come in from. So yeah, I don't know what the issue is. It feels like 95X is just not switched on, not taking the duels gun out and just relying on the crossfires. Far too much respect being given, and that was the issue on that A side of the map as well. And that's my big issue really in general with this 95X roster, is that these players are so individually skilled, but sometimes they can, similar to what their coach was saying, you know, it comes down to the fundamentals. At the end of the day, you got to shoot old mate in the head to win a game of tactical FPS. You know, it's nice to have all the fancy details and all the sick lineups.
Not shoot him in the head, because you've got some ridiculous body shot percentage.
No.
At the same time, you still win, Mitch, because you're macro master.
No, I lose, and then I say, well, the macro is good, and that's my cope. So, you know, I can't aim, but that's no excuse for 95X. I don't think many of these guys are as old as me, or as burnt toast as me.
Well, some people like burnt toast, Mitch, so look, there's someone out there for
Marmite
everyone.
toast, as I heard from the boys earlier. Has Efang timed out again and Dragon's body blocking him?
Oh, I think he is.
They're actually body blocking him. Can we get a third of that? They're body blocking Efang to make sure that he doesn't... He was Wing into the wall and they body blocked him to make sure that he stops.
Yeah. Oh, you know, T as well, mate.
Yeah, that's a bit of a yikes.
Well...
Wow, he's really just loving that wall texture, you know?
Just a full-on admirer. Now, let's see if he can get his internet sorted in the next 10 seconds, or he's not going to be able to bloody reconnect in time. Either way, Bobo are going to give it a crack, I'd say. Moving on into the site.
30 seconds left.
Dragon making his way in, and all the way to the back now. So RDW has created a decent amount of space, but it is going to be the spike left in the open. No plant coming through just yet. What going to be able to do with both those duelists? And yeah, it looks like this is just very, very, very unfortunate scenes here for Bobo. Not too sure if we can reset the round. Not too sure what the bloody competitive rulings are on that, because I don't think there was any damage done, so...
Oh, I don't know. Is it even the same in Valorant as it is in CS?
Mate, I don't know.
I don't think so. I think that's just a Counter-Strike thing.
But we're going to be going into a tech pause, I'd say.
Overtime.
I think that's just
Wait,
BL.
Yifang's moving now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe his game just crashed or something.
Yeah. Well, they're jumping around in spawn. I dare say we're going to have a tech pause and a bit of a chit-chat as to what's going on. We got Mike standing up. We got Swirl, who's not here, so...
Yeah, I mean, these are, at the end of the day, the awkward kind of situations that you don't want to see arise in a grand final and an important match. And these can really kind of change the impact of the game, change the course of the game. Even if you don't want it to, it does end up just kind of breaking up the momentum.
Yeah.
Can tilt some players. This is what it is. 95X. I dare say Bobo was, you know, setting themselves up to win the game there. They're playing good. Oh, we are actually going to roll the round back.
Beautiful. I love that. Great competitive decision. So, yes, we will be going back to the start of that round. We'll get it all sorted. Figure it out, and once it is, we'll be jumping straight on back in. Hopefully, Yifang will be joining us again in the player cams. But, you know, unfortunate scenes, but also fortunate scenes. And well played. Good little handshake coming in from both teams to happily replay that. And look, that being said, Bobo's still going to be sitting there on map point. But do they do something different? I guess they didn't really show too much. They did show that, like, you know, there was 3 players over towards long, but
no,
the other
they
2 were just walking everywhere.
They showed a lot, and yeah, you can't. I mean, these are just the kind of situations where it's like multi-layered mind games. You have information that you should never have had heading into a round like this. There's just nothing you can do about it, so we'll see. Does seem like it's going to be link pressure again here for Bobo. It's going to be a main control for 95X.
Mate, that was fixed real quick. They must have changed a couple of things in the settings. Either way, you love to see it. And we're right back into the action, Bobo, this time. Looking to go for that mid control and maybe formulate up some kind of A split here. There is going to be that trap wire in the way on the site, but the arc control already here. And look at where Swirl is. Man is him against the world at the moment. That wall's going to be cut the site in half, but Swirl is just going to be cutting Bobo into little damn pieces. Big shots coming through. And now we're down to the 3v5, and Bobo needs to find an answer. And that might come with the pressure coming in from a main, but again, Watt's going to be able to find a nice line there, in through the wall, straight onto the head of those individuals. And now we have Crunchy and Noz, who are stuck in a bit of a rut here, and they're going to be fully locked into a main as this slow but short flank comes through, with Watt keeping his eyes on mid as well.
Noz just staring at the flank, seeing if anyone's going to feed him a kill, maybe make this 2-on-5 a little bit more winnable. But yep, this is, you know, triangle high-low setup. Ooh. Gorgeous to look at. 4K from Swell.
Hey,
there he is. And that's going to be them evening things up. DC or no DC. We're going for more OT.
Overtime.
Make some tea with his teammates as well. Right at the end of the round, you love to see it. Getting those nice antioxidants stewing for OT number 2. And look, that's exactly where we're heading. Swapping sides again, 95X back on the attack. What are they going to have for us? Looks like it is high presence towards the B side. And Bobo, no one's over there just yet.
Yeah. We're going to be playing retake this round. A main control out of Bobo. Cajun on the cross from 95X. This is them kind of going back to what was working for them in the earlier portions of their attack half, if I remember correctly. These BXX definitely doing them a lot of favors. Triple swing, narrowly avoided by Yifang. He's going to get pressured out here, just playing full retake.
Ooh, Cloud burst at the back of sight, and Swirl's looking to create as much space as possible. Great dart as well. Drone clearing out over towards lane side, and there's just so much space coming in for 95X. But the question is, how do they deal with this in the post plan? Or Yifang going to be able to stop Mike from making his way back? So all that util's out of the equation for the moment. Nano over towards that back corner, Cloudburst as well, stopping the push. And it is going to be that Prowler to reveal that there are some players over towards the whole side. Seas isn't going to connect, but it is going to be Swirl finding the couple. RDW able to find even more, though, on the jet of himself. And now just keeps on fighting around this Nebula. But the big flank as well from Dragon is the key. Whoa.
Real
and that's going to be Bobo going on to map point again.
Switching sides.
Fortunately, wasn't really enough for 95X. You know, they got all the space. The retake was a little bit too clean, though. I think the turning point in that round, the flank was really nice from Dragon. The flank timing was excellent, especially after the Senti died. But in fact, it might have been the Senti that got picked from Heaven. The fact that Yifang was allowed to play retake from Heaven, and I don't know whether it was the smoke timing was off, or maybe a smoke was missed or something, or it just dissipated. But there was a small mistake there that allowed Yifang to actually pick someone crossing out of the side after the initial BXE was successful.
Yeah, well, let's see what they're going to go for, and it's B. All the way up long already. Swirl this time, I think it's the first time maybe this game where he's actually gone over to a screen side, able to get that pick on RDW, so one duelist out of the mix, and he's looking for more as well. It's going to be Yifang to find two out of nowhere, just spamming in through those smokes. But Swirl, he is stuck here, and even if the C's hit him, he's already getting spammed down. Noz finds him.
Yifang now one off his Fade ult, so that could be used for a little bit of info. You can see Bobo just cutting the brakes. Man advantage. Let's see if 95X is going to feed them an extra kill. Turret on the flank, keeping things nice and safe for Bobo now.
They've cut sound, we've cut sound. Everyone's cutting sound. What time do they go in? It's going to be real damn late.
30 seconds left.
And Punda's already got that recon bolt online, so we'll see if he gets to pop that in time to get this info, or if he's just going to try to save it for the retake. What is a mile away? Right here. So Punda's got a big job ahead of him, hoping that maybe he can get this ping off, but I think that one's gone to Narnia. All right. No one getting tagged up by it. But the Shocky has denied this one. Big damage as well onto Noz out of nowhere. Crunchy able to at least allow the plant to go down, and he's going to be able to stop that swing from Watt as well. And it's Bobo to take map 1 of the series here in the grand final, and also the first map that Bobo has taken off of 95X. In VALORANT challenges Oceania, and they could not be more excited about it, as you can see here. Oh my lord. Yeah. What a game of Pearl, huh?
I think Pearl was an interesting pick for the first map of the series. Like, obviously, there's something going on in terms of practice. You know, it's been a while since 95X played an official on it, you know, maybe 2 or 3 weeks. So maybe they felt like things were going well in practice. This is going to be a good map for them.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it didn't end up working out that way. Bobo's able to scrape it through in OT. And look, Bobo's been pretty decent on this map over the majority of this season, other than just getting losing the head-to-head on it back, halfway through February. So almost a month ago, these two teams played on it and 95X kind of smashed them on it. Maybe that's what incentivized them to be picking that. I don't know what to say about this game. I think Swirl, very slow start, really started to go back into his normal level. You know, he was 3 and 12 or something, and then he finishes 16 for 21, which just shows you that he really started to get rolling. But that slow start definitely cost 95X. I think there was a couple of pretty key mistakes for them in this game, where they were maybe not taking duels heads up enough. They were not being confident in themselves. They were not maybe necessarily playing crossfires, just basic fundamentals correctly. So they were giving a little bit too much respect to Bobo, and you can't afford to do that, because even if Bobo is just kind of pucking it up, you know, having a bit of a good time for this grand final, all 5 of these players are good enough to give you a run for their money. And Yifang, the player that you're expecting the least from, is pulling out the fade on Pearl and topping the ACS for his team. So this is not going to be an easy free W first place for 95X in this grand final like you might be expecting. They're going to be forced to work for it.
Like many people might have thought. Now, Swell was 1 and 12 at the half, right? He was literally on 1 kill. Around. Got up to 16 in the double OT. That's insane scenes for him to turn it around like that. But imagine how much easier it would have been if he
if he just
turned up in that first half.
Like normal, you know, just had a normal performance. That's probably just a W at the end of the day. But it is what it is. There's still plenty of maps left to play.
Yeah, plenty of maps indeed. And look, Mitch, to get there, we have to go to a break. Ladies and gents, go get hydrated. I'm going to go get caffeinated. I'll see you just after this.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her, you can save her.
If you've come this far, then you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair.
and I just really enjoy the way Gabriel Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up," and she's, "Your friend's not, your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Whoa! And then yeah, so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Valley, right?
Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenajay, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Valorant Challenges Oceania. It's grand final day, it's Championship Sunday, and Bobo have just taken their first map up against 95X that we've seen all bloody stage so far. It's insane scenes here, and maybe we could be on for an upset if 95X don't turn things around going into map 2. Mitch, look, I'd love to ask for your opinion, but at the moment I don't care because I'm talking about biocode. We love biocode. You just keep eating, you just keep... Oh, you already have it there as well. Look, we love Biocode Labs. Of course, you know, use code LPL Season 1 at the checkout at biocodelab.com to unlock 20% off your order. Exclamation Biocode Lab in the chat to find out more and probably take you to the right bloody place as well. You love to see it. And Mitch, he loves it as well. Look at the shaker, huh? It's like machined metal. It's so fancy.
I love it. I use it every day. I'm not even trolling. Like I you know, if I'm not putting biocode in it, I'm usually not putting anything in it. But you know, you could use it for whatever. You can use it for all kinds of shaking needs.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I don't know. I just love biocode.
What else do you shake?
I shake my booty on the dance floor, Mac.
Your booty, your tail feathers, all that stuff. Look, either way, look, we got a little couple of highlights coming through from map 1 here for you guys to feast your eyes upon. Of course, it was an interesting affair with Swell not turning up to the start of the day, but he definitely was there for the second half as well as in OT. Some crazy performances from him. But look, it feels so good to have RDW back onto a duelist, the double duelist, tearing it up for Bobo. Dragon as well, so much impact throughout regulation before he jumped into OT, and then everyone else just picked up as well. Noz, kind of like an unsung hero there, doing consistent work throughout the game. And then Yifeng as well. Look, there were a few times we had to go for the tech pauses. He did unfortunately time out at some unfortunate moments, but he came through as the MVP for the team because he was just popping off so many 1vx scenarios, even if they weren't 1vx scenarios, just him holding a whole position by himself, and he'd always multi-frag up against the likes of 95X. Coming in only a couple of weeks ago as the super sub for Bobo, he's just laying down so much work.
He is, yeah. He played phenomenally on Pearl, you know, picking up meta agent for the longest time, even post nerfs. A lot of teams are vibing the Fade on this map. You know, some teams preferring the Sober or something like that instead. And Bobo getting themselves a dub. I really think these last couple of rounds are what cost 95X. You look at these A executes where they're just able to get so much space, and both Watt and Punter getting caught. Need to mix up the setups a little bit more perhaps and try to make it a little bit more difficult, because Bobo abused that A site right at the end of the game there, and then even moving into OT. Couple of mistakes, unfortunately, costing 95X, and I think just in general them giving a little bit too much respect to Bobo.
Yeah.
Playing maybe at times too disciplined. At times the discipline was rewarding them. You know, their patience in the anti-ecos and in some of those XVXs was perfect, but in those 5v5 situations where you're execing the site, it was just a little bit too easy for Bobo in those situations to find those entries. They're basically finding
I have
players.
no idea what you're saying. I was just admiring Yifeng's jawline. It was just so strong.
True.
What was the point you were making, though?
I think Yifeng, you know, gains are on point. I saw him deadlifting over in Melbourne a little while ago. Pretty impressive, to be honest. And he really lifted his performance today, lifted Bobo into a map win. So see if he can keep it up. You know, it's a best of 5, so going to need that high rep range and keep putting in the work.
Yeah, endurance is going to be tested for all these individuals, unless it's that 3-0, which definitely could happen. Bobo up 1 at the moment, going into their map pick of Fracture. 95X definitely have some good performances on this map, though, and they're going to be starting on the defense, so should be able to control the pace. But that being said, today, Bobo feels like they are all firing up just when they're needed, so there is definitely a lot to play for. I think it's, what, $4,000 difference between first and second place, so that's a little bit of a pot sweetener. But of course, look, either way, you come first or you come second, you've already locked your spot in for stage 2 for Valorant Challengers Oceania. So hopefully that will, you know, continue this trend, continue this rivalry between the teams. But that being said, look, Fracture, what are you expecting from both these teams? Because Bobo, they've peeked into it. Do they have something up their sleeve for us here, you reckon?
I mean, they've played it twice. They've only actually played Honey Badgers on this map, and the only 2 reps that they have are very recent. That's kind of the biggest difference between these 2 teams. Only one team that Bobo has played. They've played 2 different comps.
Yeah.
The core of the comps are the same. Breach, Brim, Cypher, Raze, and then IDW's deciding whether he prefers a Harbor or a Sage. Depending on the game. The Sage worked a lot better in terms of the overall scoreline against Honey Badgers, so we'll see if they do that. 95X, though, I'm kind of wondering if they're going to keep the same comp. They haven't played this map for over a month, actually, since February 4th against BFG before they were picked up by Next Gen. They played them all of their Fracture games in the group stage. They played the same comp every time. It was Astra, Breach, Cypher, Raze, and Viper. And I like their approach on this map, but it was very kind of safe, slower kind of style. I'm interested to see if they're going to have a different comp, maybe, that they could run this map. There's been enough time in between their last Fracture games for them to play something a little bit differently if they wanted to, but at the same time, it's been a pretty decent map for them, so maybe not too much incentive to change.
Yeah, I feel like, look, just stick to what works, especially when you're going into a grand final. I did mention to a couple of the individuals, hey, I'd love to see X or Y comp, but I don't know if they're going to be listening to some big old dumb silly idiot like myself on topics like that. But let's see what we get here. What going for the Astra? Looks like we are going to get a little bit of fun on both sides. So Sage is going to be coming through for RDW.
Yeah, both teams playing the same comp that they played last time. No changes here in the comp for 95X. And then over on the side of Bobo, they're playing the same comp as they played when they played against Honey Badgers literally yesterday. I mean, yeah, they're not going to change since yesterday, unless they did want to play the Harbor, but that might have been a Twitter poll picking RGW's agent instead of him picking his agent. So both of these teams with some strong stats on this map, and keen to see who's going to come out ahead. A little bit of a difference in the comp, but I mean the cores of the comp pretty similar, just a difference in controller really, and then that flex position, you've got a Sage instead of a Viper. Couple of differences there, you know, not playing the double controller, just adding another Senti. Do like Sage on this map, you know, it's kind of, I feel like it's almost an off meta pick, but there's a lot of neat things that you can do. Yeah, especially on attack, I really vibe some of the Sage walls that you can do. Can be super annoying to play against if someone knows what they're doing.
Yeah, interesting with the double Senti instead of, you know, double Initiator. We'll see how it holds up against what 95X are bringing to the table. But of course, on the defense, it looks like we are just going to see 95X going for that A main control, walking straight towards Crunchy. And they've got this Viper wall set up as well, just to control CT, just to control Sandside if the A site hit comes through. But it looks like it's just going to be some orb farming coming through from Bobo.
I mean, last map was a bit of an effort by committee. Yeah, the thing is here, though, I mean, Dragon's back on the Raze. He played Raze yesterday, and he absolutely farmed almost 400 ACS across 2 maps. He kind of put Honey Badgers to the sword. So if he's feeling like he's in that form, I'm a little concerned as 95X after dropping that first map.
Well, Swirl not liking his chances for this re-peak, but oh, lovely bolt line coming through. Paint Shells isn't going to finish him, but that's a trap wire in the way is allowing Mike to get the first strike RDW looking to make this trade happen. It's Noz to find Mike on site. Panda only able to get one before falling as Mini chimes in as well. Early rotations over towards B main mean that Bobo, they're just going to be trying to make it straight out of arcade side. Swell spots him on this rotation. And that means 95X, they might have gone to A, but they've called the bluff here. They're staying on the B side. Happy to play retake if they went to the other side of the map now. And in transition, Swirl, lucky to be alive there on 26 points of health. And one Sky Smoke remains. Nebula in the way. RDW, big open plant here. What looking to push off timing. Won't stop the plant. But it's Yifang to have a crack. He's only found one. Big swing coming through from Mini to trade. And that is going to be 95X taking the pistol on the defensive side here of Fracture.
Yeah, I think they're going to be kind of annoying to deal with on defense. Viper, Cypher, Astra, a lot of kind of global presence, a lot of things to kind of disrupt your flow. And you're definitely going to have to kind of adapt how you want to be playing if you are the Bobo boys. You know, you're going to be clearing Cypher trips. You're going to be having to respect Astra star placements, that there could be setups around that. The Viper wall just passively applying pressure, denying info, in this case over towards A main. Force buy here though, for Bobo. Going to be, I would say, usually a little bit of a brimmy stimmy situation, but there is actually no stim purchased up for the Yifang.
Slow approach. Ooh, Swirl. Almost caught on the jump peak. Happy to play around the back of the paint shell, using it as a bit of cover, but he's left for dead by Panda. Either way, wins the fight there. With the Spectre in hand, and things are just going to be slowing down for now. Bobo clearing out the rest of A main, hitting the brakes and looking to get one step closer to that orbital as they send it back to B again.
Only one Sky Smoke, so especially with the Cypher on the other side of the map, you're not going to be able to really smoke off a whole site. You're going to have to kind of pick and choose your battles in that regard. Jump spot from one, spots out Crunchy, and he gets the first dink, so Crunchy cannot take the fight again unless he's feeling real risky. I mean, maybe in the 4-on-5 you want to be. He's just applying a lot of pressure here, trying to create the space for the boys on the other side of the map to find something.
Definitely holding these rotations. 95X sticking to their guns and having full faith in Mike to find some kind of damage on that cross to site rotation. Is going to start to be caught out with Panda falling, but still look at Swell's position right up on the top of site rotation, right back from Bobo again, all the way through A main. And Swell's got a strike. He's got a helping hand, though, with Watt here, who doesn't have too much util to play with. He's just waiting for this push through. The aftershock has got Swirl into a rough position, but gets good damage done considering the circumstances. And Watt's going to be going forward, deals with the wall, he'll fall, and we have just enough time for Bobo to get this spike planted, but the wrap in, Mike, he's just waiting out the slow orb, showing it full respect, but also just waiting for Mini to come to the party, and it looks like Mini might just go on top of the wall here. No, he's dropping. And it's going to be some cyber cages in the way. Cam won't get any extra info. Noz not spotted close either. And just constantly tapping, constantly waiting for these spams to come through. The fault line makes it difficult. They can't see the spike, but cyber cage has fallen. And now things get difficult. Double box side RDW. He'll jiggle, he'll play slow. He hasn't made a sound. And Mike does not know where RDW is at all. He's waiting, won't be able to get off in time to fight, and it's RDW to lock down the second round. Bobo, the force bite, it's turned into a dub.
I mean, it's really down to that XVX, right? Really smart from Noz and RDW, and at the end of the day, that's like years of experience between those two blokes. Even going back to Wildcard in, what, 21? 2+ years or something they've been playing together in various different iterations of the lineups. And that's just such a cheeky post plant in the XVX. That's like playing double new box Inferno, and you never clear the second bloke.
Let's see what Bobo are hunting for. Brakes have been completely hit. They know that 95X love to split somewhere. It's either going to be over towards that bridge side or over towards the spawn side. And this time, look how quickly Mini's made his way on the flank. He took a very big risk going over the Zippy, but might be able to retake a main real quick here. Swell over the top, just drawing a whole bunch of attention. But look, these pistols aren't going to get too much damage done. I'm looking at Watt with the Sheriff to maybe be the individual to cause some pain. But Bobo looking right at green right now to close out this anti-pistol.
After shot invested by Punda. Oh, he actually gets... I didn't realize there was that much pen on the classic through the top side wall there.
Paper thin walls, mate.
So that's not a bad pick. Vandal does get retained though, so 3 guns kept up from Bobo, and off the back of that round, Orbital online, Noz with the plant does get his Rolling Thunder. These are some scary old timings to be dealing with as 95X heading into your first gun round in round number 4. Mike's got the neural. We're gonna have a quick set play here. Probably just Brim Stim, quick Rolling Thunder straight through sand, and that's where 95X are set up. This is gonna get scary.
Ooh. Well, warm up those vocal cords, warm up those wrists, because there's a lot going on here, and you've got a dragon right up in your face as well. He was looking to make his way through sand, but slows things down. Gets tagged up by the camp. And Mike not going to be able to hold that tight line. Aftershock slowing things down here is Punda now looking to flood out onto site. 95X have brought everyone to the party, and Dragon has found that out of bloody nowhere. Big shot coming through, the trap wire not quite enough, and this incendiary as well just forcing them back. But 95X, they hold the line, they spam it, but 2 more have fallen. It's Swirl looking to prod his head up from Sandside. And things just get chaotic yet again. But out of the brawl, Bobo, they've come with 1 more, but not for long. That's Crunchy falling. And the neural theft as well, giving away the info that 95X need to make the retake happen. Yifeng goes forward, keeps on trying to fight here with the fault line. Man's low. Mike is ready, even in the midst of a concussion. And at the close range angle, oh, it's not working for Noz this time. We're all tied up into a piece as 95X get through a successful retake.
Oh, that's a mess. Absolute mess. I think really a couple of small details kind of costing Bobo there. The smoke timing on CT a second too late costs them multiple picks as they try to scale out sand. If they actually get that smoke off a little bit quicker, and at the end of the day, you know, that's you know, shoving someone like Yifeng onto a controller role where I don't think I've seen him play that many officials in this role. I don't know how comfortable he is with it. Obviously, he understands how to do it, but
yeah,
the small timings are the things that let you down sometimes, unfortunately. And that's a perfect example of it. I think a bit of an overpeak in the 3-on-2 there as well, losing that player on drop when you had an open plant. Probably not ideal. A main control here for 95X. Retake util thrown out straight away, but in goes Swirl with the showstopper. Doesn't catch anybody though.
Whoa.
Does deny a main control to Bobo.
I love that faith in the blind shot though, straight through the nebula. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, doesn't reward him with any damage at all. What now looking to play off the grab well at Swirl to take down his counterpart in Dragon. And the aftershock as well. It's just been such a nuisance, but 95X, they will lose what eventually. So the odds are even a little bit. Of course, you can see Crunchy and Noz both still quite low. RDW doesn't have a heal online to pump onto Crunchy, but it's gone to the Noz. So, oh, Swirl, sharp shot. Just holding it tight. Damn line has the boombot to play around, and the paint shell's forward. Man, he's looking to fight. Big damage onto RDW as well. Almost finishes him off there with that spam through the box. And Bobo still putting this pressure onto A.
20 bullets. I mean, Swirl is just a one-man army right now at the bottom of the A site. They don't even want to peek him right now, Mac.
Yeah, just staggered util. And there it is, 95X. Just hitting everything. Swirl putting 95X on his back on that one. 4 kills and the lead found here on the defensive fracture.
Clean round. I mean, they lose some of those riflers over towards A. That round could get pretty annoying. Like, Punda was one off the Rolling Thunder, so if he got a key kill and was needed to crack that ult, then it probably could have been round ending. But it was never needed. I was getting a little worried for them because Minimize was playing in tower with the Judge, which on the rotation from all the way in tower on the B site back into A is a nightmare. If that XVX starts to break down as Swirl doesn't have that many kills, doesn't multi-frag that hard, that round could definitely get kind of dicey. But as it stands, that's a massive round for 95X to win. They dominate round number 5, and now they go into the anti-eco already with a strong economy. This is going to be a really difficult defensive half for Bobo to crack from here on out.
Oh, full gravitation back towards the B side. looking to try and bait out some extra util, maybe get their mitts on this ult orb, but for the moment, it's just all silence.
It's a cute setup for Minimize. That wall to play around in towards the site. They try to scale through it. He's got the judge. Cam's up above him. The Cypher Viper on that side of the map is just so annoying to deal with.
Here.
Well, in comes that Paint Shell's fault line as well, just to try to filter out anyone defending from the front of site, but RDW happy to fight in through the cyber cage, but here's Mini starting to fire up with that judge, just playing around all these walls, all these orbs, and just looking to get right up in the grills. The Bobo knows he can't take the fight at that range. It's going to be Mike to trade, but not for another. Crunchy able to find one there with the Sheriff, and just like that, Bobo, they found themselves a numbers advantage.
Oh, found themselves rifles as well. Quite low, unfortunately, though. Swell goes up on top of Jenny.
Yeah, needs to be the hero, but up top means he's going to fall that little bit extra hard. And Watt as well, just trying to find the headshot over the top. He'll get the first. 2 more members to get past. Noz down to half, as is Crunchy. And at this range as well, Noz, he's got the judge in the corner. Dissipate ain't going to be enough. It's judge in the hands of Noz to pick up another. Bobo around where they really should have won. They managed to get it across the line.
Yeah, I totally agree. That is not one you can let go for 95X. Like, it's like I said, after that swirl round, like their economy was going to skyrocket if they just complete an anti-eco and they get beaten by the Thrifty, and now Bobo gets a reasonable economic boom. Nothing crazy, but now they kind of have a lifeline back into what should have been so much more of a difficult half. So many ults online here for both teams. Pit gets ripped on the A site, so that's going to be hard for Bobo to challenge. They're going to work a main control here. Swirl to contest. Really nice fault line from Punda is going to shut this all down. Easy multi-frag from Watt. Even if you wanted to swing to try and trade, the aftershock was already there. Beautiful util usage from 95X.
Oh, Nozzy going to be ripping that rolling thunder, but one's going to be sent back the other way, and Watt is just stunned up by both of them. Wall goes down.
That's their own wall.
To just, you know, try to stop that bloody chaos.
Try to stop Watt getting a 6K at this point. That's what it feels like. Minimize. He's left his own Viper's pit. That just dissipates, so they know that he's actually rotated or pushed. That might be a bit of a tell for RDW or Noz to read this position here. We'll see.
That was solely to get that res off right, and then it just didn't work anyway. Crazy scenes here. No ults remaining for Bobo. Not really a hope in hell. They got a slow orb, they got a wall in the way, and they're still going to try to move towards A side. Fault lines there as well.
30 seconds left.
And look at this, 95X. They've got all the info. Mini's pushed all the way through tree, all the way through that attacker spawn, and boom. Okay. Just finds that one perfectly. Knows that RDW is just going to be tucked in the corner there. And he'll finish off the festivities as well. There you go, 95X taking the lead back 4-3. Bit of redemption for losing to Pistols in the previous.
Yeah. They slipped up, but they, you know, they made up for it. That's all you can really ask. They messed up, but they fixed their mistake pretty quickly. So they're in pretty much the same position as they were before now. 4-3. All they have to do, Mac, all they have to do is just anti-eco, build up their economy. They'll be up, you know, 5-3, looking down the barrel of round number 9, and maybe even set themselves up for like a 9-3 half. Wow, the bounce on that nade, bloody hell, that had some spin on it.
Well, pushing in. Swirl, happy to try to get up in the grills of his opponents, but not this time. Dragon sends him packing. But that's going to be a whole bunch of traded util. Some people almost bloody empty at the moment.
Just a 1-4. Trip gets dealt with. Crunchy working control on the other side of the map. He actually has a Vandal, so if one of these defenders give him an opportunity, that could be a pick for the man. But after taking dish control, getting rid of the Trip and forcing the rotation respect, Bobo are going to feel like they can just go back towards the other side of the map. The issue really is that look where Swirl and Punda are pushed. They've got a fair bit of info right now.
Or slow approach. Oh, Mike. I think his shoulder just got spotted there by Crunchy, who is very happy to keep on taking his fires. Crosshair placed at the ready. And that might just be the round, unless Mini can work some magic. Man's just got his way to safety over towards B main. But there's a lot of space on site here to plant, and Noz, he's just going to pop it in the corner, nice and safe.
Spike planted.
As we are going to see 95X try to get positioned and ready to retake all from B main. The one-pronged approach. There is going to be that Cozzy to lock out that Heaven aftershock. It actually finishes off Noz, who tanked it, expected something else to work for him. Oh, Dragon not stopping any shows this time. It's Crunchy to connect, but Minimize. He worked that magic, he worked that wonder, and he manages to come out with 4 kills in the round and another on the defense for 95X.
I was definitely getting worrying for a second, but able to recover pretty quickly. Maybe a bit of frustration creeping in now for Bobo.
Well,
like I said, they're kind of playing attack on hard mode is the issue. Like 95X, they did lose a fair few guns there, but they're still in a pretty good position. Mini's now one off the pit after that multi-frag. One off showstopper for Swell. You got the orbit online for Yifang. Again, it seems like Dish or A main controller is the go-to here for Bobo.
Well, that's going to be some noise made. Dragon signaling Bobo's arrival. And still going to be some lurking going on towards Arcade as well from Crunchy. Nebula going to be cranked on drop and sends Bobo straight away. Back towards the B side of the map now. But what's going on here from 95X? You see them go for the full tree control, and they must be happy to play retake on B. Looking to crunch into the attacker spawn here, and they found a whole bunch of info, but none of the Bobo members.
I mean, process of elimination at this point again. Minimize going straight across the zip line. Crunchy goes down early to Mike, and in comes the neural theft.
Well, that's the info that they were looking for, but now they just have to posture for a retake. They've got this arcade control coming in from defender spawn. Noz as well, getting this one planted, but Mini not ready for that swing at Heaven. Dragon getting real aggressive with the slow peek there. Swirl as well. Just trying to get over with the showstopper, but it ain't worked, and he's hoping for an angle anywhere. But it's going to be Dragon just trying to hold over from Arcade. 95X, the re-entries look damn good. It's down to RDW in the 1v4. Starts things off nicely here, just tries to find another, knows that the flank's coming through, fights it, loses. And that's 95X with a retake, secured again. Passing off the defuse to Swirl to try to get that extra ult point on the board. And there you have it, looking to now find the majority here in the half.
I think pretty unsurprisingly, like the way that they're, dynamically reading the rotations, very little respect being given. They're quite active on the map. You've seen Mike and Minimize push the B side of the map and take space over as soon as contact is made over towards Dish. Other rounds, you've seen both Swell and Punda push all the way through A main and find themselves in attackers spawn. So really feels like nowhere is safe here for Bobo. And unfortunately, like I said, this is a difficult half for them, just how the economy's been swinging. Now they're again back down on Sheriffs. They control the util is excellent. Swirl finding a bunch of players who are vulnerable. The breach util to follow up as well. There's just no chance of any recourse. You're pushing into, from a Gravwell paint shells into aftershock follow up with a flashpoint.
Yeah. Well, Mike has been ready for Crunchy lurking through the underpass many a moment, and it'll happen again. This time wins it and takes it to a 2-man lead. Dragon, though, look how aggressively he's positioned straight up into Heaven now. Might be able to catch 95X offline, but the trend that I see happening for 95X is they are so happy to play for the retake, and understandably so, because it's working.
Just max chilling.
Yeah.
But especially in a round like this, like, again, it's not just a stylistic map-dependent thing. Like, against the Pistols, they have been very disciplined today.
Well, RDW knows. He spotted that shoulder. Oh, and lines up at least one, but he's not going to be able to get past it. And that's going to be Spike on the ground in an extremely unretrievable location. Dragon, however, is going to be gifted one on the Mini. And with 20 on the clock, now the rotations have all come through. Flashes 2, just trying to create some extra space there. Dragon pulls out the paint shells, can't shoot back for the moment. Oh, Punda is just hopping across to sight, and that's going to be Swirl to close.
What am I watching
out here? Yeah, I don't know. That was there was at least like 7 moments where kills should have happened or like shouldn't have happened, and that was a round of Valorant, Mitch.
This is a grand final, Mac.
Yep.
This is... Didn't realize that we were at the circus today. Watching the boys kind of clowning around. Punda doing some, you know, acrobatics. I think I saw that at a show when I was a kid. Got a Rolling Thunder, Orbital, Minimize got the Pit. Last time he ripped that over on the B side of the map, but actually a massive change of setup here. Pit in A main from Minimize, backed up by Watt, who's already got a star well positioned, and over on the other side of the map, it's an arcade setup. Got both Mike and Swirl ready to take contact off the back of, I think, the cam, yeah. The cam sitting up above there.
Off your feet!
So Crunchy needs to be careful. There's the Rolling Thunder, gonna start to harass Punda as they try to scale upstairs through this trip.
Oh yeah, it's popped him over default as well, so they know he's there somewhere. Aftershock as well, creating some space, and he's somehow managed to get to safety. Over on Gen's side, but he's not ready for Dragon up on side already. Swirl gonna be able to be a nuisance. Hit him with the whack-a-mole, popping his head up to get another, but Yifeng in for the trade. He's going to start to make his way forward. Sky Smoke's fade in, Minimize. Oh, not going to be able to stop that plant from happening, but it is going to be the snake bite across the corner. RDW goes for the reload, or the buddy. What is it? The heal, unfortunately, is going to be caught with util in hand, and the aggression from Mini saves the day for 95X. That was another one of these awkward rounds where it's just like pushing, pulling. The rotation timings were all over the damn place. But 95X, they come out on top, out of the chaos.
Yeah, it just feels like their defense with this comp has been super, super solid. It's a super annoying comp to play against, honestly, you know, especially because they got these different setups. It's good to see them kind of changing things up. They mixing up the, which side of the map is the 3-2. That time, obviously, the arcade setup off the back of the camp. You know, with this core comp of Raze, Cypher, Breach, those are exactly the kind of things you want to see happening. Minimize, misses his jump, doesn't matter, using a Phantom.
Just that instant reset on the accuracy. And, ooh, awkward position for Yifeng to be in. So he's just going to be running away as far away from those paint shells as possible. And as you can see now, Bobo in a very rough position. Heal comes through from RDW, so Yifeng has all his health back. But it looks like 95X with that arcade control. Happy to give it up to force Bobo to try and invest some kind of util here, and that's going to be the Aftershock straight into the corner. They're expecting Mini to be egoing and staying aggressive, but they get that res off as well, so we're straight back to 5v5.
Yeah, but you can see again, Punda and Mike pushing all the way through A main. No one's even touched the cam over there. So they've got full control of the map over on that side. Swirl going to be given the duties of mining drop.
30
and
seconds
it feels
left.
like Punda ready probably with a fault line all the way through A main off of Swirl's contact. Going to be hard for Bobo to get out here.
95X, macro-wise, are running rings around Bobo at the moment. But Dragon at least has a big explosive to throw at 95X here. Let's see if the showstopper's going to get much impact. The answer is no. Swirl just tucked away on the backside. He's just going to take him all bloody down. There's a wall in the way. Paint shells to zone him out. And RDW, it's him against the world now. But there's no gaps, there's no time, and there's no round for Bobo here. That's going to be 9-3 at the half, and 95X in a very good position to close out the second map of the series.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
I mean, I don't even know what you do there. The issue is, like, 95X just has so much info that we're never stopped from gathering info on the defensive side. They're always pushing in the mid to late round, which means that they can just end up in setups where, through process of elimination, you can only really be doing 1 or 2 things in the late round, and they literally can just sit. Like, when have you ever seen a Breach on defense in A main just sitting with 20 seconds to go, 100% sure that it's dropped with a fault line ready? Like, they're just out-macroing them. They're just out-macroing them, unfortunately.
Well, it's Bobo's turn to do a little bit of the defending. Sorry, graphics got me off for a second. We do have a lot of damage coming through from Bobo, and that is going to be 3 kills out of bloody nowhere. 95X now in a bit of an odd position, but they do have some kind of control of A, but they don't have the spike, Mitch. That's gone down at Dish, and 95X... Can you cast the rest of the round? These colors are cooking me. I wish I was Dion. I wish I was colorblind right now.
The colors. Wow, okay. Oh, Mike. Bit of parkour. Up onto the wall. He's going to sit inside the orb. Yeah, nice. He got somewhere. Minimize going to miss a couple shots, and now they know where he's playing from. He's going to kill the camp. Nice 1B on the camp. That was sharp. I mean, realistically, I don't know what you're doing around like this. Yep, I agree. Pretty much. It says, come knife me, bro.
30 seconds left.
I don't think that was really a fair fight.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. They should have let him have one-on-ones. But Bobo realised, look, we need these rounds, so let's lock it down.
Yes, we do want to win an extra couple of grand.
Yeah.
Maybe a first place.
Cash money. Of course, the glory from being champions of VALORANT Challengers Oceania for the start of 2023.
Eco round coming out for 95X here. Looks like drop control. Maybe try and farm some orbs over here. Got the wall from Minimize across A main, trying to deny info and allow some scaling out. He almost goes down early on there. He's got himself up nice and close.
Toxin screen down.
Let's see if he can use this element of surprise to his advantage. Oh, but that paint shot's just drawn the perfect amount of attention. 2-tap coming through, but he has to go for the reload, and now all the way across the site. They need to try to find where Yufag is, and the classics are doing work. Here, Spike down on the ground, underneath drop now. And Swell's going to be able to get at least another, gets that second paint shells online, but swings into 2. And Bobo, yeah, it was a costly one, but it's another round nonetheless, and that's going to be 5 secured.
That's beautiful, honestly. Like, just the free pieces of util they're given, the wall, the paint shells. Couple of satchels to entry up onto site. That was just gorgeous use of just the classics from 95X. Doing a lot of damage to Bobo's economy. They got to take a save here, Mac. You know, this is just their bonus.
Yeah.
Down to 2 rifles, and even those 2 rifling players had quite damaged armor. Only half armor for RDW. Okay, 5-man towards tree. This is a read on the bonus.
Great timing on the paint shells.
I mean, the counter util, you're not getting anywhere there. What, grab well, paint shells?
Yeah. You're not going into that. It's a death trap.
Ooh,
and so they're just going to wall it off instead and rotate
probably
away.
hear Mike on the zippy there. So they know he was heading over back towards the bottom side of the map. They know the Viper wall is probably over here. They're going to stack towards A.
Slow rotation, looking pretty damn good. Good timing on the flash, but all these defenders are right out in the opening. Crunchy's going to go forward off the back of the flashpoint of their own, but it looks like it's going to be the full-on mop-up janitorial duties being done by 95X right now. Only Dragon to find one with the util, and it's RDW against the Worlds, and he's just taking some selfies.
Saying hi to Mike.
They know where he is.
That's what he wants, though.
Yeah. Element of surprise.
This is a real interesting looking skin, that one. The Bulldog skin. Another high-low. They love their high-lows, 95X.
Well, it's just so strong. I feel like it's definitely an underutilized positioning decision from a lot of teams, especially in this region. We saw a lot of it in lock-in, actually, and I feel like that's probably where Mini's just going to be pulling that one out from. But, how do you beat that? How do you beat that? It's the same line, same angle, 2 people shooting at you, and an up and down spray transfer, like a vertical one. It's just so much harder to do than going sideways. You're just not, that's not what you practice.
Right there.
I mean, it's literally just RNG, so.
Oh, yeah, sure, Mitch, yep. All RNG.
It is RNG.
Right there.
There's a factor. There's a small amount of bullet spread RNG.
Behind me.
Your mum's RNG.
Why don't we just roll dice for the grand final then? How about we do that?
Yeah, it's all RNG anyway. Swell's got his showstopper. Heading into round 16 here. Fair bit more cash built up for 95X. They've got a bit more room for error. They've got a nice little buffer of rounds. They work their way through tree to underpass off the back of the Cypher camp. See the Sage Wall here. How will they respond? Seems like they want to take arcade. Showstopper straight on in. Seeing if anyone was playing off that setup. That's not going to be the case. Swell scaling up. Yifang's alone in the side here.
Oh, just waiting. Playing the timing. Got that showstopper, not getting any value yet again. It's going to be Swell to fall. But he'll find another. And side control is there as all the smokes fade. So Bobo trying to position themselves to play for the retake, but all this util, the fault line, the paint shells forcing them out. So that's going to be Spike on the ground, and Bobo have played this to perfection. Mini 1v4 angle. He's going to be able to find one. Gets a second ready for Dragon in that position, but Noz swinging on the contact is able to trade with the wallbang. And Bobo aren't done here on Fracture just yet.
2 guns up. That's an expensive round. Are you going to get the reinvestment from 95X? They got a couple of players sitting around 3.5, 3.8. Swell's the only one who's kind of poor. They do have to pit for the afterplant. This is a difficult decision to be making. Might not even be a bad situation to take attack and have a chat about how they want to proceed, because if they did win this swing round, it might just win them the game. But they've decided to just take the passive route. Half buy on in. See if they can get some economic damage done, maybe an outside shot at winning the round, especially if they can get into the site and get into a post plant with the pit.
Yeah.
You know, with these close range weapons, can definitely still pick the round up. The other hand, Bobo, after an expensive one, they need to keep this clean. So they can keep kind of grinding their way back into this game on defense.
I just want to see how many is going to play with the judge here. He's already used that wall towards A instead, so it's going to be pretty difficult for him to get through. But as that Sky Smoke to sit in for the moment. And 95X just waiting for Bobo to make a wrong move. Yifang has a judge of his own, so it's going to be shotgun gameplay, and that's exactly what you see here. And at that range, it's just bloody awkward. Yifang comes out on top, going to be able to get one more from the final shot in the clip, and he's still living on 7 HP. Still has some util to play with, but he doesn't want to pull that out, gets the reload off, but he won't get a shot off. And that's looking like Bobo should be able to make this happen with the aftershock. The plant's going to be stuck, the flash, the kills, they all come through for Bobo. As 95X, they stuck it, they forced into B and got some damage done considering the lack of investment on their behalf here in the 17th round.
I mean, not too bad. Crunchy's half armor, they took Dragon's armor away, they took 2 guns and got the plant. So I think that's a pretty even result, all things considered. Not a bad effort from 95X. They're still favored here, up 10-7. Bit of a slow attacking side though, only 1 round so far. Rolling Thunder and Viper's Pit. It's kind of an opener, closer kind of situation in terms of the ults. Going to be quite hard to stick the pit in the post plant though, because look at all these ults for Bobo. Rolling Thunder, Orbital, Showstopper. Good luck playing a post plant inside a pit. Going to get flushed out in no time at all. And yet again, 2 maps from 2, another tech pause. We'd love to see them. They're our favorite. Mac.
Yeah.
Guess what I'm eating?
What are you eating?
Broccolini.
Broccolini?
Yeah.
Mid-grand final?
Yeah, I had some left over from yesterday.
You're going to have so much energy, mate. There's antioxidants.
It's a BO5, mate. I'm probably being more responsible with my eating than the players are.
Probably true. Well, yeah, quick tech coming through, not a tactical. So, someone was having some little worries. Either way, match is alive. Freeze time has unfrozen. And we are straight back into it. Looks like it's a more aggressive play. Dragon going to be going in. Brimmy Stimmy coming in handy. And that showstopper won't connect again. But Mike on the corner going to be able to play a tight line. and take down Yifeng. So that's going to be smoke scorn for Bobo for the moment.
Might make some of these retakes a little harder at times. After the 1-for-1 over on that A side of the map. Still A info here. Cam is still spotting drop for Crunchy. So feels like Bobo are feeling quite safe on A. They've got the breach ready with the Rolling Thunder if the sand gets pressured or the Rays spot someone out on that angle. Wrap through underpass into B. The other Bobo members quite happy to play retake on the B site because they're playing off of the trips, but they will not be tested. It's going to be an A side attack, heavy through drop with Mike on the late lurk through A main.
30 seconds left.
He's still got a cage, so he can probably get away here, even if he does get Rolling Thundered.
Well, in comes this aggression again. Dragon. He did it at the start of the round, and he's going to continue to put pressure towards A main. Swirl now looking to go in with the Rolling Thunder. It's connected upon both of them. Man's got his knife out, though, and he's not going to be able to shoot back. The fault line timing was immaculate, but the site is there for what? He's got a 1v4, and he's looking to cook up a clutch in the kitchen. He'll find 2, but unfortunately, that's a little undercooked, that one.
I mean, just has too many targets at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Good positioning, good crosshair placement. Couldn't quite get it done. Another XVX from Bobo. Exchange of the ults there from the breaches over in A main. Back and forth. 95X going to take attack timeout. At this point, they have maxed out their loss bonus, so they are able to kind of do a lot of dangerous half buys, continue buying through this half as a result of how well the first half went for them. And Bobo, they're doing well on defense, don't get me wrong, but they still haven't convinced me just yet. In the position that they're in, unfortunately, they're not winning rounds convincingly enough to actually build up their economy into anything substantial just yet. So they're still kind of on a knife's edge. At any point, you know, 95X gets one of these rounds done and could break the money of the defense, and then they're on struggle street again.
Well, quick tactical. What do you think Minimize is saying? Because he said a lot of words this series.
I don't think he was saying anything on the cams there.
Was he just slapping his lips?
Oh, might have been the coach. Got a nice interview with the 95X coach up before the game.
But his mouth was moving.
Was it? Oh,
it was moving frantically.
Oh, okay. We saw 2 different things on the cams, I think. Half by going to be the angle of approach. 95X still feel like they've got room to play with, and especially with the Cozzy and the pit, and with a lot of those ults that, you know, make the pit post play out difficult, kind of taken out of the equation. Maybe they can make that work. Sage Wall comes in and Mini just busts it straight open. He's just going to go
straight in.
Yeah, is he going to pop the pit straight away here?
Look, he's almost out of gas. He's just waiting for the wall to be almost donezo. But as you mentioned, pit goes down, but it is going to be going right to the ground because towards the back side now, Swirl just dodging that orbital, which was cranked, and it looks like there's going to be a slight bit of site control. But the weaponry from Bobo is just too strong at the moment. They got the numbers. They've dealt with that flank of Mike as well, and Swirl, he is just running for dear life. Away from the Cozzy, but he may just hang around here towards main. As you can see, the Cozzy's gone down. And what's still tucked away on the back of site? Now, how do you work around out of this with what they've got? It's just the boombot for Swirl. He's on half. He's got spike control, and he's hoping that Bobo rotate away. But they are happy just to tuck at drop, not rear their heads up, not throw this one away.
30 seconds left.
And the way I see it working is if Crunchy overpeaks here, but it's worked for him. So no trade coming through from Watt. And Bobo, they'll take another. But yeah, if Crunchy fell and then they managed to get that pick on a Dragon on sand, then maybe there was a world where I saw that working for 95X. But either way, the plan doesn't work out. And now we got Bobo knocking at the door of a draw.
Yeah, they've built up a little bit of cash now as well. Probably at least 1 or 2 buys in the back pocket should this round not go well, but they've been on a bit of a roll on defense, man. 95X, a very quiet attacking side, and honestly, like, I wasn't super fond of their attacking side on Pearl either. A couple of clutch rounds made it look a little bit better than it might have been. Oh, almost dodges the boom bot there. Cheeky from Minimize. Trying to get that lurk up through his own Viper wall yet again. Again, working through underpass is 95X, taking their time. Is well alive. Yes, he is. He's just very still. He's worried more disconnects in this grand final. With a minute on the clock, though, a lot of information over towards A main here. Bobo not showing the respect. Taking control, taking information. It's a retake setup on B, playing for the spams off the trip.
Oh, Swell. Straight into heaven he goes. And this is going to be really difficult for Bobo to deal with. So they're just not going to. They're just going to sit back and look to play for the retake instead. They have a res online. They've got a decent amount of util. And they got a couple of smokes as well here. So they might just smack those chokes. Mike as well. Ready for that flank coming through from B main. Cyber Cage in the way makes things a little bit more difficult. Crunchy just trying to find anything, but it's what's taking down the knees. RDW, big spray transfer coming through, but he'll fall through the smoke spam. And what now in a 1v3 angle? We'll get the star off, get the grab well off, and make sure he's going to be able to isolate these fights. First might be found here. Oh, gets that on the nose out of bloody nowhere. But Dragon able to mop it up as well. What, just trying to pre-fire that cross into sight.
That was just some absolute bullshit that round.
That's one way to put it.
Oh, man, Bobo, another. This half, man, they're 6-1. Not even close at all from what was it? That was a 9-3 half on defense from 95X, and Bobo are looking to go even better than that. Staring down the barrel of it, another half buy. Cash is built up on Bobo now, and it doesn't feel like 95X have an answer. This attack side of Fracture looking very flat, Mac.
Yeah. And it makes you a little worried, right? If Bobo take map 2, then the only hope that 95X have is reverse sweep angle. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, man.
Speechless. Let's see what they can do with the pistols here. Oh, Mini. Oh, he's playing a dangerous, dangerous game again. Gets into the corner and finds a perfect timing. Waits for that flash forward. And at least gets one. So that's some damage done, but Showstopper going to be torn. And yet again, have we seen a Showstopper kill? Yes? No. Not yet.
Yes, but no.
Yes, but no. But that is going to be some site control. Lots of space created. Bobo definitely respecting Swirl and his ability to shoot a big rocket. But now they're happy just to play this 1v4 again. What, he's got a Vandal in hand, but the molly forces him straight into the open RDW. With that Sage Operator is at the ready. And he don't miss. He don't miss with the op. Not right now.
Okay. Do or die for 95X. What was a 9-3 half has just completely gone by the wayside. Bobo is dominating them right now. Op is out for RDW, so this slower kind of approaches could be costing them picks if they're not careful. Bobo changing things up.
Right there.
You know, not so much. Thought that they might, you know, mix in an arcade setup of their own, maybe move the Raze over, but they're just sticking to what's working. Let's see if RDW can find a pick here. Oh, good shot from Swirl. One taps him. Going to be a man advantage for 95X. They must convert here. They really have to.
Yeah. Dragon. Ooh, blast packs over the trap wire, but it looks like 95X are they're actually fully not ready for this flank to come through. And Mike 2 deals with Crunchy over towards arcade side. So finally, a round starting to look good for 95X. Oh, and the neural theft. They don't wait for it. It's going to be Bobo able to pick up another. Dragon doing work, but now his presence known. Oh, Showstopper kill finally coming through on a Punda, who was looking the wrong damn direction. Watt as well, fully stunned up, and Bobo, just when you thought they might have been dropping around here. Oh, Dragon has something different to say about it. Both these 95X members are so damn low. Mike ready for the swing, but Dragon's making it work. He's got another paint shells to play with. Zones him away from the front, but it's going to be the wrap back into heaven. Swirl, he's here, he's ready, but is Dragon sharp enough to make this one work? Oh, timing, it's favored Swirl, taps it again. The blast pack secures it. You don't see those too often, but Swirl, he is happy with another round. 11-11, make a wish, Mitch.
I really wish that Dragon had ace clutched that. That would have been a highlight.
Certainly would have been.
And that's what it takes for 95X to get around. Swirl one tapping RDW looking for an operator pick on stairs, and it still comes down to a bloody 1v1 that they almost lose. Feels like every round is a struggle on attack here. And that's going to cost them, Mac. One gun up. They are broke if they lose this round. Bobo a little bit worse for wear as well. RDW would certainly be broke. Some of the other boys would have cash though.
Yeah.
Rez is up. Cosmic and Rolling Thunder really need to see these ults utilized for them to be able to start to get into this round. Cosmic would deny the opportunity of them to be able to get spam kills off these trips. Swirl almost goes down to the trip in sight there. Rolling Thunder on through. And there's the Cosmic.
Everyone's spamming bloody everywhere. Cozzy just completely dividing up the site and creating a bunch of space now for what to try to get this one planted. Tapping, he knows he wants someone to be swinging, but goes for the safe approach instead. Taps it, baits out that aftershock towards default side, and then plants it safe in sight instead. But still no one over towards heaven. It's going to be the arcade control for 95X now as Bobo all filtering in from defender spawn, but just waiting to pick their fights. Sky Smoke's at the ready. You can see him going over towards B main, as well as, oh, hang on. Hold that thought, Dragon. He's going to be traded out 95X. They're making it work here in the post plants. Mini goes down to the spam. Crunchy finds it with a wallbang, and the neural theft as well is going to reveal the final positions. What? He's got the Nebula in the way, but in comes that ping. He knows the wrap is there. What goes down in the open? And Punda, the spike ain't planted for him, but he's got that aftershock to secure it, and 95X just barely holding on to the lead. But can they close it out in regulation, or is OT on the cards for the second map in a row?
I don't know if it would have made much of a difference, but I don't know how I feel about RDW taking first contact on the retake from Canteen when he has res up. Like, it just could be an extra number. I don't even know with how little time that was left there if he would have even had time to res, to be honest. Either way, map point here for 95X to even things up. Their buy is not looking fantastic. They've had to skip a couple of pieces of util, and a lot of them are down on light armor because that came down to a 1v1. Efang only gets a sheriff in this round, but he does farm one orb, which puts him one off the orbital. Nice opening kill from RDW. Picks the Cypher on that other side of the map. It's a two-man lurk though. Minimize has made his way through A main here. So he's got a little bit of space. They need to maybe think about how they might be able to meet up with him. He's able to just kind of walk into the ace side. Oh, the slow walk. Oh,
ooh.
That is such a weird timing. RDW slips into drop somehow.
He's made some noise doing so as well, but Crunchy spots this aggression over towards the B side again, and man's out in the open, but there is some supportive util over from defender spawn.
Where do they go,
I have no idea how this one plays out.
Minimize has got A. They're going to go try and link up with him. He's in their bloody spawn, Yifang.
Oh, now eyes on Yifang. He's ready, he's waiting, and he's just barely spotted this aggression as well. We are going to see the orb thrown over towards drop side, and in comes the rotation.
He's just spotted the rotation, he knows.
Oh, well, the info's there. But I'm pretty sure they spotted Minimize getting frisky over towards defender spawn. Now look at Dragon. He can stop this from happening. Open, plant, dangerous scenes for 95X, but they are in position to win, and Swirl in the corner. Oh, reveals his position. Blast Pack forces him out, and it's going to be RDW falling. Blast Pack again, just complete disruption. Aftershock as well, and Swirl, he's going to be forced to fight from somewhere. Bobo going to be able to find two out of nowhere, and it's going to be Punda with nowhere to get the Aftershock off unless he tucks in the corner. He tries to fight, but the flank comes through, and Crunchy has found a third, the hero of the round, and Bobo have secured another OT.
Dear God, that is just such a flat attacking side from 95X. They really couldn't find an answer. They really couldn't get themselves rolling. And a lot of the rounds that they were winning were coming down to the XVXs, you know, just individual players clutching up, whereas Bobo felt pretty damn solid on defense, man. They were quite hard to deal with, and it's not really like they were changing anything up too much, Mac, you know? It felt like they were just playing, you know, 3A, 2B almost every round. A main control was working for them. They were just doing the fundamentals well. Big pick from RDW, big impact. Dealing with the Cypher on the lurk in the 1-4. Get some pre-game pep talks going here for Bobo.
RDW just trying to fire Dragon up. And they are waiting for some tree aggression, but it ain't going to come through from 95X. They are very worried. They don't want to be making any false reads, any big steps too far. Because if they get punished here, then it could be their full Stage 1 Grand Final opportunities on the line going into a third map.
Dragon trying to boombot upstairs to read whether the Cypher's playing on B or not. Sometimes you can get it to trigger on a trip, and then you get a little bit of info, and you clear a trip. But with no trips triggered, you might think Cypher could be over towards the 8th side of the map. Either way, it's going to be an attempt at a B exi, but doesn't really feel like Bobo can get comfortable enough to actually get this off. Orb getting given over to Noz here, but with the camp still deep in A main, not saying Bobo won't be able to retake control over here, but it's going to take quite a lot. Man, 40 seconds on the clock. They're going across the Zippy. They know they need to speed things up here. They're going to drop, but they still don't have A main control.
30 seconds left.
Yeah.
28 seconds. This is insanity, Mac.
Look how much util is still remaining for 95X as well. Trap in the way, about to be found, and RDW is just going to run straight on into it, has the wall to play with. Looks like they're just going to try to approach with some flashes into the back of sight. I love the attempt, but Mikey's still got the cyber cage in the way. And as they push forward, 95X just tear it to shreds. Dragon needs to connect, he needs to lift here, but it's not working out at all, and you can see the spikes down on the ground. Bobo leaving it 1-2 late, and that's going to be 95X maintaining the lead. Now on map point again. Oh,
I mean, they just capitulated a bit, unfortunately. Like, spent too long not doing a whole lot of anything, you know. Didn't really... They had the wrap from underpass, but they didn't take dish or drop. So they didn't take dish or A main. They just kind of meandered around stairs for way too long, and then they were too late on the rotation timing and couldn't get into the site. And credit to 95X, playing those anchor roles well. Mike in particular, just making himself difficult to kill. Winning the round just by time. And here we go. Second OT for the day out of 2 maps. This series really delivering. 95X with a chance to even things up 1 apiece. And a contact over towards B main here.
Ooh, slow up. Perfectly timed from RDW. He's going to be forced into the corner by some extra util, but Swirl opts to go forward, and he's looking to try and pick a fight over here. RDW using that wall to have an offline, something that you don't see too often at all. And he might be able to go straight up over the top now, but they've seen the wall. And Punda, he's still tucked away in the corner, but Swirl has fought for this arcade control, and RDW falls. Punda ready. No's going to be able to trade and find something there with an aftershock, but now Bobo in the 3v2 are going to make this extremely difficult for 95X. There's a flash at the ready, but the molly, the nade, the combination of the util and the tap too is just baiting out everything. 95X revealing their hand now as Swirl goes forward, knows that there's no real opportunity to spam. It's there, Punda down to 16 points of health, drops his own Rolling Thunder forward to just buy it some time. And he knows with that extra tap that he has to go for a big old wraparound, but there's no time for it. And it's Bobo taking us into OT number 2. Punda unable to save the day.
Yeah, there's, I think, a bit of miscommunication with that flash point. There was 2 players over on Jenny's side, and with the flash coming out of tower, I think both the attack player and defense player both got blind. So, you know, maybe just ripping a flash. I don't know if it was a sender or receiver communication problem there, but either way, that could have been a good chance to even up the 2-on-3. If the Rays, I think it was Swirl, if Swirl gets that kill on Jenny, then you've got the 2 players on site and you've got a breach in tower and someone playing around Jenny on that default box. That's a bit of a different post plant that you have to retake into in the 2v2. Much more winnable. Bobo could probably get that one done, but... 95X can probably get that one done. But as it is, get attack pause at 13-13. Both of these maps go on the distance, man. Bobo just proving to be a difficult team to beat, no matter what.
Well, the stage is set again. All even for everyone. And Bobo back on the attack. Looking like they are going to put some priority over towards a main. But again, 95X just going to be holding the same setup. Looking to push in with the fault line, with the grab well, with those paint shells, and in come those stars. But it's not going to stop Dragon from going forward. Drops that boombot, and that's a little bit of information. Dragon posted on the line and Swirl. How's he feeling? Good flash forward. In comes the rest of that util. Grab well, baited out. But Bobo doing their job nicely.
Yeah, just baiting out the util. They know how the A main control's been run all game long. They even do a similar thing themselves. Crunchy lurks up behind the trip and drop. Decides not to shoot it yet. Maybe waiting for a bit of timing, but does actually clear it. Now the walk upstairs on contact.
That's not ready.
Just continuing to make that noise, but contact made. And with all this util coming forward, the spam 2 Mike unable to connect, it seems.
This ain't a bad position in the mid round for Bobo, honestly. They have drop control. They've put a reasonable amount of pressure on A main and baited out some util. They've drawn the rotation floater over towards B and forced the respect with the trips going down. This could definitely work for them.
Ooh, Swell spotted, dodges the flashpoint, and the blast pack as well, just looking to slow down the push. And it draws enough attention for Watt to swing out and find 1, but it's going to be answered instantly with 3 for Bobo. And that's going to be the site fully taken. Crunchy, great entries coming in through the drop side. And just like that now, 95X, they're feeling the pressure. They need to go forward. And RDW going to be that first point of contact from Sand side. Mike can't get the A main control. And this is now minimized, fallen down to the ground, and Bobo on map point to take us to map 3 and to take the second map of the grand final.
95X back on that attacking side now. You're getting real nervous for them. This was their big struggle. That was a great round out of Bobo, though. That's what you need to do on Fracture. You need to force the other team to respect you in the info game, and they seem to kind of cotton on to that in OT a little bit more. After a bit of a shocking attack side call, they make up for it in OT number 2. You know, clear that drop troop. They bait out the A main utility. They pressure over towards B and bait a little bit of util as well. Just denying the extra info that 95X was getting in regulation on their defensive side. Mike pressuring the Sage wall, but he's got about 15 players running at him on the top side of the bridge. So really, he's just got to try and do his best to make something happen here, stay alive, while the rest of 95X get themselves into a post plan on A for free.
Yeah, they've managed to rip the Nebula on the drop side. So with the paint shells over the top, there's so much space to plant now. And 95X need to get in some solid post-plant positions. Mike going to be able to win that one up against the opposing Sentient RDW. And another on a Crunchy. Have an impact, but it's on the wrong side of the map now. But all these players at drop, they have the util to get back into sight, but they still have so much to get past, and Dragon's going to be stunned up. It looks like 95X might have bought themselves another breath here in the second map of the series. Nozmate, what have you got for us? There's a snake bite in the way. He's been gifted one from Swirl there, but the snake bite's just slowing him down so damn much. Mini over the top, going to be chipping away at him. But that's about all she wrote for round number 28, I'd say.
Really nice mid-round call there. Out of 95X, you know, that's exactly what you want to see when you're running a 1-4. The Cypher keeping control on one side of the map, using the cam to gather info, being really annoying to kill. And then as soon as you see a certain amount of numbers, I mean, that's just Fracture in a nutshell on the attacking side. You see a certain amount of numbers somewhere, you need to decide, okay, what are we going to do? Are we either going to go and re-clear that side of the map and trade out, or are we just going to speed up towards the other side of the map? And 95X just played that absolutely perfectly. They see the top side bridge crunch coming in, they run straight through A main, and they get the most favorable post plant possible. They literally take the other team's spawn off of them. And that is all down to just solid macro understanding, you know, playing a lot of scrims on Fracture.
Yeah.
And learning what the correct reaction is to seeing certain pieces of information. That's just what makes Cypher so good on this map.
That goes there. Well, let's see if they can continue to adapt through OT number 3. Freeze time unfrozen. And the positioning from Bobo looks like they are heavily looking for this arcade control. Mini, he's been able to hold onto this a fair few times, but he's heard a lot of footsteps coming in his direction. It's a faster approach as well. Dragon not waiting at all, trying to make his way to heaven. Chipped down to about half HP, but the snake bites as well, just separating the troops. And Mini, he's going to go forward, catch Dragon on the ropes, but somehow hasn't got the pick, and it's cost him all his health. But he's still living, not for much longer. Nozzy finds him on that repeat. Paint shells as well, just zoning him away. What needs to try and save the day from heaven, but he's only able to find the single kill. So 95X a man down, and RDW with the wall allows the full open plant now. Mike trying to make his way in from Canteen, but the cage it's in the way. And all the Rolling Thunder as well is going to start to come through, and it's bought so much more time as well. Swole now just waiting for anyone overextending over towards Arcade, but it's RDW on a tight line, stopping the cross to sight. Mike needs to do it all himself. He's got big old biceps, but let's see how much he can carry here. First bound Aftershock is going to force him into the crosshair at RDW, and that's Bobo maintaining the lead. Another map point to play with in OT number 3 here.
Another really nice attacking side round. To be honest, good patience from Bobo, scaling up through Arcade. Really nice after plant. Noz, he's having a cracker of a game. Not only is he finding some good attacking side calls in and recognizing what went wrong in regulation and making the adjustments into OT, but he's also fracking up a storm, mate.
Yeah,
gets that Rolling Thunder in OT and kind of shuts the round down. Absolutely beautiful.
Swell allowed to drop 30 here with the triple OT that we're currently in. And we'll see if he's going to be done just yet, or if 95X hit back on the attack. Mini hitting up this lurk wall again towards 8. We'll see how much Bobo decided to respect it this time. Much more passive approach. And we see the underpass control coming through for 95X.
Again, the Boombot trying to clear trips, but doesn't hit any. Wall getting pressured from underpass. Well, ready for someone to swing on top of it while Thunder clears it. Very slow approach. Camera keeping information on the top side bridge for the attackers. Minimize waiting for someone to aggressively push. You know, it's been Bobo who have been quite assertive in the mid to late round, looking for information, trying to get these flanks off. And 95X have been caught by it a couple times, but with 40 seconds on the clock, they haven't been given anything. It's been disciplined from Bobo this time around. And now that they're sizing up the B side of the map, RDW, he's got a slow orb to disrupt, and there's still 2 trips over here. This could be difficult to break into the site for Bobo.
And they're going all in. It's almost too late to go for the reroute, so B side of this, Mike going to be slowly making his way into sight, and Swirl straight into heaven deals with RDW, so that's going to be the man advantage. And it looks like they are going to be able to get this incendiary out, but it's not hit the corner. Aftershock misses the mark as well. It's gone to default instead of backside. And Crunchy just trying to find out how to force them out from their little nooks and crannies. Heaven control is there as well as Arcade, but Dragon's just trying to crack them apart. Mike at the ready. And just trying to swing around the Nebula. It's looking damn good. Crunchy gives it his best bet, but he's going to have to do it all himself here. Ace clutch angle, maybe? No. Time's ticked way too far now. Fault line, numbers, all swinging him coordinated. And 95X, they buy themselves a 4th overtime here.
I'd only believe in Mirza in the 1v5 angle, personally. He's my king.
Where is Mirza?
15.
Where'd he go?
It's more and more OTs. What do you say, buddy?
Where'd Mirza go? Huh? What's he doing?
I don't know. Got himself a cheeky bit of prize money for the 3rd place this season. Ain't too bad, ain't too bad. Looks like top side control for 95X. Not even leaving the cam on the bottom side of the map. We get a pressure dish, grab the orb, get Dragon closer to his showstopper and go clear the trip. Really early on in the round, that's going to pull the rotation across from Noz. He's ready with the reactive util. trip deep in A main from Crunchy there. Why is there a defense? Why is there defense stars? Am I tripping out right now? Yeah, why is there defense side stars on the map?
Because the map hasn't flipped, mate.
Yep.
This is why I got confused before. And you were like, what do you mean you weird with the colors, remember?
Oh, right.
That's what's going on. So
Yeah.
you guys are wrong. So it's going to be another difficult round to cast, but we'll see what Bobo's going to be able to do here. Now, Paint Shell zoning, swirl from side. Oh, hits a cracker considering he was concussed. And it's going to be very difficult for Bobo to try to filter out from drop now. But with 40 seconds on the clock, they're going to go for the full reroute back to B instead. But as you can see, what is still here?
30 seconds left.
And we'll see what he's going to be able to do. Wall up coming through there for 95X or Bobo or whoever it is. Either way, there's chaos and 95X probably should win the round. Yep.
My brain hurts.
Yeah, yep. You get why I was asking about it before?
I understand.
You just figured it out and you're like, oh shit. Oh, wow. Yep. Write those off.
It's a big one from 95X. That's, I mean, Dragon did not deserve to wrecked, honestly.
Yeah.
It's like perfect paint shells and fault line, and he still gets one tapped in midair from a player fully stunned. Sometimes, you know, Rito just decides it's not your day. Unlucky, I guess.
Yeah. Well, let's see if they can work some wonders here. Get another attack-sided round to try and close this out here in OT number 4.
Topside bridge gets cleared. A lot of util pressure on B stairs there for 95X off the rip. But they're just going to go ahead and split into A. Crunchy alone on the site.
Full sand split coming through. And Crunchy, oh, thought he found a timing, but it's Swirl who has the high ground, and that's going to be the numbers advantage. Nice open plan as well from Thunder here. As Bobo start to make their way forward, but that's going to be Spike hitting the ground now, and things getting a little bit awkward as all the smokes have faded. So 4v4 safe plant now from Watt at the back of sight will be able to dodge that second pulse. So he's living, but for how much longer is the question. Yifang just going forward, going to be able to flip around, hit him with the straighty 180. But there's a hard crossfire on site as long as this wall stays up. As soon as that falls, Mini's going to be right out in the open, and it's going to be so damn difficult to deal with. Watt will shift his way back over towards that default side. Pushing in, Mini finds 2, gets the lineup, wasn't expecting the second man there, but knows exactly RDW's position. The snake bite won't finish him off either. Heal as well, just to offset everything, and Bobo keep us going there, but 95X so close at closing out the 2v4 in the map.
Yeah, so close in the XVX. A little bit of a head shake there from Watt. To be fair, not really a round they had a whole lot of business winning anyway. Some cheeky positioning and some multi-fragging. Almost gets it done for him. 33rd round of Fracture here. Man, they're really making us work for our money today, Mac. I thought it was going to be in and out in an hour and a half.
I thought it'd be
guess
going
that only happens to Conky.
Yeah, I thought we'd be going to dinner. Conky bloody lied. He's like, I got the short day. You guys, you're going to have a short day. Super easy. Yeah, no worries.
Can't believe I believe that bastard. You could sell anybody anything.
Yeah.
Bloody insurance salesman. That's it. Oh my god, Bobo. Ripping this B side apart.
Yeah, everyone but Dragon, who's in heaven. He's found nothing. But a clear position, and Bobo looking damn good until Punda joins the party. Going to be able to live behind Jen there. But are they expecting RDW, who's been playing on top of these walls so many times? The line onto Swirl. He should have had the jump, but Swirl's found 2 out of nowhere and swings the tides back into 95X's favor. Showstopper. Oh, not going to be shot. Didn't see Crunchy. And Crunchy's picked the perfect timing to peek as well. Noz has a lineup here with the aftershock from Underpass and is just waiting for that tap. And now has to go for the reposition over towards main side. Fault lines there, but Crunchy unable to strike. And Mike on the tight line, taps there, forcing Noz out of his cranny and his little old position, but he has to swing, finds the kill under the diffuser, but there's plenty of time for Mike to close it out here. And 95X make it happen on the retake. Set up for success in OT number, whatever we're up to now. I think it's 5.
Match point.
I lost count. I've always had a tough time counting above one hand. You know, once you get above a couple of fingers, it's a bit tough for me.
It's not 6 OTs. Because there's 24 rounds in normal Valorant. And this is only 10 on top. Hey? Maths. We're doing it. Fraser, you're lying to me, huh?
Got another chance here at closing Fracture for 95X. Really want to even up the series if they can. Deep wall, RDW on top of it. Great crosshair placement from Swirl, just deletes him. Great opening pick. They break the wall. They pressure B stairs. This pulls the float. I was going to say rotation floater, but I ended up with flotation in my mouth. I guess that works. Yifang's over here. He's flotationed his way into a safer position.
Flotation device is very important to make sure you don't drown, and no team wants to drown right now. They're looking for that 6th OT. Noz looking to swim his way straight out of the pool here, and he's done it! 2 big kills sitting in the sky smoke. That's going to be the spike put on the ground as well. The aftershock to buy some extra time for these rotations, and he is just waiting and holding and hoping that Crunchy's going to be able to rotate here in time. Flashes as well. Spots them both on that left side, but now there's an opportunity for the spike to be retrieved. Even taps the orb. The disrespect's coming through, but the spike has been retrieved. And Crunchy, he's here to play a game.
Noz gets that orb. He's got Rolling Thunder. Crunchy running straight up through the toxic orb. That's insanity, Mac.
He is a silly old Billy, but now Noz looking to keep Bobo in it. Let's see if he can take us into this 6th OT, but Mike is sitting on the stairs, and it's going to be 95X to take the 2nd map of the series. You look at the scoreline, you'd think, bloody hell, we're playing a different game here. But that brings us all the way back to best of 3 territory and the best of 5. It's still anyone's ball game.
Minimize, just, you can see it all over his face. Why can't they just let me win? Why do they got to make me work so bloody hard for it? One apiece. Both of them have delivered us an OT. Bloody cracker of a series we're getting here, Mac.
Absolute cracker. Long one, and we're only 2 maps deep, and we got at least 2 to go because both these teams have 1 map in the bag for themselves. Look, any takeaways from that one that you think is going to set us up for something crazy going into map 3, which is going to be Lotus, by the way.
Yeah.
First time both these teams have played Lotus in Valorant Challenges Oceania. So if you thought these first 2 maps were a little bit messy, a little bit chaotic, you got another thing coming going into bloody Lotus.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how it works out. It feels like Bobo, you know, they're still able to play pretty well, like macro-wise for the most part. You know, you would expect 95X to be a little bit better drilled because they are the, you know, that's insane from Swirl, by the way. That's back to his, you know, regular kind of form.
Yep.
In a, what is that? My maths, is that a 34-round game? In a 34-round game, 350 ACS, 10 first kills.
That's actually insane.
In a 34-round game.
That is unheard of. Like, someone clip this right now. Just like that picture, put it on Reddit. Let everyone know that we actually breed the goats here in Australia. The Aussie breed of goat is unlike no other, and its name is Swirl.
Yeah, I mean, and the milk is delicious. You know, we love the goat milk. And Noz had a great game as well. I think Lotus, I mean, this is going to be a bit of a wild card. Neither one of these teams could play. I could see this being an absolute blowout, to be honest, one way or the other, but we'll see what we're going to get, I suppose.
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea what's going to be happening on map 3 because this series could not be closer right now. It's back from a best of 5 down to a best of 3, and we've got to get to Lotus, and to get there, we've got to go to a break. Ladies and gents, go get your bloody coffees, go get your water, get hydrated. You're going to need it. We're in for a scorcher. See ya just after this for Lotus.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her. You can save her.
If you come this far, then you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabrielle Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she goes, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Boom! And then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Valorant Challengers Oceania. We got a third map to get to, mate. What a scorcher coming through from Fracture. It was chaotic, it was messy, but it was bloody Oceanic Valorant at its highest bloody point, wasn't it? 5 OTs, and it was still difficult to crown a champion of Fracture. And now we got Lotus on the card, and that's got 3 spike sites. It's also never been played by either of these teams. So what I would recommend, in my professional opinion, is of course a little bit of biocode. And if you're like, what the hell is biocode lab? Well, too many hours in front of a screen taking a toll on your eyes? Try Biocode Lab, the official daily supplement of LPL. Use code LPL Season 1 at checkout at biocodelab.com to unlock 20% off your order. Exclamation Biocode Lab in the chat to find out more.
We love Biocode Lab. Thanks, Biocode Lab.
Back to my normal voice. Yeah, look, either way, Biocode Lab, we love it. I actually have something on your face over here. Did you pick up your shaker? Did you show the people your shaker during the read?
Of course.
Good. Mine's on the shelf. It's out of arm's reach, so I'd have to move to get it. So I won't put you guys through that. I will, however, put you guys through a little bit of Fracture yet again, even though like you might have had enough of it, but we got highlights. Swell dropped over 40, or dropped 40, which is complete ridiculousness. Over 350 ACS for a nearing 40-round bloody series, 40-round game rather, and we still have so much more Swell to see as well moving into the next couple of games. So went missing in map 1, certainly did not in map 2, and definitely was a difference maker in achieving that second map for 95X.
I mean, he said it himself on Twitter. You ever see someone go 116 first map and then drop 40 on the second?
Did he actually say that?
Yeah.
There you go. I'm staying off of Twitter, keeping my eyes on the VLRs, and a little bit of Twitch chat action, of course. Everyone really enjoying themselves today. It is a beautiful championship Sunday, and we're getting some insane individual performances from, round to round. It's a different person really lifting when they need to, but of course, look, it was 95X that came out with the dub. Bobo, though, in that second half on the defense, really pulling their way back into the game, and then the OTs were going both ways. Like, it was just absolutely crazy to see, and I can't remember the last time I saw 5 OTs in a single game of Valorant. When was the last time we had anything like that you can recall?
I don't know if that's ever happened.
OS? I'm sure it's happened in OS, but not in a game we've been casting.
Yeah, probably not. I think, yeah, very, very tight game. Honestly, I felt like 95X maybe a little bit too flat on their attacking side, which is why it got so close. Same can be said for Bobo though, but it felt like Noz started to get some good reads and some good calls going once they got out of regulation and into OT. That was a ridiculous spray transfer.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, really could have gone either way at certain points, as could the first map. But now we head on to Lotus, and brass tacks. You've got one team that is not an active team. You've got one team that just completed the boot camp and has been practicing together for a while. If there's a team that should be a little bit better at Lotus, it should be 95X. They should have been playing this new map, getting lots of scrims with the Asian teams. I know a lot of the Asian teams practice, a fair bit of Lotus and have, kind of worked out the meta on it a little bit. So, I'm hoping that they've, been put through their paces a little bit. That is a ridiculous map from Swirl, by the way, and that is a bit more of a return from what we expect from him.
Yeah.
All the boys back in the camps, a bit on and off with the camps.
Yeah, a few more smiles. It's weird, right? Like Punda's cam, when it's on, it's lagging, but then sometimes it's just not on. And all I can think of is, yeah, look, whatever he's using, his phone or whatever over on the sides, just straight up disconnected. Mike's back on the cams too. Gotta love that. Also, everyone just minimizes haircut. Like the mess of it pretty much sums up what was going on in Fracture. Man was absolutely losing it with how close those rounds were. And you can see as well, there's less players now for Bobo. So Crunchy has actually exited and won't be playing map 3.
Oh, okay. Who's filling in for him? Is it you, Matt?
That shirt on the chair.
Oh, okay. Right. You can't play because the jerseys wouldn't fit you.
Yeah, that's what you said it, not me, huh?
The Bobo jersey.
Bobo, the ego on them to think that they only need to bring 4 players into a grand final is insane. But look, let's see if it works out for them on Lotus. That means there's going to be 1.3 players. 1.3 players on each of these spike sites. Insane. You're not going to be able to hold it.
Yeah, you can't 0.3 yourself, you know? It's not possible.
No.
Yeah, I think Lotus is going to be an interesting dynamic. Obviously, it's 95x pick, where we're going to start out on defense. Still kind of comps that these guys are playing. You know, some of the other teams have actually got some reps on Lotus in towards the regular season of Challengers, but I don't think either one of these teams have played an official on it yet, so not really any data to go off. Not even sure if Bobo would have played a scrim on it, to be honest, given the timeline of their team and when it died. Some of these maps got introduced maybe a little bit after their team was already kind of kaput, so I think 95x should be the more team on the map. And I'm keen to see what kind of approach that Bobo want to be going for. I'm sure, you know, the boys, even after their team is kind of fractured apart, have, you know, played plenty of ranked, tried to watch the pro games, kind of formulated an opinion of what's good on the map. So they're going to have a pretty good idea of what they want to be doing. Some of them maybe even already kind of scrimming for some other teams and practicing and stuff. So,
yeah,
you know, it's not like they're going into it completely blind, but you should really be looking at 95x as taking this map, you would say.
Well, that's it, right? I feel like coming into this week, we were a little bit spoiled. Of course, we did get to cast those semi-finals of the lock-in. So we got to see the top of the world doing the best, most orchestrated, well-coordinated executions on all these maps. And then we're coming back to the grand final with teams that keep saying that they're dead on Twitter. And it does get a little bit messy, way messier than what you expect. So when we're going to do a map like Lotus, the last teams I saw play on this, I'm pretty sure, was Fnatic and Na'Vi. And that was a game. That was a very good game to watch. And I don't know if we're going to get that level of chaos, level of coordination from these games. But let's see if we even get anything similar at all in terms of these agent compositions. So we're already getting KJs coming through, a little bit of breach action. Swirl's gone for the Neon. So some walls here.
And Sky for minimize. Yeah, interesting.
Ooh, I like that.
I feel like, you know, Bobo kind of playing a comp that makes a lot of sense and is like pretty, I don't know, kind of, I would say low risk. Don't mind 95x's comp either, although...
Easier execution, right, for Bobo?
Yeah, I would say so. I kind of like the Rays better than the Neon on this map, personally.
Yeah.
I've seen Neon kind of tested and tried a little bit, and I don't know how much I really vibe with it, but I'm, you know, I got my eyes open. You know, 95x know what they're doing, so we'll see. You know, Swirl has tried to kind of play this agent on Pearl, and he said he wasn't really as much of a fan of it, and they actually ended up flexing into Jet comp. So maybe that'll change this time. Either way, though, third map of the grand final, one apiece. A map that neither one of these teams have played an official on yet. Let's get going.
Well, straight over to the A side, it seems we're going. Swirl, oh, big shots coming through there, and he's going to be able to go straight off the back of the Guiding Light. Wall going to be broken already, so that A-Link is open for business if they want to try to make it in through Con. Mike as well, good timing on the pressure, and that might be the B side open for business, but they're still targeting A. It's all down to RDW straight at the back of site, who's at the bottom of the ramp. Oh, has the ghost in hand. Is going to get some big damage off, but won't be able to finish off what now? Mike as well on the lurk back. Is able to find another, and it's Yifeng who is making his way in through B with a whole bunch of noise as well, using the turret as well to clear out the corner. That one is not going to be spotting Mike, who's gone forward, who keeps on trying to take these fights, but all grouped up together. Mike takes the contact. Swirl going to be swinging off the back of it. You love the setup. The coordination is glorious, and it's a first round for 95x.
Yeah, nicely done. Good little A execute. A lobby control off the back of the bird, and the fast lane, Neon just kind of scaling up and trying to create space, even find an entry frag over towards that door side. So it's worked out well for them on the pistol. Force Bobo on an eco, who are kind of having to flex around different roles a little bit. RDW going to be on the fade. Interesting to see him on the fade as opposed to him playing the KJ. I guess it's been a long time since I saw him on a Sentinel, so I don't know.
Go, go, go.
Maybe just not vibing playing on the Killjoy, because Yifeng was kind of popping off on fade on Pearl. So it feels like a no-brainer to kind of put him on the fade again.
Oh, relay bolt going over towards the back of sight. Makes things a little bit difficult. Shorty's still going to have some decent impact at that range, even with the concussion coming through. And with 2 in the clip, oh, there was an opportunity, but it's barely been missed by RDW. Crunchy, not going to be able to play from that C-Link. And, oh, there's just nothing going on for Bobo this round. That 1 kill on what is probably about all they'll find. Dragon can't see a damn thing. Oh, Mini going for the disrespect, but it's cost him his gun.
It has. That's classic minimize. That should be a slap on the back of the head from the coach, if you ask me.
From the coach. From the coach. From. Yep.
From.
Well, into the third. Let's see what Bobo are going to be bringing in here. 95x on the bonus. Ooh, heavily investing. You got Watt straight onto the Vandal. Mini buying up his own as well. So we'll see what they opt to do here. Looks like they are going to try to go for this B main control, and as well as over towards Sand, and maybe split towards B eventually. But Crunchy, oh, ready as ever, and that's going to be the Trailblazer forward. I thought Crunchy was going to try to keep on going, but that fault line slows him down, and Mini going to be able to guide him light his way in. The flash is not quite good enough. RDW over towards that con position is able to find a helping hand, and now it's down to the 4v2. The pressure coming forward. Dragon ain't done it. It's just trying to suffocate 95x here. What? Oh, feeling it? No, not going to be able to find that third. But nice little clip, nice little couple of flicks coming through. Bobo lose a couple of pretty guns there, and I don't even know if that was a bonus, but 95x probably going to invest into this round anyway.
Yeah, bonus. A couple of the boys investing a little bit more than others means that they have to go down to some SMGs and things of the like. But there is definitely still some reset potential for them here. Noz has to go down to a Guardian. So this is kind of the swing round early on in the half. A main control going to be coming in here for Bobo. Again, minimize. This time not going to take that close angle for granted. Going to just Trailblazer swirl on in, who is going to fast lane himself with the guiding light. Deep in through B and wrapped into C. Yifang's already gone down on the C side, so that's a lot of pressure on Crunchy, who falls as well. Oh, Noz does a great job getting a couple of transition though.
Hello. Second shot coming through as well onto what was nasty. And now there's a big opportunity for Bobo to make this retake happen. They're going for the Sand control, Prowler forward. And up on top of the mound there, you can see that Noz is hoping to find an exit, but he's going to be spotted up by the cam, deals with it, flicks back around and positions appropriately. Dragon fully ready for Squall to be lurking his way aggressively in defender spawn. But look, speaking of aggression, Punda takes this one-on-one, wins it barely, and has 2 more to get past. Finds it onto Noz, but in the one-on-one, it's the fault line. RDW just sitting in the corner, hoping that he hits the shot. He will. And there you bloody have it. Big kill coming through, and a big round from Bobo on the retake to find themselves a second.
Cost them a lot of guns. So, going to be very, very costly for their economy. 95x overdrive online. So, they might even consider a fair bit of investment into a round like this, and maybe some kind of a set play where maybe the Neon can have some impact, because they want to try and take some guns away from Bobo if possible and open up the window to try and reset into round number 6. Do have fair few ults starting to come online here for Bobo. This is going to be a battle for A main this round between both of the teams.
Let's see if they can make it work for themselves. So far, it's not looking too damn good. Swirl gets headshot back into the next round, and now with the man down, 95x are looking for an answer. Starting to put some pressure towards B side though, but there is going to be 2 defenders over here. Mini not going to be able to make any magic happen this time. Punda, sheriff in hand, laying down the law, and now in the 3v4, ooh, Mike. He's trying to find a headshot himself, won't be able to readjust onto Crunchy's head there. And things just getting that little bit more difficult. Dragon, don't know if he's going to have any impact in the round. He's just waiting for the rotation to come into the door side as he just sits at tree, but it seems like 95x are very much looking to punish any over-aggression. Prowler reveals Watt's position there eventually, and Noz as well on the offline. Gonna be spotted. Fault line. slows down anything that could be going on here. But Crunchy, he is hungry for a kill. It's RDW swinging with the haunt there, and that's enough for 2. And a 3rd on the board for Bobo.
Keeping their economy relatively strong as well. So making all the right moves to get themselves a strong defensive side here, but there's going to be another buy coming in now for 95X. A lot of ults still online for Bobo. Didn't have to rip any of those in the last round, so the Fade ult, showstopper, close to a lot of other big impact ults. Seekers and Rolling Thunder, though, could allow 95X to go for something a little bit more up-tempo. Again, do get the fast lane and the guiding light to try to set up Swirl to take some space over A. Lobby Dark cover to follow up from both teams, contesting in towards that A main box. But 95X have done what they set out to do, Mac. They've taken space over here in A lobby, pushed the rotations across. This is great mid-rounding from Yifeng, though. It's pushed all the way through C. Cam's going to keep him in check, but with the Seekers coming out and the Cam seeing where Yifeng was positioned, you can see that 95X are well aware they've lost C space and they want to just speed up at A.
Yeah, I feel like those Seekers are going to time out before they bloody find anyone. Ripped from so far away. Rolling Thunder as well, slowing down the plant. Minimize not going to be able to make his way away. Swirl going forward, creating some space. But there's still no plant coming through. Plenty of time to do so, but look at the health of Watt and Punda. They've already been chipped away at, and Crunchy as well, just wrapping in. Util in hand. Punda not going to be able to shoot back, but Swirl is there to trade. 2v2. And everything's slowing down, but that spike is just out in the open, and Watt is still waiting, still lurking, and looking to punish this rotation.
30 seconds left.
But Bobo's so passive, so patient, and he might not get shot in the back of the head here. He will. Yifeng close enough for the trade. Unfortunate timing for Bobo, but in the one-on-one, anything could happen here. Oh, Yifeng's just running in with a bot in hand. My lord, wants to tear that Locky. And he certainly will, but Swirl could win it by just going aggressive, makes a whole bunch of noise there. Going for the high gear into CT, and it is going to be the stick. If he doesn't come and deal with this, it's done. There's no time, there's no chance, and Swirl, he's unfortunately misplayed that one.
Yifeng is having a giggle to himself.
He's like, what's he doing? What's going on?
It's a big round for him to win. Lockdown invested to be able to win a gun round like that to break the money of 95X. Keeps Bobo.
Can I quickly point out that Crunchy's shirt is playing so well at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, I've got nothing. Honestly, Mac, I've got nothing. I wanted to think of something we didn't say.
Point. It was funny until it's like not on screen, and then it's not even funny. So I should just not say it, huh? You know?
Yeah, it's kind of a shirt joke if you ask me. C main control this time. Yifeng was quite active in this part of the map. Unfortunately, putting personnel over to this side, it means exactly this. You've got a lot of pressure over towards A lobby for the defense, and Dragon's been put on that deep info line. Trailblazer straight in towards the C site, puts pressure on Yifeng.
Good little stun there on the Trailblazer. Might have just saved Yifeng in that position. Crunchy chiming in. Punda. Look, he gets one, but that's about all 95X are going to be getting in the round. Mike, mate, what have you got for us in the 1v4? Spike on the ground, dark cover in the way. For Crunchy, hunting for the first big ace. Oh, man, revealed his position by going for that. Oh,
there was a
travesty.
On top of the spike back, and he picked it up.
Well, we'll at least escape away with the objective, but you can see that Bobo, they are happy to play together and wait for Dragon on that flank. Big crunch coming through, and Crunchy 2 going to be robbed of the ace.
Half by coming back on in here for 95X. Starting to max out the loss bonus. Attack timeout going to be invested. Have a chat about how this attacking side is going. It's looking good for Bobo, man. The individual's just firing up. That was a disgusting round from Crunchy.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you want to see from your controller player or your sentinel player. On Lotus, you know, it's a 3-site map. So whoever's playing controller for your team, whoever's playing the Senti roles, you need them to be able to multi-frag in exactly those kind of positions. If it's a B exi, you want them to be able to dark cover Paranoia onto the choke and try and multi-frag, and that's exactly what Crunchy does there. He sits over on Waterfall side on C. Yifeng takes first contact and deals with the Trailblazer. He has the whole nano swarm setup, and Crunchy just dark cover paranoia and takes multiple 1v1s, just hits every shot as the attackers filter into the site. And that's just a shutdown. It's just the dynamics of a map like Lotus. We've got this big open space over towards A lobby, but outside of that, a lot of small choke points where you need to be able to multi-frag. You need to be able to shut the other team out of the site, the choke point, before they can scale.
Well, Swell, I saw he had a stinger. Looks like he sold it and we're just down to the classic. No, he's got a stinger there. Either way, looking to make their way forward. Fast lane in the way and looking to go into tree side. See what Dragon's going to be able to do. Finally going to get tested here. Vandal in hand. Oh, we use the blast pack to get away to safety. Prowler as well is going to connect, but so Swirl gets some damage off with the stinger, and now RDW just trying to buy some time here on site for the rotations to start to come through. Noz joining the party, but of course that is going to be Spike committing. Oh, Swirl not going to be able to slide. Something's gone wrong there. And now that's going to be the man disadvantage. 95X, they have some site control, but the Rolling Thunder just knocks Minimizer right out into the open. It's hit Crunchy as well, though, so coming in on this flank ain't going to work just yet. Mike ready with the Bulldog and looking to make their way in through Akon. But just cutting the sound. They know that Crunchy was stuck there. Oh, he goes a little early. Gun's not in hand. Crunchy has dodged that flash perfectly, and Mike's got a cage to play around. 35 on the clock. Tapping, forcing the aggression coming through. The neural theft as well with the cage. Oh, it's an awkward position, but he'll lose it. Yifeng again coming in clutch for Bobo.
How did that flash miss? What?
I think because the door was opening, Crunchy went in to that tiny gap, looked into the wall, and then peeked back out in time. We didn't get to see that because we were on Mini's POV, who was looking the other way while he was throwing that flash around. That's the only way I can see him not getting hit by that. Maybe we can get a replay. Maybe Crunchy's just a god. Or maybe Shirts can't be blinded.
Shut up. Another gun round.
Which theory do you like better?
95X making their way out of A lobby here. They make it to rubble, but they get hit by the C's. Fortunately, it's not going to bother them too much. Oh, Bobo looking to contest this time, Mac.
Yeah, Riley playing in a very dangerous position on the short side this time. Noz, good timing on the flash, but that dark cover's still up. Noz doing all of this attention, just waiting for RDW to activate, but it's Swelch pushing forward. RDW falls, 95X at the ready, and Mini doing big work towards the A side of the map. You're looking at Bobo. Mate, I'm thinking they should just save in this 2v5 already.
Yeah, they got a bit of economy behind them. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Thing is, the money is quite bad for 95X, so if you can take guns away, even if you don't win this 2-on-5, it's probably pretty good for you. Open up some reset potential.
Well, Mike's on a mega lurk, just waiting for something to happen. And Bobo, looking like exits are going to be what we're seeing here. So going over to Ruin side, and 95X not clearing out that defender spawn means this might just be a good call if they sit here at Ruins and are able to connect. But I say that, and look, 95X have chosen the path of least resistance over towards defender spawn, and that is just going to be the full handshake. 7 survive at the end of the round, and 95X find another.
Yeah, I mean, their money's quite bad, so surviving with 5 here is absolutely essential at this point in the half. Couple ults online yet again. Seekers and Rolling Thunder might kind of make them lean into something a bit more up-tempo, perhaps. They got the overdrive as well. This could be a quick set play if they want to lean into those ults. No real ults available for Bobo. A lobby going to be contested from both of these teams pretty quickly here. Keep an eye on the C's nade combo. Oh, they just avoid it entirely. Bait out all of that. U-Still Dragon goes straight up on top of rubble. But with the Seekers being burnt, they're going to pick up the pace towards Yifeng, who's looking for info. Falls back behind his nanos.
Oh, get out of there, my friend. Man's on the line. Trailblazer going to be dealt with, but from this position, we need that helping hand. Oh, flash is good. So's the shot, and Yifeng's living. Rolling Thunder allows Swirl to go forward, but he's not going to be able to find more than the single. Yifeng, even though he's concussed, still able to enable the trade. And has to go for the reload. Will come through with a third. Big round from Yifeng, but Punda in the 1v3, able to answer with 2 out of nowhere. And now he's down all the way to the C site here, waiting for Dragon to put a foot wrong. But Dragon happy to tuck in the corner, let that spike go down and play retake.
Yeah, he's looking for him on the flank because Dragon is that player on the Rays who's getting up on top of rubble. When the A main control comes out, which all of that util was heard from 95X, then you would expect the Rays to be on the flank when he gets deep onto rubble. So that's why Punda was waiting around here for the flank to come out.
Left.
He's still kind of convinced that that might be the case.
He's very worried.
Yeah, he's going to plant for spawn side because he's more worried about the flank.
Oh, and he's looking the wrong damn direction. Dragon. Oh, he turns around. He realizes there's only one place he can die from at that given moment, and Punda comes through with the 1v3 clutch to put a 4th on the board for 95X.
Yeah, he's had a couple of big clutches in the last couple of games, and even today. Often, you know, playing that initiator role, you're offering your teammates supportive util, trying to facilitate them to get into the post plant, but you're often one of the last ones into the site, which means you're playing clutch a lot. All the ults invested there for 95X gets them around, and now they've got a bunch of cash in the back pocket. Bobo, if they get reset here, this could be 95X potentially getting themselves a shot at even things up 6 apiece. Oh, they just peek into a firing line. The entire team turtling in spawn. Read that like an absolute book.
That's the millions of hours of aim labs coming through. Big one taps for Swirly Boy. Swirly Bird, and man is just looking to cause some more damage. Trailblazer in towards this C site, but look who's here and waiting. It's Noz. He's ready to flash himself forward. Man's expecting a big round. Aftershock forces him onto site, and there is a lineup coming his way, but the numbers are way too strong for him to get past. Swirl finds a 3rd, and that should be a 5th round secured, unless Crunchy and RDW gifted something over towards Sand here, but at the moment, it's nothing too up on the wall. There's a lineup. There's the opportunity to get back into the round, and RDW is now hightailing his way back to C.
Yeah, looking to go for it. They're going to be broke if they lose these guns, though. This is worth it for 95X to hunt. I think Bobo recognized that they need to hold on to these Vandals and armor. They're not going to be able to replace them if they lose them. Surprise 95. I mean, they're just playing it safe. They're playing it by the numbers. They didn't know where RDW was, so they don't want to really get too carried away. But realistically, they should be trying to hunt pretty hard here. At least 1 or 2 of them looking at the money.
Yeah. Well, Crunchy had a sniff. He did not like the smell and decided to save instead. So making the appropriate response, knowing there's only the 1 round remaining in the half. And off the back of this, there's a chance to get some big ults online. Yifang has that Locky, Dragon with a showstopper as well if they want to try to get aggressive. But have we seen Swirl have much impact with the overdrive yet? Has he even used it? I don't know if he's used it. I can't remember.
He's used it at least once, I remember. The round he used it, he sprinted out A main and got 1 tapped. It happens. Showstopper and lockdown online. He may try and go for something similar. Seems like 95X are trying to play around the U-tilt. They're still throwing out the fast lane to deny info and flashing through it. Dark cover to follow up.
Low haunt on the front side. Going to be dealt with, and Mini is just shifting his way straight towards the rotational doors. And just staying very silent indeed. Bobo, respect the lack of information and are just going to play from side. And in comes this button press. Fault line as well. Trailblazer clearing the way, and Swirl is looking to crack open the A site. But now they fight for the grass control instead. You can see that it's going to be the aftershock to try to force him out of the corner. Crunchy expecting this rotation back though. And in that corner, will TP to safety. The shadow step too damn good. Watt ready for the reswing, but is he ready for the offline from Yifang? The answer's no, and it might just be the full rotation into C instead. In comes the From the Shadows. Mini not too far behind, and an open plant on the corner of sight means there is still an opportunity for 95X to win this round. Lockdown ripped to force them straight into Sand, and Noz, he's got his gun at the ready, spots that elbow, has the flash, has a little bit of util to try to set up the rest of the boys for success. Watt can't find more than the single kill, And that is going to be 7-5 at the half. Bobo in the pole position to find themselves a second map here.
Oh, they've done well, but 7-5 on defense Lotus when you're going into an attack side of a map that you probably haven't practiced before. Still far from sold. Now you're going to throw 95X back on the defense, and this Neon pick, you know, the relay bolts in some of these close quarters positions and some of these choke points are pretty annoying to deal with. They're pretty good at dominating the A main control as well. So we'll see how Bobo deal with that.
Well, what are we going to see from Bobo going into the second half? Attacker Pistol looks like we are going to see them try to set up for a slow approach towards B side. Maybe some kind of contact, but over towards A, it looks like RDW is happy just to tuck away. Man's taking a big chunk of damage to that health bar, and it looks like they're just going to reroute back to B. Trapwire dealt with, orb taken.
A main control taken by 95X. A lot of info and space over there. So this will, basically with that info, is allowing the rotations for 95X to start leaning over towards this C side of the map. I mean, Mike is over here, but he's got no util really. What's got the paranoia and the dark cover to try to shut down this C side hit?
Well, Horn going all the way to the back of site. Good flashes, forcing 95X off the line for now, but Dragon still hunting for an entry. Going towards that backside of site, dark cover as well. Giving a little bit of space to make their way forward up from the back of site, and Mike, he's just stepped one foot into that dark cover and it's cost him his life. RDW takes his head clean off his shoulders, plant tucked away in towards that safe position. And all of Bobo are just going to be trying to play off one another inside here. You can see Yifang's worried about that flank, which might be a factor as well. Goes to open the door. Punda going forward first. What going to be able to answer with two, but he's fallen. And now we're down to the 2v3. Numbers still favoring Bobo. Mini looking for a timing. Yifang ready with the Sheriff in hand, and Swirl won't find any more impact in the round. That's going to be 8 secured for Bobo, taking the attacker pistol in the second half.
Yeah, nicely done. Nice little C-side exit. I had a feeling they were going to go for a C ending, especially when I saw the turret off the start of the round and they were kind of pinging over on the map. Even though they didn't stop 95X from taking that A space, unfortunately, the one-way cage on C there, as well as the reactive paranoia, was not enough to stop that pistol exit onto C. So now a chance at the anti-eco for the Bobo boys. They have again lost A main control pretty early on here. Seems like 95X going to keep pushing, but Bobo just goes straight into C.
Oh, I love this lineup. The double satchel straight in. Dragon gets it with the paint shells. And that's looking really difficult for 95X already.
Yeah.
Just no real control towards that connector position. But the dark cover as well allows them to move on up. But we have this triple flank coming through. And Crunchy, him and Yifang, fully ready for that one. Turret taking the contact and allowing them to stand and just shoot. That's all you want. And of course, that is going to be the C's hit onto Mike, which makes it damn easy for the next kill to come through. And a great anti-eco coming through for Bobo there.
Yeah, really digging the C's nade combo on that C site. Seems to give them a lot of value and clear out one of those annoying positions to deal with. And as such, they're going to have a pretty clean looking bonus here. You know, Speckies and Sheriff looking a little bit less scary than maybe the Guardian and the Bulldog. 95X with full Vandals across though. They're again going to work this A main control. And like I said, leave the Omen and the Senti on the other sides of the map to be able to play those site anchoring roles. As the A main control is attained, you're starting to see the initiators float across from 95X. I think this is kind of going to be their go-to defensive setup. As soon as they take that A main control, they move the breach across to B, and that allows the Omen to rotate onto C. So they start with like a 1-1-3 and then they kind of shift a little bit more. Bobo looks like after initially a little bit of C pressure, they're going to actually kick off a B exit.
Full set up. Prowling straight through the trappy, as well as a great counterfault line coming through to slow down that push. Prowler as well, forcing Punda right back over towards grass side, over towards A main, and things just slowing down. So 5 alive on both sides. for this retake. Rolling Thunder as well. They really want this broken wall side, and Mini, he is just punishing them for getting way too aggressive. Dark cover fades at the perfect moment for 95X. As now we're going to see Mini continue to lay down the law now. Cyber Cage in the way, and Yifang, absolutely no shot. He gets some impact here. There's going to be punted to find him over towards the A-Link, and now things just get that little bit more difficult, don't they? 9-6, and 95X are going to win their first gun round.
Yeah, pretty cleanly too. 4 guns up. Not only that, but Noz getting the plant over towards B to get his Rolling Thunder online, and he invests it, and it really doesn't have any impact, unfortunately. So that's not going to be an ult that's going to be available to them for quite a while. Quite an expensive ult in terms of the ult economy to get online. But here is the first proper buy round into round 16 for Bobo. They're going to again work this C main control and forfeit A control. We'll see if they're going to start, like, after pressuring C, working back to A, or whether it's always going to be this C control into and C site execute. But I mean, you can see 95X, they know the only place that Bobo have really had much success is on C. This is interesting though. Prowler through, open the door. That's actually cleared the B side trip, and it's going to be a reroute back towards B. That's caught Punder off guard. They're not committing to this though. You can see Bobo, after getting that first pick, are slowing down, whereas 95X are just freaking the hell out, rotating all over the place. They don't really know what the plan is.
Look how much util they just threw, and they're using the Seekers too, just to try to figure out exactly where they're going. Dragon happy to make some noise over towards that attacker spawn, and Swirl even repositioning over to Ruins. So that's a very deep position at A. Should be able to get some info there early, and the C site again can be stacked. Now what? Oh, off the back of the Paranoia. Able to find one, but he had to test his tracking there, and he's going to find no more than that. Mike can't answer with a trade, and that's going to be the round for sure. 95X, 2v4 angle, minimized with 2 guiding lights online, so there is still an opportunity, and look at the timing, but the Haunt's going to be in the way. Oh, finds that one on the nose. And it's going to be aggressive, pushing all the way from Bobo, going straight towards that defender spawn. Guiding light is beautiful with the wall. You love seeing that. Now we're down to the one-on-one. Mini has one more flash to play with there, but the nano on the bomb is going to slow down the opportunity to defuse, and the full wrap in towards that waterfall, in towards the fountain side, means it might not work out. Mini definitely not ready for that one. And there you have it. Yifang plays it to a T to save the day for Bobo. But 95X getting within an inch of winning that 2v4.
Couldn't quite get it done though. And they're starting to run out of space, Mac.
Oh, the thing that impressed me the most about that round is, you know, that fast lane over towards defender with the guiding light straight through the wall. That's exactly how we saw Loud become as bloody potent as they were at lock-in, right? Just rocking the sky, rocking the walls, and then just dropping flashes through it. That's exactly what you love to see. And it almost set Swirl up for success. He did his job. Mini, unfortunately, little bad read at the end, but you can't fault someone that's trying to win a clutch when there is just no info coming towards him.
Yeah, no info, and just a disadvantageous position. The Killjoy had all this time to set up. Multiple nanos on the spike. Not much you can do. Attack timeout for 95X. Their money is cooked, Mac. They probably have to take a single save, which means Bobo's on 11, and if it's a clean anti-eco, this is a chance for Bobo to build up their cash. Going to be a hard game for 95X. I wasn't expecting Lotus to work this well, but even, you know, in the limited amounts of this map I've seen in like scrims and practice and stuff, like sometimes just going quick C exes and quick B exes just does work, you know. Bobo, they're just disregarding A main. They don't care about the A main control. They're saying to 95X, yeah, bro, go and take A main control. You guys do whatever you want over there. We don't really care. We're just going to go for these B and C exes, and we're going to win the post plants. And so far, so good.
Well, the general rule of thumb is avoid Swirl, right? Because Mans was feeling it on the previous map, and Bobo doing a very good job of that. What though? Oh, spots that first push through. The blast back bops in, but even with the Paranoia at that range, what is still going to fall to Noz? That was the team flash coming through, of course, and Mini going to be able to stop that plant from coming through. So Noz lines up, lineups well. Crunchy up top, deals with Mike well, who's having a bit of a rough affair so far. The Guardian so much. Pen to deal with. Crunchy, he's fully forgotten that TT spawn is open. And Mini has been an absolute nuisance, but a key to the round and gets the bonk he was looking for. Big knife to close it. 95x, a bit of disrespect on the name, and securing a 7th.
That might have just lost Bobo the game, Mac.
Could it, yeah.
What was that? No one's covering spawn. There's literally multiple players with their back to minimize. He spans one through smoke for free. He spans one through a wall for free. He shoots a player not even looking at him. And then there's 2 players scaling onto him, like running and clearing like 4 angles. How is that allowed to happen?
Because Crunchy had his headset on backwards. That's the only answer I can think of.
Well, their money's broken now. Like, they were in a winning position in this game. They would have gone up 11-6 if they have a clean anti-eco. They're in the pole position to close Lotus, but now they're actually not favored anymore. Look at that massive economy swing. You got multiple players with 3+ K, and now 95x go into the anti-eco. Fault line on the line, beautiful. Sets up well for success. He gets the pick for absolute free.
Huge pick as well. You know, if Bobo were going to win the round, that lockdown would have been a crucial piece of the puzzle. But now it's no longer. And we are going to see Bobo just try to force their way straight in towards A. Fast lane allows Swirl to go so damn wide there. Punda able to pick off one. And there's so many numbers here for 95x. Bobo, paint shells. Going to try to zone them away as fast as they possibly can, and they are going to reroute to B instead. But you can see that 95x with the 2-man advantage are going to be extremely happy to play for the retake. What though? Or goes down to a sharp shot, and you can never count Dragon out. RDW's position as well. Oh, open towards that short side. Mike not ready for it. But are they going to clear the corner? No. And the Sheriffs, they're doing it. They're making light work of 95x, who have dropped the ball. Seekers at least allowing Minimize to have a bit of information on Noz's position. Nightfall won't allow him to hear a thing. But is he going to save the day? Oh! One shot between him and RDW winning that one. And it's going to be 11-7 Bobo. You just said that they had no shot of winning the round, or at least a very small chance now, and they just shot their shot so damn well.
I mean, that's both teams just absolutely cooking the anti-eco and putting themselves in the bin. Now we end up in this weird position, 11-7. Money's mediocre for Bobo. Money's also mediocre for 95x, down to a Spectre for Mike. Swell's on the overdrive without a primary weapon. They're waiting for the B pressure, see if they can react with the overdrive. Cam spots out this C pressure once again. Surely you got to get the rotation over to the C site. Holding this has been a problem. Watt takes contact here. Swell going to go for a bit of pressure on the flank. Even just activating the overdrive makes Bobo worried about that B pressure. They open the door and they crunch C in combination with the paranoia, but Swell can't find anything. There's the Rolling Thunder in reply. Beautiful util from Noz. Shuts that down before it even gets started. And how is Crunchy in the back of B at this point in the round shooting someone in spawn?
Well, you see, he had a maneuver called from the shadows and he appeared there. So not much that 95x were able to do about that. And just look at the spike. It's going to A. They've cleared out everything. They've got so much space. They've got the biggest read in the bloody world on where 95x are, and they're on the opposite side of the map. They're a whole while away from making this one happen. And the neural theft as well is going to confirm at these positions. But Bobo, they want to make sure that this is going to be 12 on the board.
No, you can't go for this. You really can't go for this. They have got to save. They are not. They're going to get their money reset, Mac, if they go for this and throw these Vandals away.
Well,
this retake is so low percentage.
They're going to give it a crack anyway. Oh, fault line's way too good. Mike can't see a damn thing. Oh, Crunchy in a similar position, and Watt is just going to be completely forced out from making his way into tree. Yifang, the super sub, the man is doing so much work. The amount of impact he's had here on Lotus as well is insane.
He's been playing good all night long, to be honest.
Yeah,
he's just filling whatever
100%.
role, and he's playing pretty good. You know, he was never a bad player anyway. He was, especially, I feel like at the start of, was it the start of this year, end of last year? I can't really remember. I feel like maybe it was the start of last year. He's playing on some pretty good teams. My brain's pretty fried, Mac. I mean, the reinvestment doesn't look so great. on light armor. Mike's on an SMG for the second round in a row. As your Cypher, who's trying to hold small side a lot of the time, and he's just getting pummeled. Again, it's just trend towards the C site here. Watt and Swirl are over here trying to hold it.
Well, dark cover on the choke. And Watt looking to get out of dodge there. Making his way back towards Fountain, back towards that B side, and expecting this rotation back. 95X putting a lot of faith on that util at A. But Bobo, they are walking straight into the stack. Let's see how the timing is. Flashpoint at the ready. The Dragon's just creating so much space here. Oh, whiffs the spray. Mini readjusts just in time. And he's just going to send them packing away from the B site. But now you can see that Bobo, they're going to try to sell the fake at C, draw these rotations, hit A, and again, just create so much space between 95X and where the spike's going down.
Trip gets triggered though, and now 95X know that the jig is up. Crunchy trying to catch a lurk kill on the rotation. Same thing for RDW as Noz puts the spike down on A. These attackers are so split up and they're getting picked apart.
Yeah, Crunchy had no idea what was going to go aggressive or that he'd still be over towards C. Mini going forward as well, has the guiding light here. It's all down to Noz to hold. Yifang covering that one. And they aren't aware of the mid-site player for now. Mini going to be able to find one more. Noz doing big work, wrapping around the middle of the site perfectly. Fault line, no good. It's Mini to secure another kill. RDW, 4 points of health. The Haunt is going to tag him up, and with the swing, it's RDW closing out map number 3 for Bobo. 13-7. A map in which you thought that Bobo would have had absolutely no shot of winning, but mechanically, they are just on another level at the moment. 95X just can't answer with anything, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, they're just getting bullied. Like, it wasn't like some kind of default, like, macro approach to Lotus where they're trying to, you know, win the util game and wrestle a main control or anything like that. They literally, their whole approach to the attacking side was like, whatever, you guys can have A. We're just going to go for C side XE. If it feels wrong, we're going to open the door and we go B. And it just worked. You know, a lot of the time, sometimes it would come down to one player kind of reading the mid-round rotation and going for a lurk up. But, you know, it was more than enough to get it done because 95X just could not hold the sites. It's like I said before, you need your controller and your Senti player to multi-frag when they try and come into the site. And it felt like every time there was a site exit from Bobo, they're able to scale in and get past those choke points, and they're able to win that way. And it didn't really look all that difficult for them, to be honest.
Yeah, such an interesting scenario that we're going into. And now it is Bobo that is on championship point going into the 4th map of the series. But let's have a look at the stats. Let's see who had the impact. Mini doing big work for 95X. Unfortunately, it ended up being all for nothing because the map was lost. And Crunchy as well. Look, as you mentioned, how the hell did he get into the defender spawn in that like second last round? But moments like that are what win you the game.
Well, it was like basically night and day difference because like you look at someone like Crunchy playing the anchor role on defense and he's like getting 3 and 4Ks. And they're actually, and Yifang even was doing some decent anchor work, and it just didn't feel like it was the same thing for 95X on their defense. They're kind of getting exploited a little bit. Yeah, that's insane. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, it's not super surprising because, you know, these are still, even though Bobo is like a dead team or whatever, these are still active pro players who watch all the pros play. They understand the meta. You know, these are players with good IGL skills. So even these plans that they can put together on the fly can get it done. And 95X just couldn't find an answer for that. So up next is Split. And I mean, that's going to be
another map which neither of these teams have played, Mitch.
I think 95X have played it once and lost it, I think. But look, we'll get into that, I guess, in a bit.
Yeah, look, we'll get into that in a little bit. Either way, I'm pretty sure it's Bobo's pick. So 95X should be starting on the defense, which ideally gives them the advantage. But who knows what world we're living in? Who knows what the bloody meta is? Because it's Oceania and literally anything can happen. Welcome to the grand finals. We've got another map to get to. Ladies and gents, go get hydrated. You're going to need it. I'm sweating. I'm sure you are too. See you after this for Split.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her, you can save her.
If you've come this far, then you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say. Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ. Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country. We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man. Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabrielle Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally. And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she's, your friend's not here. And she, what'd you say? Oh! And then so that was quite cool. Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right? Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene. It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Valorant Challengers Oceania, where we are going real damn deep here in the grand final for stage 1. And my lord, it has been an affair. There's some messy stuff going on. There's some great clutches coming through. It is chaos. It is pure oceanic Valorant, and I could not be happy with what we have been blessed with on this beautiful Sunday evening. Look, I thought it was going to be a fast 3-0. We both thought it was going to be a fast 3-0 to 95X, but Bobo are now the first team to be on championship point, and anything could happen. It is split. Even if 95X have the best first half ever, Bobo, you know that they have an opportunity to make a huge comeback happen.
I just absolutely love that the replays package kicks off with Minimize running at someone with a baseball bat, and then they go on to lose the map. That is so amazing. That's my favorite thing.
Clip it, ship it, send it to him, let him know.
I mean, he played pretty good that map. In fact, he's had a pretty good series overall, so I don't know. He's doing his best.
He actually really has.
I don't know, man. I feel like Minimize always plays pretty good in the big games. So, yeah, this is what it is.
Someone I noticed didn't have as much impact on Lotus that I kind of was expecting to pop off was Mike.
Yeah.
Man has had big games in the past, and you know what he's capable of, but holding the C site, I don't know, he just kept on getting his head ripped off, kept on just losing aim duels, getting caught out of position, no matter what it was. Things just weren't working out for him, and I felt so bad. But look, Bobo
handful of the rounds he was had like SMG. It felt like he had an SMG like 3 gun rounds in a row.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
Cypher Util's pretty expensive, right? And if you're going for those sheriffs, if you're going for those little extra buys, little extra bits of util on your ecos, then you're never really going to get those good guns in play.
Yeah, I thought that Bobo were going to throw here. Like this round in particular, where Minimize is allowed to get away with that, is just ludicrous.
Yeah.
He even got another bonk in here.
A successful bonk.
Yeah, unfortunately, they immediately got ecoed in the subsequent round straight after that. So that kind of turned the tides back around. I felt like that was 95X's window to potentially get themselves going. And I ain't even going to argue with that. Crunchy was pretty solid on the controller role. I feel like his ability to play this controller role quite well and act as a bit of a sight anchor is invaluable, because he was really shoring up a lot of that defense side multi-fragging, you know, being able to chuck like dark covers on choke points, paranoia, play the angles right, play off the Senti player, and just offer supportive utility to the other teammates. So it's done quite well for himself. And, you know, Bobo now up 2-1. It's going to take 2 maps in a row for 95X to win this series. And it starts with Split. So, I mean, Bobo, it's their pick. Probably going to mean that 95X is going to kick things off on defense. Bobo has not played an official on Split this season. 95X has played 1 game where they lost to the Honey Badgers with their current roster.
How close was that game, by the way?
10-13.
Ooh, so pretty close.
And 95X actually had a... Am I reading this correctly?
I think we casted that game, Mitch. I'm pretty sure.
No, I don't think so.
Are you sure?
No. Attacking side.
Was that when Honey Badgers came out?
95X actually got like 10-2'd on their defense.
Yeah, because I remember. No, it was definitely. If it wasn't you and me, it was me and like Conky.
Yeah, I think it was you and
I was
Conky.
sitting there thinking like, oh look, the start on the defense. This is going to be great. Like super easy map. And then I think both teams went huge on attack, and I was just like, okay, this is just OS. This is just crazy. And this is new Split apparently. You know, there's slight 3 or 4 changes that Riot made to the bloody map were enough to turn it into an attacking side of the
Side
fair.
is cracked. He went 17-4 on attack side Split, 100% KAST.
Yep.
360 ACS.
Look, if anyone else is getting scooped up out of the region to, you know, try to lower the skill level of our domestic scene, Signed, he's probably one of the next in line.
I think he's already on his way out, brother.
Really?
Pretty sure.
Oof. Look, sad for us playing and casting domestically because we won't get to see him. But that is dope if that's true for Signed. Either way, we're not here to talk about Signed. We're not here to, you know, gas him up. He's already been gassed up enough this season. Man's played out of his mind. We're here to gas up Swirl because look at that. He's bopping. He is ready. He is just full chilling going into the final, potentially the final map of the grand final. But he's going to have a big one if it's not to be the final map of the granny.
Looks real comfy there. He's got the blanket on the chair, nice little pillow for the back support.
Pillow. Yeah, is he leaning back? Is he going to go full JDM styles? Like, leaning back in? No, we'll never know. We'll never know. Either way, speaking of comfort, Yifang, ready for this one. He's got like a shawl on, got a bloody towel across his shoulders. Man's is ready.
That's it. So we'll see if this is going to be a trend where we kick things off on attack and one team kind of dominates on attack, or whether that was just that weird game that you got to see.
Yeah.
I think, look, 95x, easy way to kind of get back into this one is just defense side split, play things by the numbers, and warm yourselves back into the series. But if things get dicey early on, maybe they go down to a deficit, or they have like a close-ish half on their defensive side. That's where I'm going to start getting real worried about them.
Now, what do you think we're going to see in terms of agent comp? Like, we have not seen Bobo play it, so you just need to
see this.
Just figure this one.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you see different things on split. Obviously, there's like what 95x went for last time was like Sage, Omen, Raze, KO, Cypher. So they're kind of playing that Sage Cypher kind of approach. But I also see teams play like Viper instead of Sage.
We're getting Astras.
Okay, Sky. So they've already changed their comp. Yeah, so this is okay. 95x has gone from the Sage comp that that actually Bobo is playing to changing it into the Viper Sky comp with the Raze.
With a bit of Sage in there as well. We've got Sage on both sides.
Yeah, interesting that they're running the Sage as well. Yeah, you can go for that, I suppose. I sometimes see Viper and Sage used kind of interchangeably on this map, honestly, because you often see the Viper on defense put their wall across middle, and it's kind of like passive pressure on middle, and it makes it harder for the attacking team to kind of fight for middle. So we'll see how it goes. Obviously, starting out defensive side for 95x, this comp. It's going to be actually pretty annoying to play into if you look at it. You got Viper. So then the only difference is they're not playing a dedicated Senti. So that's why they have the Sage and the Viper together, I suppose. They've instead of subbing the Sage slot out, they've subbed like the Cypher slot out or the KJ.
Well, let's see where we're going to be heading for Bobo. Looking for this mid control, but the barrier orb's already going to be torn. So mid, looking like it could be a little bit difficult. However, if you have a look at Yifang there, he does have a wall of his own. So might be able to bust across the top. Paint Shell's going to be zoning them away. Big damage on a Dragon. Cops that first explosion. But that heal's going to be used to bring him back into the round already. Punda going for more repeats. Really wants to take the fight to Bobo here at mid.
Yeah, a lot of info. You can see the circle jump from Mike over on A main. Watt hasn't seen anything on the B main choke, so that Minimizer's kind of leaning over in towards ropes, waiting for the attacking team to wait for the wall to break, and then if they look to contest in the mid round, then that's where the Sky is going to start pop flashing, and they're going to fight quite heavily for middle.
Just waiting out the smokes. It's just a full-on standoff.
There's that Viper wall. It's actually quite shallow compared to what I'm used to seeing.
And Trailblazer as well. Big damage. RDW going to be able to find the headshot through the toxic screen and continuing forward as well. That grab well, making things that little bit difficult. Dragon, he's got another paint shells and wants to use it effectively. Finding that pick on the Punda is huge. And Mini has to go for the reload. He's heard Yifang close. Guiding light as well. Oh, who wins it? Mini comes out on top and brings it to that 3v2 now. But we are going to see Watt going down straight away. Spike planted. 2v2, Mini wants to go across the top. Timing on the swing is perfect and taps it as well. Now Crunchy has to make a move. There's going to be no star on the Spike and no Gravwell to play with. But with 22 points of health remaining, Crunchy just waiting and hoping that he's not sticking it. But it ain't going to happen. Minimize not tapping it yet again, just playing a timing game, and he loses it. Crunchy with 3 on the pistol puts Bobo on the board first.
Yeah, already, that's the ideal start to your attacking side. Pistol on split is massive for you. To be able to put you up on the right foot, you get into the anti-eco, you can get your bonus going and, kind of cheat yourself some easier rounds that you, rather than having to work for them, just playing straight up gun rounds and trying to break down the defense economy. So that's a big boon already to Bobo. And honestly, even just that attacking side pistol puts the pressure on a little bit. They are threatening, series point on this map of split.
Well, aggression to mid again. Swell. Ooh. Just makes his way away from the boom bot just before it reaches its limits there. Dragon going forward and knows, ooh, not going to be able to deal with the plethora of defenders running up in his grills. Swell going to be falling there. And the Spectre's getting the job done for the moment. Bit of chip damage on the Mike as he exits, and now he's at least got the Sheriff to play around, so a chance to equalize into the 3v3. But Bobo just going to stay close and look to trade this one out.
Yeah, 95X. Stacking towards that A side though, might double up on screen side. Only 2 classics here, but a little bit of a bait setup could still take a gun or 2 away from Bobo.
Big read coming through from 95X with the double setup on the A side of the map. And it looks like they're just going to stay close here. Dragon going straight into the crossfire, so he'll fall. But the classic won't be good for 2 there. Punda did as much as he could. And Mike now, it's all about what damage he can do. Had the opportunity of a one-on-one, and that was his best opportunity. But it didn't work out. Crunchy, many more bullets in the mag there with the Bulldog in hand. And you do see Bobo come through with 2 on the attacking side already. But it did cost him a pretty penny.
Yeah, so first gun round going to be coming out here for 95X. At least they've done, as we kind of mentioned, a little bit of economic damage. Make that expensive for Bobo and try to put them in a position where their bonus looks a little bit weaker, which is exactly what they've done. 2 Sheriffs, 2 Speckies and a Bulldog. Definitely not one of the scarier bonuses I've seen, but Bo, you already see Dragon throwing caution to the wind. Gravwell and Fault Line sets him up to double satchel straight up ramp, but Minimize not respecting that, because he knows he has gun advantage. Rest of the team couldn't scale out because there's a Toxic Orb and a Snake Bite there, and with the paint shells to follow up, Swell is zoning them back into ramp. Oh dear.
Yeah. Ooh, a little bit awkward, a little bit of an issue coming through for 95X there as Yifeng just stands and delivers with the Sheriff. I have no idea which is his main mouse right now, but everyone must get on it and go and check out his YouTube channel.
Yeah, I mean, that was some sharp sheriffing. That winning a bonus like this off sheriff shots like that could completely change the course of this game. 95X are sweating, mate. They're already, you know, down a map in this series. This could be it. These kind of rounds, like a bonus win on attack side split, this is going to put so much pressure on if they can convert. All they got to do is just close this 4-on-2.
Oh, it turns into a good read from Mini though. Look at him doubling up at Heaven. They have the better weaponry for the moment. That Gravwell as well, slowing things down. Fault Line forces them straight back. There is going to be a Guiding Light to play with, but they're not going to use it straight away. Yifeng find 2 more.
Oh my
Man
God.
was on for the ace. No, he wasn't. Either way, look, that's going to be a big round coming through from Bobo.
Dude, Yifeng, that's his first 4 kills of the game in the bonus to break the defense side economy. Like, that might have actually just won them the game.
Yeah.
I know it seems early, but like those
chaos,
are the kind of rounds where like that actually has such a massive impact on the game, because look at the money, man. Like 5k, 6k, 5k on the attacking side for Bobo. They're going into an anti-eco. They can build their cash up even more. That gives them so many chances at just breaking the defense economy later in the half, keep pitching in the gun rounds, keep trying different strats and seeing what works. They have so much more room for error. What a shot from Lewis. Ooh. Absolutely gorgeous.
First name basis.
Yeah, it's no big deal. I know pro players.
Proud of you. Well, Guiding Light gives the info over towards Minimize that there is going to be some Bobo individuals lurking around at mid. Ooh.
Should be what to take contact first.
Oh, odd position, and at that range with the Sheriff, it's slightly difficult. Dragon cracking things open now, and oh, that wall as well. Going to stop him from going forward, but also stopping the retake from coming in. Over towards that defender spawn side. Mini looking to flash the boys out from lower, and you can see that they have to make a whole bunch of noise to make their way back in. Mini, oh, missed opportunity. It's going to be Noz to trade him out. And the numbers, even for the moment, big shots, the Sheriffs, even for the moment, big shots, the Sheriffs, 2 huge ones, and it's Noz that has to win it in the 1v3, going for the full wrap around pillar. But the open plant allows him to take this fight first. Panda not on the aggressive angle, and he's unable to trade yet either. Noz playing the timing game, not sure which way it's coming from, but there's no half tick, is there? Oh, there was the half tick. It's barely come through, and the defuse is there. So 95X with pistols take their first.
Caster cursed it. You know, Efang just goes massive in the bonus, puts them in the pole position. They immediately get ecoed, of course. Can't be so easy for them, can it?
Never.
Only one gun taken through, though. Means that things are actually going to equalize, and round 5 is going to be somewhat of a swing round. Money's still kind of good for Bobo. 3 big ults online. Showstopper, Res, Rolling Thunder, but Res Seeker's Cosmic. Also very, very nice to kind of facilitate the retakes for 95X. Swirl, opping on the raise. Didn't connect, unfortunately. So they've seen the op on the attacking side now, can kind of adjust. This comp not super good at dealing with Operator, though, that Bobo's running. You know, no Sky. It's really up to the flashes from the breach and the movement, but outside of that, there actually really isn't a great answer to an Operator.
A couple of grab wells, maybe. I mean, that's probably your best opportunity, but then you only get one of those around, right?
Honestly, you got to try and avoid it and probably force it into a retake. That's probably the way to go. Swell's already moved around his position, though, taking the first shot from ropes and repositioning towards A main.
Ooh, all goes down.
Off your feet!
50 seconds on the clock for Bobo to make a move, and it's going to be the Rolling Thunder straight through heaven. Ooh, your boy Punda's in a bit of a rough position. Will be forced all the way back into defender spawn.
IDW.
Yeah. He's trying to make a move here.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save who you can save.
If you come this far, then you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabriel Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally. And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she's, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Oh, and then so that was quite cool. Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right? Yeah, she said he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene. It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Tim Provise. Until next time, ka kite.
Hey, welcome back. What you all doing? Where you been? Haven't seen you around these parts for a while, hey? Now, look, unfortunately, because Yifang is playing shirtless, we got banned. So we had to obviously talk with the authorities, make sure that was reversed. Just tell him, he is a handsome gentleman, but it's okay. It's okay. No, the internet went down. Look, internet went down, but we're back. We got a game. It's a bloody live, and the round that we half missed, Bobo, all of them got an ace, so you'll never see that happen again in the history of Valorant, and unfortunately, no one was allowed to see it. Now, Dragon going to be trying to showstopper his way straight into A. Watts in a bit of a rough position, but it's going to be Punter to be able to find one there with the classic. Sheriff not going to be shot back. What? A little bit too slow on the trigger. Punda still living with that barrier orb, surviving. Rough position. And look, that wrap around the back of sight was more than enough. Safe plant coming through for Yifang, and the pistols for 95X have not given them too much to work with here. Oh, and even the trap wire in the way. Swirl. That's not worked for him.
Minimize. See if he can find an opportunity to get a pick here. Maybe even just take one gun away. Gets deep, but that's about it. Bloody hell. Bobo attacking side split are dominating Mac. This is going to be a lot of pressure on 95X.
I love
Clean anti-eco. They got cash for days.
Yeah.
They got enough cash to bribe us to get ourselves unbanned at this point.
Do they have enough cash to let me say what I was going to say?
Yes, Mac. Good. Yes, they do.
Unfortunately, the cam's gone. Doesn't matter anymore. Again, bad jokes. I'm going to save it this time. Maybe for a rainy day, maybe for another time when we get to see the playing on cameras. Either way, there's a lot going into this round, and Dragon making 95X have to react within the first 2 seconds as to what they have to do. A-site completely in the hands of Bobo, and they're going to be extremely happy to maybe set up for the retake if that's even a possibility. Ramp control's completely lost now because Crunchy's just done it all in blood himself. And 95X, 2 men down. Yeah, they got some ults online, but res from this position, maybe there's a chance there over towards ramp side to bring it back to the 4v5, but there's been no damage done to almost anyone on Bobo.
This is bloody Lotus all over again.
Yep.
Like the Bobo are just saying we're better. They're just running into the small site. And, well, not even the small site. I don't know what the small site on Squid is. Probably not A. But there's, just straight site exes out of the choke point, and 95X just can't stop them. And Bobo are just going to keep doing it. Send the boys in, bit of util. It's simple Valorant, but it's working. But the fact that Crunchy solo on A ramp just multi-frags with no one even able to trade him or no one gun out is the same issue as what was it, the first map? I think it was Pearl. On Pearl when they were on defense, where it's like, someone's got to shoot that bloke.
That was like 3.5 hours ago now. I can't remember that. What are you talking about? Either way, look, he was doing work as well, and Lotus, similar position, getting in behind enemy lines, having some solid impact, and that's why he was MVP on Lotus. Still trying to have a similar performance here as we, you know, have the attacking side of Bobo, attacking side of Split working so well for Bobo. And look, let's take stock of the old Seer Swirl, one away from a showstopper, which he might be able to get if he finds an early aggression, but he's just over towards that B site, and it looks like Bobo, again, just putting the pressure straight down the guts.
Viper's pit going to be difficult to clear out, though, especially with this comp, you know, no sky or anything like that. Quite hard to flush the player out of the pit unless you maybe got like a showstopper or a rolling thunder or something, so not going to be an option for Bobo. They're going to have to find something else to do here. Watt quite close to A main here. Could potentially find some info, but he's got a Judge playing close to his Nebula. The rest of Bobo going to contact out B main.
Well, Panda on a real tight line here. A little gap between the boxes. Oh, gets a little chunk of change. Slow orb. Slows down the push for the moment. That blast pack not working as intended for Dragon, who's gone down to 66. The wall, it's awkward. And it has a little gap behind it. I don't know what the hell's going on now. Swell's still going to be able to find one there over the top of the wall, and he is living for the moment. Heal comes through. No spam ability over towards default. And Panda wants something, just jumping, looking, and hunting with that classic, but it's Crunchy to try to save the day. Man's vulnerable. Doesn't want to take the fight right now, but he gets that reload off just in time as the Rap's coming all the way around that pillar, but it's Mike across the top to find him. And a successful retake from 95X. Yes, the wall was questionable. It made us ask questions. It actually made Bobo ask questions as well. Say, what do we do? What's this wall doing?
That actually kind of slapped, bro.
Yeah.
They couldn't get wrapped on pillar, and then they only had to fight one side, and then there was enough time for the rotations to come in. I retract my statement.
Well, it was more of a, it wasn't a statement, it was a question. You said, what the hell is that wall? And you figured it out, you know? That's why you are the best journalist in the region, Mitch. You ask the hard-hitting questions.
Yep.
Well, round 9. And 95X looking to try to turn the tides back in their favor, try to even up the scoreline, and string more than one round in a row together. Giving up mid control this time, though.
Cypher operator out of IDW trying to look for a pick on A. In the meanwhile, you have Crunchy working that B main area. Just a bit of a classic 1-3-1. Defense heavily leaning towards middle here.
Dragon just full of confidence at the moment, and you can see that it's a bit of a trap set up. In comes push 95X. Dragon not going to be allowed to fall away. It's Yifbank to trade in through that Toxic Orb as well. And off the back of that, you can see 95X, they're happy just to fall and try to play the numbers game, but still putting 4 members all around the top of mid. And they really want to try to get this res off. Oh, trades favoring 95X for a moment. Yifbank not going to be allowed to ace it up. Gets real damn close, but it's Crunchy to try and save it. 38 seconds on the clock. Needs to regain control of the spike, which is right out in the open. Spots the position of Panda.
30 seconds
And what
left.
is there as well? Ooh. Drops the Nova Pulse. And Crunchy respecting it. It's a star of his own, but that time it is ticking away. Hopes he can isolate the fights. Almost does successfully. But what? Just barely resets that recoil. And we are going to see a third for 95X. So stringing a couple together finally and looking to get back into the game.
They're kind of grinding their way back into it. I don't know if it's too far gone just yet. Depends how confident they are on their own attacking side, I suppose. They've got another gun round here, though. Probably need to win this one and the next to hard reset Bobo. Seeker's ready for minimize. Big fight towards A main here. Slow orb plus paint shell is going to completely zone Bobo back for the time being. It's going to go for a slow contact play here.
Ooh. Looking to go bust. And Dragon again. Ooh, with that decay. Decides against the aggression with the blast pack. Kozzy going to be completely splitting across that site, separating Heaven from the side of A. And oh, Dragon still just waiting out all this util. So staying respectful to all the abilities that are going to be thrown in their direction. Swell as well. Having a bit of a rough affair on map number 4 of the series. Missed opportunity, had a lineup attempt. Oh, but on 45 points of health. Doesn't want to go for the re-swing. Tight line. Falls away. And with the heaven control, where are Bobo going to go?
Wrapping through vents. It's going to be sending them over to Watt and Mike, though, who probably have at least a star, if not a snake bite. Going to be hard to scale up through mail here, so they're just going to go straight back through ropes to A.
Straight back into the heavens. Oh, Yifang. That wall, he's able to get across it as well, and Swell has no idea. Panda going to be able to hold, doing great work on the Sentinel, pushing forward. The flash, it's so damn good. Yifang, I thought he had a sick timing going aggressive in through defender spawn side. But coming in through screens is not going to look too damn good at the moment. The time it's ticked away and there's too many members in front of him. So he'll give it a crack. See what damage he can do to 95X's economy. Finds one. Knows that there's at least 2 more on site. Here's those bullets and cops one in the head. It's Swell to close. And 95X just 2 behind Bobo now.
That was a much better round. Definitely going to maximize their chances of just maintaining guns up the entire half. I think loss bonus starting to build up here for Bobo, so even if they drop the next round, they might be able to put something together, but some of the boys are going to be definitely lacking here and there. Rolling Thunder and the Res. Love to see them start to invest those ults. A main controlled name of the game here for 95X. RDW looking to lurk for the attackers, try to keep that in check, but with the guiding light on through, he's going to be aware that this push over here is a possibility. Nice satchel is going to actually take out the trip there for Swell. Out comes the Rolling Thunder straight through heaven, but it actually hits Dragon. And with the snake bite and the grab well, they can't scale up mail here.
Great combination of the util just to slow things down. By these timings for the rotation, Mike, he's swinging. He's able to find one, but instantly traded for 2 damn more. RDW looking to come through mid, but Man's just holding Crunchy. Pushing out of B main, is able to find the head of Watt, and things get awkward. RDW going to be found by the bot there. Swirl from the bottom of mid. He'll be traded at the bare minimum. And it's Punda up against Crunchy to see who wins it this time. But look at Crunchy. He's all the way aggressive through defender spawn already and making his way up into the tower. Or doesn't know if he can make the jump. Tries to make the drop sound, but Crunchy, the timing is spectacular. And it's going to be another round for Bobo. I thought Punda might have worked his magic, might have made it happen. But he just was not expecting the flank to come through so quickly there.
Yeah, Crunchy was pretty quick on the wraparound. So Bobo for a 7th, and honestly that's a massive 7th for them to get, because like I pointed out at the start of that round, their money was actually starting to get a little shaky. If they didn't pick up that gun round, they might have had a tough time putting together as good of a buy as this. So threatening an 8-4 here. One off the Cosmic, close to the pit, one off the Res here for 95X. Res up for Yifang. It's going to be mid control, no presence over at A main. Both teams really putting a high priority on middle. Swell takes first contact, but it's actually Watt to go 1-for-1.
Yeah, finds it with that wall bang. And with this res up as well, Yifang happy to put his own wall down. Mini tries to flash forward, but he can't push through. I don't think he could see that there was the barrier orbit away, but it's going to be Watt trying to make his way across the top there. Still trying to have some kind of impact, but he can't quite get it up.
Watt trying to cross back towards rope side. Feeling like that this is probably going to be an A ending, and that's actually the correct read off the back of the fact that Punda has gone over towards B main and taken the orb. He's got full information B main, and now he can res this player in mail. So Swell's back on the field. That's actually a massive mid-round play from Punda.
Oh yeah, and Mike as well, just tucked away behind the toxic orb, but the cyber cages allow them to cross all the way to site for 3, but Dragon has gone in flashless. He's taken the risk, a great fault line to trade, but Swirl and Watt, they chime right in with an early rotation as well. And even though the site is there for the taking, there's no chance for Nos to cross without RDW having the impact, and they're not gonna find a damn thing. 95X all over it in the final round of the half to take us to a 7-5 scoreline. Bobo up by 2, but what can they do on the D?
I mean, yeah, it was a slow start for them, but once they actually started to get the gun runs cranking, they did well for themselves. Unfortunately, they just started the half in the worst possible way, I think. So, end of the day, Bobo moving over to the defensive side are probably in the pole position to close out this grand final if they keep playing this way.
You definitely expect so. Difference is, though, is the different initiators that we're seeing on both teams. I feel like, you know, when you have that breach on the defense, like you have every now and then, it's like, what's the cooldown on his fault line? Like 45 seconds?
I'm not sure. I can Google it.
Well, you Google it. Either way, look, you have like those opportunities to make things happen. Whereas when you have that wall... 35. Okay. So it's relatively quick to try to stop those players, try to segment it up throughout the round. But when you have things like that Viper wall that you can just constantly rotate with whatever other util is there on the site, it just makes things so much more annoying to deal with. And when you got Mini with those extra flashes, which are flashes that come back, you don't just have those two, you know, you can just keep on flashing, keep on playing aggressive and getting up in the grills of your opponent. And I feel like that is what you want to be doing on the attack.
So
far, I'm just such a DRX and loud bloody fanboy now. Since we watched them both just play the same idea, the same theoretical comp, and just exactly how bloody good it was.
Yeah, I mean, you know, watching Minimize play Sky Viper comps, he very much likes to do the same kind of thing. And I think now that you see them on attack, it's going to be a little bit harder to execute something like that. They didn't really make the most of it on their defensive side. I thought that was going to be something they were going to be abusing a bit more.
Yeah.
So far this series, interestingly enough, in the first 3 maps, Dragon has been like the lowest rated player. It's been a effort by committee from everybody on Bobo. Noz, RDW and Crunchy put in a fair bit of work. Yifang not that far behind, and Dragon playing the duelist role, creating a lot of space. You know, looking at this series, I feel like Swirl has had some up and down maps, and he's having a bit of a slower map again here, but his statistics say the opposite, actually. He's up there with Minimize. And the rest of the boys having a bit of a slower day at the office.
Well, that's going to be the barrier orb. Plopped in the way of 95X, but even so, with the Nebula in the way, they are just going to slow things down. They have invested the toxic screen over towards this side of the map, though, so we'll see if that's going to have any impact. It's definitely drawn out rotations from Bobo.
Yeah, the Viper wall just applying passive pressure towards A. That's what you want to be seeing. Mike's still got the orb and the snake bite in the back pocket.
Where's he going? Oh, he could be caught way too aggressive here. He falls. Oh, wait, no. He will be traded out. Okay, I thought he was just going to go down instantly. But that is going to be the spike spotted and instant rotations from Bobo. Swirl all the way out at Heaven. Hasn't quite been spotted. But Crunchy at the ready. He's looking the wrong direction, though. Big kills coming through. And Swirl finding insane impact to crack open B.
Yeah, massive from him. Orb goes up on towards that B window as well as Punter puts it down default. He's still got a wall. So I think he can actually wall off these defenders' spawn as the fault line goes into Heaven. Watt's already wrapping in through spawn side. This round's a bit of a formality at this point. I don't think this 2v4 is winnable.
Little safe plant though, so if the site players all fall, it could have been an issue, but you're looking at the timing here, and in comes the flank. Watt gets the easiest kill of his life onto Noz there, and he is aware that Yifang was up here somewhere as well, so just waiting it out. Yifang may just go for these exits over towards B main, and it's only Mike going this direction, so might get himself frenzy at best. In comes these footsteps, and Yifang gets the nice little 2-tap. Clean kills coming through, little upgrade, but is just going to go down to the implosion, and that is going to be 95X looking to close the gap. 6-7 now after taking their attacking side of the pistol as well. Let's see if they can start the half as clean as what Bobo did at the start of the map.
Yeah, that's what they wanted to do. See if these sheriffs are going to find any damage. I think Bobo haven't really been too shy this series about upgrading pistols and marshals and trying to do economic damage. Pundo going to play a bit more on the bonus side. Probably just going to be a spike plant simulator for him for a little bit. Trailblazer in towards A main as they try to scale up ramp side.
Nice shot from Swirl there. Finding some damage onto Yifeng on site, who does have the barrier orb to try and play around. Slow orb into the corner, and Dragon with the shorty at that range is feeling a bit of pain. Now, it's all that Yifeng, he's fallen, and that should be the A site open for business. Big flank coming through from Crunchy, 1v4 angle, or 1v5 angle rather. Only a classic, and not a lot of range there. Barely takes anything off of Mike. I think he missed every shot he did. So Mike has full armor at the end of that one. And 95X coming through with a flawless up against the pistols. They're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, 100%. Punter even considering an upgrade to a Phantom. And in fact, he's going to drop that to Swell in towards the bonus round. So give them a little bit more punching power. Again, looks like it's going to be a quick A play, but Bobo's already here, leaning 1-1-3 over towards this A side of the map. Actually, they reroute back towards middle. Quick wall from Yifeng on the A main choke.
Yeah.
And just a Nebula in middle. He swings off the top of it, and Minimize takes his head off. That's a gun down on A main. 95X.
Very much expecting that.
Yeah, it was a bit telegraphed. I think Yifeng having a pretty good first half for himself, so he's trying to play with confidence a little bit. It's not the worst thing in the world, but in this particular round, didn't really do him too many favors.
Well, in comes these rotations back towards the B side, but you can see RDW is happily set up here and has that star on the B main choke as well to play off.
This has got to be RDW and Crunchy locking down the site, which if you're going to put your faith in anybody, these two guys have been pretty consistent all series.
Oh yeah. RDW, 30 bullets in the clip there with the Phantom as well.
Toxin screen down.
And Dragon a little bit too far away to go for any fast rotations, so it's all down to what these anchors can do. Oh, Camera, the offline for it, is able to get the info, but no chance at fighting just yet. Crunchy's just gone through the Nebula, playing a dangerous game to find one. RDW not spotted over towards the back side, is able to go forward onto Swirl as well. This is falling apart for 95X as the flood comes through. Noz gives his health, and that's going to be the round. 95X hit back. A Mini even pulls out the shorty, and he's popped off with that win. Wow, a chaotic series of events, but this time 95X coming out on top.
Oh, that's a bonus win. That's really going to hurt Bobo, man. These attacking sides have split in Oceania. We just like to do things back to front, huh? You know, flush in the toilet. Haha, funny down under jokes. You know?
Give them ground.
Yeah, yeah.
Flip the bias side.
Water spins the other direction, you know, all the same as our cyclones or tornadoes or whirly whirlies, willy willies.
Wet willies.
Yeah, a couple of willy willies. Good fun, those.
Yeah. Well, I hear you're a big fan of willies.
Like, which ones?
No, that doesn't matter. They're not safe here, Bobo. RDW's lost his life early on. It's a good chance for 95X to build up their cash.
Oh, look at this position. He's being real sneaky, real up in the grills, but 95X, the discipline is so good that Nebula is just respected. Just giving them so much damn respect.
Yeah, I mean, he's been trying to play pretty hyper-aggressive this whole game. I think 95X are cottoning onto that a little bit.
Oh, shoulder spotted. Yifeng is like, nah, I'm out of here. Unfortunately not. Your boy Swirl was there at the ready. Dragon not going to be able to provide any helping hands towards A. And it's looking like another clean one for 95X now.
Haven't lost a gun yet. Minimize one of his Seekers, wouldn't mind an anti-eco kill at the end of the round, neither would Punda. Get them their ults heading into round 17 on the gun round.
Last player
See,
standing.
but Noz and Crunchy playing for the exits, but Mike going into spawn side. Takes the duel. Swirl is going to be the one to get it at the end of the day. They're all quite close to their ults, but a flawless anti-eco. Up 9-7 on attack side split. They've got great cash. This is such a winnable game. They're probably even favored at this point. even with the side bias, Bobo just hasn't found an answer.
Yeah, real slow here on the defense. We'll see if they can find something now that they're back on the guns again. They got the neural theft online, but yeah, without finding too many of these kills, it's taken them a while to get these ults online here in the second half. Looks like we are going to see them turn their sights towards middle, but 95X, they are looking to just go gung-ho over towards this B side. Bit of covering fire as well to get that ult orb, and ooh, Crunchy. A little bit too late on the spam there. We are going to see the full wrap back towards the A side of the map too.
Yeah, they pushed that B main anchor back, or if he was playing up close, would have probably caught him with the Gravwell slow or paint shells combo. Now they've left Watt on the lurk in middle, shifting back into a 1-4. They're probably just going to kick off this A exec with the Seekers.
You've called it. That's exactly what we're seeing, and there is a chance to get a couple of ults online as well with this plan. Of course, there's another orb as well, but I don't think they're going to commit to it. Just looking for the ramp control. Swing from Dragon, punished. Yifang answers right on back, but minimized. Oh, might have set him up for success, getting that extra info onto the Heaven players. Noz going to be able to find one trade onto Swell, but no more just yet. Aftershock as well, barely missing the mark with that plant in a slightly open position, so we could see a bit of an A-main post plant if 95X can get to this position, but what is making his way late in from Heaven reveals his hand over towards Vents as RDW keeps on pushing forward. He's just trying to find exactly where both the side players are sitting. Nice line found, and there goes Punda 2. They know that what was up at Heaven. There is going to be no stars to play with, no chance at a grab. Well, he's got to go forward and go straight into the open arms of Crunchy, who catches him. Falling off the rafters there, but there you have it. Bobo, in it for the half.
I mean, with only 2 guns up, though, they're super resettable. And like I said, 95X's money is rock solid. They're going to follow up a round like that with 3 ults online. Cosmic, Showstopper, Rez. Their chance at, you know, breaking the cash and just continuing to forge ahead in this game is looking pretty good, to be honest.
That goes there.
See if they can convert, though. It's one thing to be in a good position. It's a whole nother thing to be able to actually win those swing rounds. Quick one, straight out A, guarding light up towards Heaven in combination with the Showstopper. Tripwire. Going to keep Swirl back. He's going to try and blind fire through it and at least break the trip, which puts a lot of pressure. The rest of 95X trying to scale out a ramp here, but the rotation's already in position.
Great nade to zone Dragon further away, but Yifang as well. He's still living up on the rafters side, playing a very dangerous game. A delicate approach is necessary, and the paint shells as well, just forcing Punda right on back. The explosion looked like it wasn't going to hit him with where that nade landed, but it still chunked him down to 92. And the flash through. Dragon set up for success again. The aftershock as well, going to force him out of the corner, and Dragon is just constantly finding some impact after a rough start to the round. But what, 1v4 angle, and look, all eyes on this position. Noz even has a flash lined up at Vents as well. The fault line misses him.
This is a very important round for Bobo to survive with 4 guns up.
Yeah.
Can't feed Watt extra kills.
30
it's
seconds
not worth
left.
it at this point. Still plenty of cash to be able to reinvest here for 95X, so losing this round is not going to stop them from going for a buy round, but at least Bobo winning a round like this with 4 guns up, that's going to help them continue to contest for this half. Guns being juggled over. Want to make sure that they're not going through into the next round with a Bulldog, so Noz gets juggled a Phantom.
What was Dragon? Oh, thought he was going to do it.
No, it's just not worth. They need guns so bad.
Man's got decent util as well, and plenty of money in the bank for the next, so we might have to cop the L and drop Swirl or Punda here. But what do we got? Cosmic online. Rez is there for 95X. Mike one away from the pit. And Bobo, on the other hand, Cosmic of their own. Showstopper for Dragon, who could find some kind of big impact there. And Yifang as well with a Rez of their own.
95X having a tough time trying to make this 1-4 work, where they're leaving Watt in middle and trying to force their way out A. Hasn't found too much success for them. I think maybe slowing things down with the Viper and maybe +1 in A main can potentially apply some pressure and bring the rotations over from the defense, and then they can find space elsewhere. A bit of a push and pull effect might be a better approach, because it feels like they're just trying to run through a brick wall, and it's not like Watt is finding any space or opportunities towards middle. You know, he's not like an active lurker. He's more sort of throwing the util for the team for the executes, and then hoping that in the post plant he can, you know, win the round with the lurk. But they're never getting into the post plant, so it's just kind of useless floating around middle. Couple big ults for both teams. Could have one of these double cosmic rounds, which are always fun. Purple everywhere. And indeed, gonna get, ooh, showstopper off the rip. Guiding Light's beautiful in response, but all of A main control has been lost. These are the weird rounds. The super weird rounds to play on attack that you got to decide how you want to deal with it. And RDW active in B main in combination with Crunchy. They just walk push Watt. Meanwhile, Yifang's just missed dry peeking down middle. When they're at a man advantage, he throws a missed wall.
Yeah, well, he goes over the top of it, and that drop was heard, so Swell knew exactly what was coming.
It's like,
so great patience from Swell to...
Oh, the res. That's actually a bit of a throw, not gonna lie. They're up 5v4. Now the big reposition. Noz has got great info on A main, so they're actually able to link quite heavily towards middle. RDW taking a tool from on top of the wall, and even able to get the neural theft off. It's going to reveal the position of all of these attackers. Chilling in Ramen, having a slurp.
And they're all going to get out of there because Ramen's no good. So rotating in through attacker spawn.
Faux lovers rise up.
Yep, faux lovers rise up, mate. That's what I'm saying. A discussion that doesn't need to be had right now. We do have the Cozzy splitting up the A site. It's going to be heavy pressure on Noz here to try and perform. Trailblazer not going to quite spot him as he jumps into elbow. Has that aftershock as well to try to zone the direction that these members are coming from, but it's going to be Punter over the top with the wall. Great usage there to shut it off as well for the post plant, and plenty of time to get this spike down too. A little bit open. And the pit as well is not going to be respected. RDW found a nice timing to get rid of the first member, but the pit's still standing, and all three 95X members are tucked away towards the sides of it, just trying to find themselves a safe haven. Dragon makes some noise on the way back down, spam through as well from Crunchy. They're just shooting fish in a barrel, trying to connect here. And 95X know that time is on their side. Dragon so damn low. He's thinking, nah, we just have to save here. Bit of money in the bank. And that is going to be 95X finding the double digits first. Dragon able to get one step closer to his ult there with the pick on the exit. And that's also going to be, you know, some long-term damage to Bobo's economy. To 95X's economy, rather. Only keeping 2 alive on a win like that.
Yep. Every little bit helps, especially when you get towards the tight end of the game. All of the ults invested from both teams, so ult timing's not going to be a factor for a little while here. Rez and Rolling Thunder are still online here for Bobo. You really want to see them utilize these ults smartly to try and break down the cash that 95X have built up here, because they've probably got another buy in the back pocket after this one. 10-9. 2-1-2 is the approach here for Bobo on the defense. Dragon getting on a deep info line, trying not to respect this Viper wall. Nebula goes on to mail so that the attackers can find access to ropes here.
And Bobo just have no idea right now, and that is a well-navigated hold at A main from Mike. Finds himself the 2-man spray down. And things are just going to get that much harder. Yifang in the scurry is just going to force his way back into tower, and that's not a good idea at this hour.
That's a game-winning 2K from Mike.
Exactly.
You know, pretty simple stuff. Literally, Max chilling and hiding in a corner on the wing. Someone would probably type to you in all chat for doing that in ranked.
WYD, bro.
Just winning a map in a grand final. What about you?
Flawless.
Oh, just chilling.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous from Mike. Honestly, the most boring lurking play ever in the existence, but that's what you do. That's the point of a 1-3-1.
Boring? He played a slight off angle and peaked like 3 seconds into the round. How was that boring?
That's like Hiko. That's like 2013 Hiko swag right there. Just 1-3-1. Man's hiding outside carpets on Inferno.
It's boring if you're a zoomer and you got that zoomer mindset and you want Raze to be double satchelating in every round, Mitch, and you're not a zoomer. Get out, get your head out of the gutter, huh?
No, but yeah, am I wrong though? Like that was literally Hiko 10 years ago on Inferno.
Well, 10 years ago, I don't think I cared about.
Oh, that's true.
Esports.
I forgot you're new. You're a new guy.
About how many years deep? What year is it? 2023. Oh, no, I just cared about other esports at that point.
Yeah. What esports? Smash or something?
Ones that shall not be named on a Riot broadcast, but Smash was definitely one of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I love Smash. He's a great caster.
It's true. Yep.
Give him a kiss.
That's not what I thought you were going to say.
Yeah, well, enough about you on a Saturday night.
Huh?
Another tech
It's
pause.
Sunday.
Yeah, I know. But what were you doing last night, mate?
I don't know.
You weren't casting, that's for sure. I know that for a
Conky
fact.
wasn't casting either, eh? Look, let's turn the conversation there. Mr. Half Day Concarnan. And
he's done it again. How does he do it every time?
Concarnan, pop out early Perotta, you know, bloody the dastardly duo.
Yeah, I had to come out with that one when I had a mouthful of water. I almost sprayed water all over my monitor.
Unlucky, mate. Always got to be ready.
What's in astral form? It's purple on the cams.
Yeah.
Love to see it. He's had a bloody great grand final, honestly, I feel like. The stats don't say that, but I don't like VLR. I don't know if I like VLR.
There.
I feel like he's played good.
Show us impact. They just show us KD, and KD doesn't really matter that much.
I don't know.
Unless you're trying to go overseas, then it's all that matters. Just have a good KD, you'll get picked up, mate.
Yep, Bobo are broke. 95x. About to get themselves map point. Yifang trying to shotgun the A lurker for the 15th round in a row. Look, it was funny. Like, it was funny for a bit, but the joke's kind of getting old now.
Yeah. Well, Mini, looking to punish any aggression at mid. We are going to see a Nebula refreshed here. Guiding Light to try and throw Bobo off a little. And it's not going to be answered by any extra util, but it is going to be 95x all regrouping, funneling their way straight through B. One-pronged approach. And Bobo have at least got the tower control. So they are going to try to set up for the retake, but they're not even living. It's Crunchy, caught between a rock and a hard place with that spam in and the wall bank. And things get that little bit more difficult now. Dragon trying to figure out where he wants to position the most powerful weapon in the hands of any Bobo members. Ooh, Snake Bite as well. Making those vulnerable. Of course, the Spectre at range isn't the best of things. Flash as well, but Watt's just going to stand and try and stop this push from coming through. But the Rolling Thunder is going to be invested. Bobo going for it. Bobo getting damn close to, and Punder's spotted Noz making his way to sight. The wallbang barely coming through as Noz tried to tuck in the corner, and 95x are now on map point, looking to take us all the way to 5 in the grand final.
Big 4K from Punda. He's had some insane clutches in the last little bit. That's just another one of them. Shouldn't have even bloody been needed. It was a half buy, mate. It's just such a struggle sometimes, for some reason. He's got the res online after that big multi-frag swirl, one off the showstopper. Could be going to 5, Mac.
Yeah, 95x have a few more buys up their sleeve as well if this round doesn't go well. But they're not going to get too overzealous, just looking to get Swirl, that showstopper, online, and they certainly will. Crunchy couldn't connect with the spam through the Nebula. Ooh, playing a dangerous game, but still spots 95x hanging around in Gary.
What do you reckon? You reckon circle jumping and jump swatting gets better once you get 4 maps deep into a series and everyone's too tired to shoot you?
Probably, yeah.
That's big brain. That's big brain, Mac.
Well, Dragon on a tight line will fall off it. A rough timing, Mini. Just waiting for these smokes to go up. But it's going to be a Nebula put right in the middle of mid. to try and slow 95X down, and that time is ticking. They're down to 50 seconds already, and it is going to be this B site split. Look at this though, Crunchy on the short side, and he's not going to be spotted initially. Wins with the 2K. That's going to be the spike down in Gary as well. And Bobo, they're flooding for it. They know the objective is in their hands, and that time is ticking. 95X, they've sent only Mini to try and retrieve it, and he's going to trailblazer his way forward to draw attention. You got Swirl coming in from heaven, but so many numbers to get past now, and he's got to clear bloody everything as Mini just draws attention. Guiding Light is good for the timing, but speaking of time, it's only the B sites that 95X can go to. And Bobo, there is no way they lose it from here. 10 seconds, one flash between them and a dub, and there it is. Crunchy finds it, the hero of the round. 2 in a 1-on-2 over towards B main, and then a third right at the end to close it out. Bobo now with, what was that, 4 alive at the end of the round? That's going to be great for the economy. And 95X, yes, they have one buy up their sleeve, maybe another they can scrounge together after this for the final round of regulation. But Bobo said, you know what, we haven't had enough OT this series yet.
Another OT definitely on the cards, but look, still space for 95X to close. Dragon, one off the showstopper, one off the Cosmic for Crunchy. Could be pretty big and impactful ults. A setup from RDW, 3 stars for Crunchy and a pretty aggressive position. You can see how heavily Bobo are playing around the fact that 95X has been farming that B main all pretty regularly. They're trying to catch them doing it this time.
Ooh, big damage. Mini able to find some impact with the opener over towards tower side. It's all on RDW's shoulders to lock down A now. Cyber Cage in the way, and the rewrap back to mid instead. And Noz, aware of what's going on now. In through the vent they come, and just filtering up towards heaven. Great timing on the slow orb and the barrier orb as well. Swirl going right up on top of it. But you can see that Yifeng doesn't want to go for the repeat there. Respecting the position. And now Crunchy round the corner, drops another smoke at a perfect timing. What? He'll go down, and now it's a one-pronged approach back into the side. There is going to be the Cozzy torn apart now. Funneling Yifeng picks the worst timing to go over to Crunchy again, just hitting almost everything. No's going to be able to go for the trade. The swing is there, the res is here. And now we're down to a 1v3, and RDW, it's all on his shoulders at the moment. Cozzy in the way. Can drop off the low ledge, but the Trailblazer spots him, and now he's got absolutely no read on where anyone but Mini is. And it's going to be the high-low setup on the back of site to close it. Guiding Light to get the info. There is no chance that RDW is going to win here. Looking for the tap, looking for the timing. Finds a line, but it's Swirl to take it. And 95X 100% their opportunity with the numbers advantage and take us all the way to a 5th and final map here in the best of 5 grand final.
Yeah, attack-sided split. Makes sense to me. That was a pretty great game, honestly. And look, would it be Oceanic Valorant if we didn't decide a grand final with the best of 1 on Icebox? Probably the map that seemed like the most reps in the last couple of regular seasons. It's just in every single series. And look, I guess we just got to play a game of Icebox to decide who takes home first. It makes sense to me.
And it makes sense to me as well. Look, this time Bobo won't have their superstar Nellery on the Neon on the Icebox. They will be shifting up the roles a little bit, which means they might have a bit more of a chance. With Dragon back on the Duelist, with Yifeng playing as well as he is on the Sentinel as well.
You're talking smack about Nellery's Neon.
About Canellery, of course I am.
Canellery.
It didn't work for him.
No, what? He was cracked. Did you see that?
He was conracked, wasn't he? Yeah.
You've been gnomed.
You've been gnomed, huh? You brought that up right now. Anyway, having a look at the scoreboard, we got RDW coming through as the MVP for Bobo, doing a decent job. Unfortunately, couldn't win that 1v3 at the end, and it was Swirl to get the MVP for 95X. 3-round lead at the end, and they made Split look pretty damn nice. Let me just think, hey, so every map so far has been won by the people that haven't picked it.
Yeah, but it's a BO5, so
that doesn't matter, right? Just whatever.
Just, yeah.
Why, so now the question is, why have we played these 4 maps? Why did we not just play 1 map of Icebox?
Because we needed to fulfill a certain amount of broadcast hours for sponsorship obligations.
Oh, and we never get the sponsorship requirements done when you've got Mitch half-day Concarnan having half days, so we've got to have double days, right?
Yep.
Biocode
Gotta get
lab,
more of this in here. Yep.
Absolutely beautiful. Everyone, go drink your Biocode
That's
lab.
why we play
Get
5
ready
maps.
for Icebox. We're going all the way deep to find to 5 here in the Valorant Challenges Oceania Grand Final. Who knows what we're going to get? Maybe some Harbour, maybe some flex picks, maybe some more action. Well, I bloody hope so. We'll see you after this for map number 5.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her. You can save her.
You've come this far, and you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabrielle Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she's, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Oh, and then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
This is your daily reminder to rehydrate because I'm sweating, the players are sweating. I'm sure you guys putting your Twitch points on these predictions are all sweating because no one knows what is going to be going down here on Icebox. So let's just take a moment. Thank you. All right. Oh, 2 liters down the hatch like that. Now we're ready. We're rehydrated. The throat is moisturized, the vocal cords, they're ready to go, you know? Yep. And I cannot wait to jump on into what is going to be. Look, Icebox is where all of the great best of 5 deciders are decided. We saw that at lock-in, and I cannot wait for this to be just as crazy of a grand final as that one between Fnatic and Loud. And I can't wait to see who is going to be crowned the Oceanic champion for stage 1. Let's have a quick look back at what went down on Haven.
Split
the other Haven.
Yep, the map that wasn't banned. Honestly, it was the battle of the attack side for both teams, really. I really thought that the way that Bobo kicked this game off, that they were going to win it. They put themselves in pole position, winning the bonus. They had a ton of cash on the attacking side. And then the first half, 95X were just super tenacious. They were able to grind just enough gun rounds to make it a competitive half. Then they pick up the attacker's side pistol, and they were able to really grind this one out on their own attacking side, just keeping economy control, mixing up the strats quite a bit, being quite hard to read. And Bobo just really didn't have the synergy to be able to get the game done at the end of the day. So really, really well worked from 95X. I was impressed with their ability not to give up, not to give in to what was a very, very tough position they were faced with initially. And now they put themselves in pole position on Icebox, I feel like, to close the series, because for them at least, they already beat Bobo just 2 days ago on Icebox 13-9 in the upper final. And they're on a 4-map win streak, including beating Bobo twice, also beating Fun Crew, who are easily one of the better Icebox teams in the region. Whereas but for Bobo, they even dropped this map against the Who +2 in kind of some weird fashion lately, as well as losing to 95X both of the last 2 times they played each other. So another MVP for Swell, which is interesting. I mean, he just always gets his, you know. That wasn't even a particularly great game for him. He had a pretty slow start to the first half, but you know, just putting in the work over time, and he got there. I think really that was a effort by committee from all the boys, which kind of I would say describes this grand final for the most part for both teams.
There's been a lot going on, and we also got to have a quick check-in with your boy RDW, who was chilling in Twitch chat between the break. Also, Yufang, look, all these guys, such great professionals, chilling with all their fans and letting them know. But RDW also said that he is tired and he wants to go to sleep. So I don't know if that means he's a little bit too tired to play, you know, some very late at night, 8:30 p.m. Valorant, or if he's just, you know, had a big day, you know?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, you got to be ready to play through the whole BO5. I think the motivation for 95X is going to be there a little bit higher than what you see on Bobo. I'd be feeling a little bit disappointed if I was Bobo, to be honest. The way that game started, I reckon they probably could have taken that one, but consistency half to half has just not been there for either one of these teams, depending on what the map is or what the side is. You've had teams that you expect to be able to pull through go super flat, and that was a perfect example of it. The second half of split there for Bobo just was kind of non-existent, unfortunately.
Yeah, it feels like we're just gonna, like, I hope that this map lives up to the rest of the grand final, because we've had some absolutely Crazy, chaotic, big rounds, big plays, insane multi-frags, an ace thrown in the middle here and there, but also some crazy eco rounds as well against teams that shouldn't be losing up against pistols. But, you know, that's just Valorant, right? You know, if they have enough abilities, if everyone just plays well enough, it is a tactical FPS for a reason, and you can work magic out of absolutely nothing in any given round.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you know, util combos and all that kind of stuff are something, and I think probably something to keep an eye on for Split. For Icebox, you know, it's a bit more of a map where you're just working the map. You know, you're defaulting. It's the push and pull map control. It's fighting lurk timings, and it's, you know, aim duels. And I feel like that's what really makes the difference on Icebox. It's obviously had a bit of a different dynamic mixing in the Harbour into the comps, and at least for the last series that these guys played each other, you know, it's going to be Sageless comps with Harbours. But we'll see if either one of them wants to change anything up. You know, you kind of pointed out the fact that there was a neon in the comp there last time for Bobo, and I don't think we're expecting to see that again.
Man, probably not. I wouldn't mind. Like, who is it? It was literally Dragon got put on the Sentinel. He was playing Killjoy?
Yeah.
Playing a bit of Killjoy, and just didn't get to play how we've seen Icebox played by him in the past. And look, Mans was at the top of the top 5 ACS so far throughout the playoffs, has been doing a pretty good job today, especially on the earlier maps. It felt like maybe went a little bit missing there on Split. Yeah, there were a couple of rounds, but things are definitely getting a bit more messy as this endurance test of a best of 5 has been going all the way to the pointy end, right?
Yeah, which is where you probably expect 95X to be taking it. You know, the consistency, all of the practice, all of the norms and the routines that they built up just through running things over and over again are the things that win you series like this. When the aim starts to go by the wayside a little bit, becomes less of a factor. It becomes more about just the things that how you play the game on autopilot, you know, what your base level is, and that kind of consistency is usually going to be the difference maker in a long series like this.
Big protocols, big muscle memory, all those things definitely factor into these big marathons of a series. Now look, Mini straight onto the Harbour, Yifang on the Senti going for the Sage, so already a little bit of a change up in how both these teams' comps are coming through, and we're not seeing Neon. We are seeing Dragon back on the Duelist. You love to see it.
Completely different comp, completely different approach. Same comp, same approach from 95X, completely different comp and approach from the boys over there on Bobo. You know.
Wait.
What?
There is no flashes for 95X. That could be a big difference maker coming through.
I mean, yeah, potentially. I don't know. I don't think it matters that much for Icebox. KO's kind of an off. Like, KO is a pick, but and I think Minimize plays it well on this map, but I don't think it's like core necessarily. I don't think.
I was waiting for the Sky to come through again. He's been popping off with that in the last couple of maps.
I mean, I don't know. That was very specific to Loud. I don't think many teams rate the Sky on this map outside of them. So, yeah, I mean, it could work. I think, listen, double... Oh, sorry, it's not even Minimize playing the KO. That was their old comp. What am I talking about? It's a double initiator for Bobo, and they're playing without the KJ, which means that mid could actually kind of be a liability for them later on. You know, they don't have that consistency of the KJ. See how it goes, though. Kicking things off. Last map of the grand final to decide who's going to win stage 1 of Oceania Challenges.
Ooh, what? Not going to be able to use that wall to escape now, at least not for the next couple of seconds. Drone going to spot him as well. He gets tagged up and things get difficult. Can't swing there. Dragon ready with the Sheriff. And it is just going to be the fall back to long for the moment. Just a little bit worried about what's going on, but the flank, it's already coming through. Barrier Orb not going to be broken in time. Shocky tagging up a couple of the members there, but you can see 95X, they're just trying to brawl it at long. Right clicks from Yifang and Crunchy look damn good to pick up the round, but in the 3v2, 95X is still in with a shot going over the top of the wall. Ain't going to be the right answer this time. Dragon doing work already on the Jet. That's going to be the attacker pistol in the bag for Bobo.
You asked for it. Chuck him on the Duelist. Seems to already be having a good time. Getting yourself warmed up with a couple of nice pistol shots, and that's going to get Bobo pumped. 95X to go to the drawing board for just this one round. Interesting. I feel like both teams have kind of interesting comps. Like I feel like I'm not used to seeing Sova KO together as much without the KJ. It's going to be a different thing for 95X to play against Squat, trying to find a timing in with the shorty. He's done beautifully there. See you later, Crunchy.
And he got Crunchy. That's going to be the wall out of the equation, and that makes things so much more difficult for Bobo in this round.
I mean, they've been able to at least juggle over some rifles, so they don't really miss too much of anything. Minimize on the rotation through middle, wants to try to wall across this B site to give a favorable duel over to Mike and himself, but with the Sage wall going up, they're going to be able to get the plant down.
Not going to be able to break it. Cascade allows him to try and go forward, but Dragon had a very thin point where he could spam those bullets through, and it made it such easy work to pick up another. But now we are going to see Punda at range try and make it work, but he peeks out with the Shocky in hand, and that's going to be looking good for RDW. Man's on for the ace, and they're just trying to figure out where the final man is for the moment. Noz, he spotted him over towards the long side. Dink comes through, and RDW says, give me my ace. I'm hunting for it. Swirl going to be going for the shorty instead, and not going to be able to deny it. Big ace coming through in round number 2, and RDW, he's in it to win it right now.
I mean, that's going to get him very close to a KO ult timing. 2 off already. Could be one of those halves where he's able to, you know, string these KO ults back to back to back, and that can be quite hard to deal with. You know, you're thrown into a position as 95X where you're playing a bit of a different game to what you're used to with these quicker ult timings. Either way, this bonus for Bobo looking real dangerous. 2.5 plus K on most of their players, but they're rolling into this round with 3 rifles up. Dash to top 2 from Dragon, already looking to apply some pressure up through Orange and over on Boiler. 95X respond by taking B long control.
Droning in through kitchen there, Punda. Just making sure that Dragon isn't going to be spotted. What I believe he was just barely seen by the drone there, but that wall allows him to escape to safety. And Swirl is still just putting this pressure over towards Garage, finishes it off with the wall bang, and that's going to be the pick that they were looking for. 95X instantly fall back and try to set up in a more passive approach as the noise is going to be made by Bobo entering A.
Yeah, you got this Killjoy set up on the site. Minimize swinging from Rafters is going to pick them before they're able to get on the site back. He's just absolutely destroyed them. Mike swings from Jenny as well, and that's going to be a flawless round. First gun round from 95X. You know, we're talking about the RDW ace. We're talking about a nice multi-frag on the pistol from Dragon, but that's a bit of a statement.
You cannot calculate the amount of impact that Minimize has had in this grand final. You said he's a big game player, and he's certainly providing right when the pressure is at its highest. But a big round there. As you mentioned on the first gun round, Minimize somehow able to swing so wide and find the lineup onto that many individuals of Bobo. Seems criminal, but he's worked his magic. And now we're going to see Bobo target the B site instead. But 95X, they are very much ready to fight fire with fire here. 3 players all here on the defense. Swirl rears his head up at what looked like could have been a good timing, but the fall away from Bobo.
Yeah, 2 players getting scanned. They're just going to call the audible straight back towards the A side of the map. They know that this is a lean towards B, and they're going to have space to get into this A side.
Dragon tailwinding to the top of Gen again. Mike on the low side, not quite ready for it. And that's going to be Bobo with the numbers looking strong now. As Minimize is just trying to control the top of sight, getting rid of this barrier orb. And RDW as well with a pretty early timing on that null command, just making this retake that much more difficult, suppressing everyone within an arm's reach. And Swirl now looking to take point here on the retake. Just that one little gap in the barrier orb. But it's going to be slowed as well, and the util has been rotated so nicely. Cascade straight onto the choke as Mini looks to cope his way to a half tick, maybe dropping that spam, drawing out the attention. But it is just going to be a whole bunch of aggression being thrown by Bobo, and it's worked out for a third. Big post plants, great coordination to lock it down.
Really nice mid-rounding as well. You know, the KO knife sees both the Viper and the Jet over on B long. They just call the audible. They know that they've got space to be able to get into A there. They just isolate Mike in the back of the site. You know, it's just simple, great teamwork. You know, you take for granted just how good these individuals on Bobo are, because, you know, they're always memeing about how they're a dead team, but these guys have played a lot of games together. They understand how to play Valorant at a very good base level. So, you know, things like the wall on the left side, The Cloudburst dash to Jenny in combination with the KO flash that's perfectly timed means it's a pretty easy entry for Dragon getting on in there.
Yeah. Can he create this space? Oh, position. Swirl's going to fall to RDW, who's stolen that one away from Dragon. One blade remaining. Wants to try to get the reset off, but there is, of course, going to be that Vandal down in the open, which they might be able to get their mitts upon. And then over towards that A side as well. You've still got Crunchy waiting, lurking.
Yeah.
And Mike now putting some pressure straight down mid. If they pick their timing nicely, Crunchy could fall uncontested here. Mike ready, looking the right way. And now that flank is certainly going to come into play. It needs to have some kind of pressure over towards the long side because this retake wall's in the way for the moment. And what is just clearing out the close angles, waiting for something else to happen. Mike as well, continuing to find this impact, expecting that wrap around from Gary. And Yifang just playing with his food. Yeah.
Doing that.
Absolute nuisance, and we might see a half tick come through. Ping is there, but Recon Bolt as well reveals what position. It's going to be the flood straight through off the back of the flash. You love to see it. And Bobo, Stonks continuing to rise now. 4 rounds on the attacking side of Icebox already.
Yeah, hang on.
Hang on.
4-1. They just reset their money. They are looking focused. The boys are looking switched on. The entries are coming in. I mean, even over towards B long that round, you know, they get the opening pick on the player front side yellow, then, you know, pretty easy dash in from Dragon and RDW to isolate Swirl, who's trying to take a duel towards backside yellow. Ooh, they're going to try and go for jet knives here, and it seems like Bobo are aware of that. Updraft towards the belt. Dragon almost gets picked. How is he alive?
Because he's updrafted backwards, and if, you know, he can't see his opponents, they can't see him. That's just how it works, Mitch. Don't ask those questions.
No, I learned the same thing when I was a kid.
Yep. Well, RDW
gets
really
healed
didn't.
instantly by Yifang. Bloody hell, look where Crunchy is. He's on a bloody mission, this bloke. He's in Defender's Spawn already. This should be an easy 2K for him.
And it should be the round. There goes what? And he's pulled the knife out.
Doesn't know where Mini is.
Definitely has some timing here onto Crunchy, so should be able to get the backstab, maybe even a bonk as well. Oh, Crunchy. Spidey senses tingling as he wraps around for that one. Great flick.
Gonna keep fighting.
Go back to kitchen.
Wants his anti-eco. He wants his anti-eco frags.
He can smell them.
Yep. Very nice.
Well, he's one away from that kid as well, so could have some big impact. We are going to see Mini start to fire up with the Marshall. And unfortunately going to get caught mid-reload. But Ponder now is just pondering exactly where these players are coming from.
My ult is ready.
And that one. In this position! I felt that.
Back.
I felt that.
He was trying to Legolas him. It's okay. 5-1 for Bobo. Cash pretty decent. It's got to start sooner rather than later for 95X. Attack timeout is very aptly placed. Things are getting worrisome. Reckoning online, lockdown, Hunter's Fury. You've got the pit for Crunchy as well as a Hunter's Fury of their own. So a fair bit of alt interaction. They need to wake up, these blokes. Again, it feels like some of the setups are a little bit too flimsy, you know what I mean? It's a similar kind of feeling to when on Pearl, you know, Bobo were able to just run in and take angels and kill them. That's the kind of vibe that I'm getting. It feels far too easy right now for Dragon to, you know, Cloudburst dash in for RDW to go and take duels on the KO and be able to just crack open these sites or break the setups that 95X are trying to go for. They're just not shooting back enough. And, you know, the last map of the series against talented individuals like the boys that are on Bobo, that's just not going to be good enough. And I got to be honest, you know, like, this is the you know, the season where 95X should be winning this. You know what I mean? Like, if not now, then when are they going to get this dub?
Yeah. But look, when they were bonkers, they did manage to get a big win last year, so...
Yeah, the one player that was on that team.
Mm-hmm.
Bit of a different story now, I think.
Mate, you think a team is going to be able to hold the same players for more than a month?
Sorry, my bad.
Joking. You're
thought we were in Europe.
Well, Dragon just looking to crack open the defenses here on the B site. What? Oh, in solid position, but RDW is just going to try to make his way into Snowman. What a nice safe position there up on top of the tube. And oh, Swirl keeps on finding more in through the pit as well. However, Crunchy still living here, looking to find a timing. That Nano's bounced right off him. They know that he's close now. The awkward position of it. And oh, just 2 points of health now. Still finds some kind of impact, but now it's down to Noz to clutch, and he can't make it happen. Mini, big kills on the retake, and a desperately needed round from 95X to try to shift this momentum back in their favor.
Yeah, they're getting back into it. That's a good round to be getting as well. Pit gets invested there from Crunchy, and they still can't convert the post plan over towards B long. So that feels good for 95X. Not job done yet, though. Still a fair bit of money to be able to reinvest here. Ethan could drop Dragon, but this could be the round where they soft reset them. You know, at least probably a single eco. You definitely want to see 95X sprinkling in these ults. Lockdown, Reckoning, Pit. This is great if you're going to be able to retake the site and, you know, try to close out the post plan that way. Again, dash to top two for Dragon here. Swirl in the backside of two, trying to play the headshot angle, and Crunchy is a little bit sharper in that occasion. Going to win that opening duel. Now what feels like he needs to activate over on B long. They're playing a player down, but it looks like Bobo are kind of already playing around this.
That's what you call a trendy, Mitch. What now? Oh, already so advanced. Finds two out of nowhere, and that's the impact that they need.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's doing more, Mini. Drawing attention, and what? Just tears him to shreds.
They just ping-ponged off each other so bloody well. They went down 4v5, losing Swirl in towards Tube. And then you had Mini just go straight up Bell. And he didn't even take a shot. All he did was take aggro for Watt. And then Watt pushes B long, takes a duel. Mini pushes A long, takes a duel. And all of a sudden, Bobo's dead. They just don't even know which flank to watch. They're getting pushed on both extremities at the same time, and the timing is just impeccable. I don't know if that's on purpose or if that's partially by accident, but that's a bloody way to reset Bobo if you're 95X.
Some kind of coordination. What, just saying, hey, just peek, just draw that bloody attention. We got kills on the smorgasbord right in front of us. But RDW, he ain't done. He's got a couple of flashes to create as much space here, and he's got that null command online again. He's second for the half so far, and he's looking to cook up some kind of chaos on B. Well, of course, going to be in the way for the moment, and in comes that knife. So they know there's going to be multiple members on site. Mini up on the top side. 20 more seconds before he gets that next high tide. There's the Cascade to try and play around if they need to, but they're just going to hold this util for the moment. And Bobo just waiting for Crunchy to get more gas online.
Yeah, it's a half buy here for Bobo, but they've got a couple of ults they've mixed in. See if they're going to invest the KO ult and try to actually make this one work. Dragon dashing across the yellow takes contact with Minimize, and the wall doesn't go to top side, but that's sharp as hell on the Bulldog. Traded by Watt though, who is just having an absolute blinder of a couple of rounds here for 95X.
Bang. Ooh, spots the Halls player, ready for the swing as well. Read the way they play it like a damn book, but 95X still. They've got the numbers, they've got the trades, and they've got the lines they need to lock down a fourth, who are now just one behind Bobo.
Getting pumped up, bro. You could tell after that tack timeout, they've just been vibing.
Yep.
These couple of rounds have felt like they've come easily. The multi-frags are flowing. The money is absolutely gorgeous at this point heading into round number 10. They got a couple of buys in the back pocket. That half buy from Bobo didn't really do a whole lot, but they didn't invest the ults, so still plenty of opportunities here. KO ult online, knives for Dragon, Hunter's Fury, one off the res. Cascade through B long in combination with the orb.
Ooh. Dragon. Oh, missed opportunity. Crosshair looked damn good, but just could barely manage to connect there. And the high tide's going to be in the way for the moment, but they just respect it. Flash through, great timing on the util. And it's allowed Dragon to go all the way to yellow, but he's only got the classic to play around now. He runs out of knives. Cloudburst as well to try and draw a little bit more attention. And of course, that toxic screen's going to be going back up in a moment. But Crunchy still just living, still just looking for the side stab. Here it comes. Oh, he's dropped the ball there. Still alive on 28 points of health, but he's got to really get out of dodging it because he might as well wrap it around the tube side. It is going to be punter to find him. Noz going to be able to answer with another as well. We're down to the 3v4. Plenty of time to play with here for Bobo. But Mike's got himself that lockdown now, and there's still maybe an opportunity, but Punder's really got to find as much info as possible. Swirl going to be able to get that reset online with the knives. And looks to keep on going forward. Yifang over towards that snowman side. Oh, awkward angle for him to fight from. And Swirl can't quite find him. Out of knives now. Has to go for the shorty instead, but he can't reduce the range. He can't get up on the grills of Yifang there. No tailwinds remaining. And that's going to be 6 on the board. Bobo managing to find another round and put a stop to the tear of 95X.
Yeah, good reply there. Oh, did he just lose that? He just dropped his gun out the map back. Never mind, he's got it. Never mind. All good, all good, all good.
Hey, you baited me.
I think, yeah, he baited me. I think he was genuinely worried that that disappeared for a second there. Woo. Either way, round number 11. It's another buy here. Operator out for Swirl yet again in combination with Watt on Long, who has a pit he can burn once this beat pressure comes in. Swirl just going for the wallbang. You can see Watt usually is a Vandal user, but when he's got the pit up, he wants to go for the Phantom so that he can use the bullet traces and the vulnerable a bit more effectively.
Be a little bit sneaky. Okay.
Minimize getting pushed off this A line. This is quick up-tempo pace from Bobo, trying to get straight into this A side off the back of the drone.
Mike Util's in a decent position. We'll see if it's going to be able to delay long enough. Dragon again, just constantly going up to this position on the top of Gen. And 95X, they've switched onto it, but this time they're respecting these positions. Oh, no, they're going to be coming out a little bit late there. Won't be able to deny the plan, but we are going to get a double gen set up. Dragon looking to take contact first with Noz as well, just trying to use as much of that util as he possibly can. Recon bolt on the front of site to make sure no one has filtered through first, and it is going to be answered with another swirl. Not going to be able to find one there on the entry. What? Getting right up in the grills of him. Dragon, he just goes forward. He has had enough. He's looking to put the whole team on his back now, fighting 3 out of nowhere. Crunchy looking to clutch it up in the one-on-one. Mike tapping, looking, and trying to force Crunchy out. He's gone for the pre-aim though. Looking into the wall is easy pickings for Mike, and that's a beautiful retake on the A side.
Big clutch from Mike. Just putting another one on the board from 95X. This is kind of what happened on Split, you know. Good start for Bobo. Some back and forth action, but even after a slow start, 95X really rolling back the last couple of gun rounds. They started out 1-5, then they've gone ahead and gotten their own 1-5 back, pretty much. And winning that round gives them a much better looking buy round at the end and actually breaks Bobo's money to some extent. Down to a couple of sets of light armor, Spectre, Sheriff, probably not what you want to be fighting for the last gun round and a half with. Pit's ready for Watt, hasn't been able to use that just yet. This might be the round for it. He's been left solo B and a lot of B control coming in for Bobo here. There you go. May as well drop it. It's the end of the half. Look at Swirl, by the way, as well. He's got full info over on A main, so plenty of space for 95X to rotate here.
Real aggressive positioning. There's Mike watching his belt as well, but it won't matter this round because we've got a little bit of mid-action happening and aggression from Bobo all the way up danger already. Mini. He's got a nice line here, but a toxic screen is going to be used so perfectly. Underarm flash as well with the dash into the cloud burst. That's going to be full snowman control. And 95X scurrying as to how the hell to make this work. There's going to be the barrier orb for a little bit of safe pastures, but 95X find 3 out of nowhere anyway. Don't know how that one happened, but RDW now, going to be caught with util out. It's all up to Crunchy, and he's in the wrong position to win it. Only with the Spectre at that range. It's never going to go well. 95X clean retake at the end of the half, and that's going to be the 6-6 scoreline. It couldn't be closer for the final half of the series.
No. I don't know. That was a cute idea from Bobo, but I don't think it was particularly good. Trying to force Snowman there and get the plant down, like, it's an interesting concept, but I feel like they honestly just kind of pinned themselves into a very bad post plant. Probably needed to win some duels over towards Snowman's side to be able to make that work and maybe have the kitchen lurker activate a bit more. But even then, it was sketchy at best.
Look, they did just lose some awkward duels there as well. I think someone might have fallen in through... What's it called? You know, when you're on the back of sight and you can see from Snowman that little gap in the bottom.
Yeah, I don't know. I know what you're talking about though.
They tried to push up, died.
All right, pistol out for 95X here. Got to close this one out on the attacking side, which is exactly what they did the last time they played Bobo on this map. Cascade to take B long control. Gonna let the boys walk up while the rest of 95X go and probe kitchen.
Oh, they've got the timing, Noz. None the wiser, but he is clearing it slowly, surely. Offline, Mike, he's hit it. Quick little two-tap. Noz gone. And that's going to be a harder position for Bobo now. RDW, solid. Going to be able to get that upwards flick. Nice effort, will be traded. But now the numbers still stronger for 95X. So we'll see what they do on the post plant here. Mike has no idea that Dragon's going to be going for that flank. Awkward position for Swell as well, who's running low on bullets. Crunchy has to go for the reload as well, but it's going to be Yifang from the front side of yellow. Able to go for the full wrap now. But look where this one's planted as well. It allows 95X to be playing from orange side here. Even though the numbers were strong, it's instantly going to be brought back with Punda. Finding yet another over the top now. And tapping it. Barrier orb in the way. Punda trying to find a line. Just get some big damage onto the shoulder. But is this wall in the way? No.
You can see 95X, it's very intentional the way that they're using the map right now. Like even right from the pistol, they recognize the kind of comp that Bobo's working with and they're trying to abuse kitchen straight away.
Yeah.
No killjoy means that someone has to kind of manually watch kitchen a lot of these rounds. And look, they got themselves in a good position. They got themselves up 5v4. Post plant was looking good, but I think a couple of pretty key whiffs, the duel towards yellow, definitely kind of contributing to them dropping that round, unfortunately.
Let's see what Dragon's going to be able to do here. Marshall purchased. But it looks like 95X aren't coming in this direction. They're thinking about going straight down mid for the B split again.
Again, minimize even on the eco. Trying to work tube here.
Crunchy, he's got the gun for this. Easy pickings. Mini had his knife out too, so things get that little bit more difficult. Nice little spray there. Crunchy bursting for a second, and he's hunting for that third through the tube as well. Swell has found a nice timing. Gets one dink, but not the second. And RDW still living. Bobo on for a flawless round as what drops the ball and the spike. And now it's all down to Punda to try and get any kills, any damage to Bobo's economy. Bit of a chip on Yifang at range means there might be some more armor forced into the next. So the long game, the financial game is probably going to be won by Bobo. 5 alive, a couple of bits of armor lost, but flawless. You can't fault them.
Not that I need to, of course.
Yep, this is the best possible position to be kicking defense off. Bonus looking, you know, pretty scary given the kind of cash that they've got. Spectres and Marshall's not the best of weaponries, but their economy will be super stable going through this defensive side. So they're just looking for damage, try and take a couple guns away from 95X, maybe see if they can have an outside shot at upsetting the round, but probably unlikely. 95X first gun round for them. Really need to keep this one clean. Got to remember as well, you know, these two teams have played each other on this map. But 95X haven't played the comp that Bobo is playing against, whereas Bobo, majority of this team has already played 95X. They kind of know what they like to do. Can read into it a little bit more on this map. Cascades towards B long. Here's this A hit coming in here.
Oh, Swell looking to take the point. Yifang. Nice position of the barrier orb. And oh, he's copped the worst timing possible, pulling out the slow. Thought he had the jump onto Swirl there, but Swirl now looking to have a little bit more impact. From up on top before 10. All dropping. Awkward. Still wins the fight. And he's living to tell the tale on 8 points of health now. But Bobo not done just yet. Looking to put this pressure straight on the A-site members of 95X. And they're going to try to fall away. But Mini as well. As soon as this barrier orb goes down, he's thinking about going for the push in through the screen instead. Waits it out. It falls. Still anyone's round.
30 seconds left.
And Mini, he's got that cove, he's got the high tide, but he's got some decent aim to back up the push as well. And now looks to drop that cove, get the top site plant going. Dragon and Crunchy, what have they got for us?
Crunchy's got himself a Vandal, but Dragon getting scammed by the dart, and Swell even on low HP, just confident enough to go take the duel with him. 95X want to play this post plant by the numbers. They need to keep 3 guns up here, Mac.
Yeah, they do the right thing. Going real deep. Crunchy has the range with the Vandal. On the first tap. Who's he going to find first? Good shot. Swirl. Next on the menu. Going to go for the peak. Oh, the timing. It's good. Oh, Crunchy. Very, very close there. And it's actually the Shocky to get the trade. Punda looking to do it all together. I love the coordination with that shock dart, with the timing of the 3-2-1 swing.
Yeah,
they lock it down there.
They are broke though. They are really broke. They might even consider like a half buy around the rifle, maybe. No, they're going to force a couple of sets of light armor, but it's not too bad. The issue really being that Bobo can definitely break their money on the buy back here. Dragon's got the operator out. Really nice pit timing from Crunchy. Not really anything that 95X will be able to do about it unless the drone's able to find him and flush him out of the pit. And looking like we got another tech pause. Have to have at least one tech pause per map.
Oh, 100%.
In this grand final.
Just,
otherwise, things will be running too smoothly.
Why not put a 6th on there, huh?
Yeah.
And then we'll raid the Greyhound game, and you know everyone can watch that together. Nice little watch party, huh?
Greyhound, is that a Valorant team from another region?
No, well you heard of it first. You know they're an org in Oceania, and they're looking at teams like these to pick up, mate. Yep.
Oh really?
Yep. Don't know if that's ever going to happen, but they're an org, and they do esports, and they're Oceanic.
Dragon does not do esports anymore.
No.
He's been banned. Minimizes
the game.
Self-booted him.
Ooh. And Swirl, he hasn't enough either. Oh, he's feeling it. He's firing up for 3. Look at that. And Crunchy, 1v5 angle for him. You can see Watts as well, going to be able to pick up that aggression coming through on the B side. Crunchy, nice little 2-tap. Oh, hello. Oh, now we're cooking. Mini,
it has no
see you bloody later.
It's so nice to look at.
Hey, it's got impact on the confidence. I'm sure Crunchy is going to take all of those, you know, all the energy, and save these next 3 kills for later.
The most beautiful exit frags ever. I mean, look, it does do economic damage. 2 kills on a gun round versus not getting 2 kills is going to matter in the long term. But realistically, this is going to put Bobo on an eco. What a bloody round for it, huh? Minimize, just straight out A main, 1 taps the AWPer, and then, you know, swirl straight on in there for a 2K. You know, 3 or 4 bullets and half of Bobo's dead on a critical round like that, a reset round. That is just absolutely huge. And look, I'm liking what I'm seeing from 95X. You know, this is exactly what got them across the line on split. Every single player within, you know, only a couple kills of each other. They're doing it by committee.
Crazy, crazy scenes here on Icebox, and we're all tied up at 8 apiece. Early snake bite from Crunchy, so they know where he is. And they know where the Vandal's going to be as well, but they're still just going to be fighting fire with fire. Swirl playing a dangerous game here. Tail wins back behind the box for the moment and tries to force Crunchy back, but he's got that orb up and wants to try to fire it on the back of Yellow. Oh, not going to win it. Whips onto Swirl, who's just jumping around. Moving target, way too hard to hit this time. And Dragon, he's going to rip some knives of his own, get a little bit of impact, but at range, what sends one right back. And we're down to a 3v3.
It's like a triple dig straight through the box. What, getting tagged up by the drone. This 3-on-3 getting uncomfortable, but the weaponry is not so great for Bobo. 95X can try and push the advantage here. Wall's going to go down, and what? Thinking about taking a duel here.
Ooh,
a lot of damage on the nods, but that's good time to peek from the Yifang.
Yep. Finds that wallbang. Just jiggling from the back of sight. Spike on the ground. And Bobo deciding not to fight for it either. Yifang almost gets the timing again. Knows that 95X are still hanging around. Here's Mike close to sight. Knows the punter's over towards danger side. But you can see Yifang going real deep. Looking to play with RDW. Flash forward. And they know where the final man is as well. So safe plant here. Right up on the wall. And RDW is dodging that Hunter's Fury with great success. Going in through the halls instead. Now has the Ares to play with if he really wishes to use it. Knife as well, just trying to get the info. Spots Punda, knows Mike got scanned up there as well. He's looking to go for the full wrap now, Mike. Ooh. Okay. Now it's all down to the timing game. Both of them can tuck, both of them can play the time. But Mike's just going to stand, deliver, and allow Punda to swing off the contact, but he does it himself anyway. 9-8, 95X are now in the lead by 1 round. 2 alive though, which means that economy, the financial state, is definitely a little bit more in question.
Yeah.
You know, you got Mike and Punda with some healthy funds, but the rest of them, look, 1 loss here could be pretty catastrophic.
100%. 1 or 2 rounds can really break down their economy quite a bit. Crunchy's been saving this Viper's Pit for a while. Would really like to see him get some value out of it.
Odin. Nozzy, where's this going? Straight to mid, it seems. And he's not going to see any action with it. Cascade forward, 95X. Progressive util to take that A main control.
Yeah, I think the Odin...
draw out. Oh, this aggression. Crunchy's halfway down the tube, Mitch.
Yeah, going off the back of RDW's flash, that's an absolute classic when you're running a KO on Icebox. That's worked out a treat. I think the Odin purchase from Noz is direct response to the Harbor pick. You want to try and spam through the top side of the A. Crunchy goes back for more there, but punished by what? So keep an eye on this. You get the Cove to top side. If Noz plays from Rafter, he's going to be able to actually do something about that.
Yeah, Reckoning rolling through the site now. Bobo just have to keep on moving, but Yifeng stands and delivers 2 out of nowhere. Noz ready for the swing on the choke side, and now it's all down to Mini, who's trying to make it work, and he's spotted the man on the top side. 2 more to get past, has the isolated fights, but won't get past Dragon. And that's going to be Bobo answering back with another. Now look at the cash, Mitch. Are we going to see 95X go in for another investment? It seems we will.
I think they should, because they brought it down to 2 guns up. This is a reset potential round.
Attack pause, surely.
Yeah, Mike can drop 1. Punda can buy. If Punda goes light, what's that? 3k, 2.6. I mean, he could drop a Bulldog. He's already got full util. Or a Guardian, perhaps, over onto Swell. That wouldn't go too bad. So I think the buy is definitely worth it for 95X. They've got just enough cash to be able to put together something, you know, that's going to be dangerous enough. You know, take a time out, have a chat about their options. Pit's there for what? That's going to help in the after plant. Mike won off the lockdown. Again, good tool to either open up the A side or secure a B side after plant. Bobo have got really, really great ults, so like this is the time in the game where you really need to be mixing in the res, the KO ult, the pit to be able to secure one of these important gun rounds. Noz can get himself the Hunter's Fury up on time to deal with the lockdown as well. Those are kind of timing out pretty similar timings. So if I'm Mike and I'm seeing that the Sova's just won off the Hunter's Fury, you'd be really wanting to get that lockdown before it can get countered. Just try and mix in the timing. Can kind of be a hard thing to figure out though in a stressful game like this.
Well, if there's one man that can make the Guardian look like the best weapon in the game, it's the one on your screen right now, and Swell is hunting for a couple of 1-tippity taps. But he's not going to find it straight away.
Judge out for RDW deep at B long. He's already taken all of Garage just off the back of his own knife. But oh my god, I thought that was Swell, but it's actually Mike on the entry.
Yeah, big hits starting to come through. Crunchy, he's got a knife out on the back of sight. What are you doing, mate? What?
Is this a reset round?
Maybe he timed out. Maybe they called it. Maybe not. By the way, let's act like it's not. Crunchy was going for a sneaky play.
It's a rollback.
Yeah, we're running it back. All right, good.
That's... yeah... I mean, yeah, Mac, you know, these round rollbacks, when you've already seen what strat the other team was just about to do to you on probably one of the most important rounds in a best of 5 grand final at 9 apiece. At the end,
on the last
in a swing round.
Yep.
I mean, you know, not much we could do about it now, but that's definitely not ideal.
I've been asked by chat to tweet about how 95X can't lose this. They seem to think I'm a cursor.
They think you're Con Cannon, huh?
Yeah, no, I'm not Mitch half-day curse cannon. Please don't refer to me as him.
Yeah, Mac's more into egg content as far as I've heard.
Yeah, I did the curse reversal ritual, and then Mr. Curse Cannon came in with the, there's no way that Greyhound lose this, right?
Okay. No. Let's go. Let's go.
Well, we are back in the right game.
Valorant.
Valorant. Cascade, running the same strat, and we are seeing Bobo do something a little bit differently.
I mean, they've got IDW and Gary again.
Yeah, they've done that the same, but
The
he
thing
also
is,
did that.
95X can't
super
commit
sneaky.
on A now. Like, they would never have gone back to B here. They were going into A, but this time they're going back to B, and RDW's got a judge. So this rollback has directly influenced the outcome of this game, and now Punda's going to die because of
Gets
that.
it anyway! Just pushes forward with the drone coming at him.
Yeah.
And knows that Punda was open for the picking.
But without rollback, that would never have happened. They were execing AMAC.
Well, RDW staying aggressive with the judge in hand, and he's got the helping hand of Dragon as well. Looking on that first side, Cascade starting to move forward. And that hasn't triggered out the rotations just yet, but they have heard them going back towards the A side. So 95X now starting the shift forward.
Yeah, look at Noz potentially spamming this Cove topside plant. Keep an eye on that.
30 seconds left.
We'll see. There's a Cove, there's a spam, and they found it. Look at you, Mitch. It's almost like you're the perfect coach or analyst or some kind of break.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury as well. He got the Hunter's Fury off that spam kill.
Oh, what is so lucky to be alive there, dodging those second two pulses. It is going to be a slightly more safe plant though, which means it's going to be hard to play from Belt to try and deny this position. Yifang's starting to go forward. They do have a res online, so surely Cinemati W in first. You are going to see that pulse come through, a little bit of a suppression onto bloody everyone, and oh, they're just firing them in through the smokes. There's not a lot that Mike can do here, but he's going to be given a red hot. Crack finds the first. Needs to swing and stop the defuse, but it ain't going to happen. Dragon swinging at the perfect damn moment. That's going to be Bobo taking the lead, but it cost him a lot of ults and a lot of money.
Yeah, but that's kind of breaking the economy here of 95X. 3K for what? 3K for Swirl. They can't afford to buy.
No, they've... Yep, going back to the halfie. Lockdown online for Mike. We did see Noz rip that Hunter's Fury, so lockdown is definitely usable, and it could make a site take quite easy for 95X, but then it's the post plants they need to worry about.
See what damage they can get done in this round. I feel for them. They need to try and untilt after how that last, you know, pause situation worked for them. Just got to keep their head in the game. Contact up A. Dragon takes contact from server. Oh, not too bad. 1-for-1, but Swirl and Mike very low now.
Oh, and keeps up fighting over towards that rafters as well. That screen just making it so hard for the men on the ground to take that angle. And ooh, what's going to fall as well? Playing a dangerous game, shifting in through the smoke. Mike still has that lockdown, which it looks like he's saving for another round. And is just hoping to get some more damage here onto the economy of Bobo.
Yeah, they need kills. The money's not built up yet, but if it's 4 up for Bobo, this game becomes a lot harder.
Missed opportunity. The 3 burst coming through from Mike there was not quite enough, and Swirl now just trying to find a line. Oh, Dragon readjusted just in time, and he's going to go for it all. Missed the tracking, but it's the Shocky to secure it. Noz doing work to close it out there. Another bit of damage onto Bobo's economy. But Mitch, they are 2 rounds away from coming through in the grand final with first place, the championship, and an upset for Oceanic history.
Well, Mike's got his lockdown. Rez and Pit for Bobo. They've got a little bit of cash in the back pocket. 2 of the boys are broke though, so it's not undoable for 95X. It's got to be getting going this gun round though. And it's going to be a set play towards 8. Dart to the left side, Cascade onto the line. Dragon trying to play top of 410. Punda probably going to do that drone. Try to push everybody off of the line. Lockdown in from Mike though. They're going to wait for the lockdown to start to put some pressure first. Nice little circle jump from him.
Oh, Dragon. Because that tailwind online, but goes into May's side. Will have time to get out of the radius of the Locky, and that's going to be the site taken, but still needs some extra time for this to happen. Mini drops that Cove on the ground this time and goes for the side plant. Nice and open for everyone to play from Belt and over towards the choke as well. At least on the jail side. Drone forward, Dragon spotted, and he's just going to try to get out of dodge for the time being. Crunchy finding some impact now. What? Not going to be able to play lineups, lurk in late. And speaking of late, look what RDW's positioning. Man is still well deep on the flank and trying to deal with the deep main players. Dragon starting to push his way forward. We're going to see the pit invested as well to try to make their way into sight and deny all that vision as well. Crunchy falling. 95X starting to find a few kills now. Swirl as well. He's here, he's aggressive, and he's going to lock it out. There's the 10th that 95X were looking for, and in relatively healthy fashion with 3 alive.
They just assumed that it was going to be a top site plant. Like both Noz spams for the Cove top site when it's planted default, and then Crunchy also ults top site without even seeing the spike when it was planted default. And I don't know how much that contributed to them losing the round or not. You could see RDW on that super late flank is trying to play around the fact that a 95X like to play those post-plant lineups, and like I said, these two teams just played each other in the upper final 2 days ago, so they know what the post-plant win condition looks like.
That being said, you know, great adaptation coming through from 95X to swap up where the plant's going down.
Yep, I mean, yeah, you get spammed once, you can't. It's a grand final.
Yep.
The VOT.
Can't make the same mistake again.
Yeah. Even, yeah. Drone goes through B long.
Oh, Dragon. Looking to snipe at this range. Will be tagged up by the drone from back to yellow. And that creates a little bit of space. Reckoning as well. Means Bobo have to either hide away or keep on moving, and the movement seems to be working. Dragon gonna be able to find another coming across the top now. Gets yet another Mini gonna be able to come through with the trade. But over the top of the high tide, Crunchy finds Mini. And now it's all down to Mike in the 1v4 angle. Zippy's not his friend, but he tries to do it again. One nice shot on the Noz is not enough to clutch it. Bobo, 3 alive going into round 23. And they've got a couple of championship points to play with here, Mitch.
Indeed.
Thank you.
What can 95X put together here? The knives are definitely going to shore up their buy a little bit more, but it doesn't seem like Punter's going to be able to get a proper primary weapon. Has to go down to a Sheriff. This will be a great round for some pop-off knives from Swirl. Money's shaky for Bobo. 95X are pretty close to being able to make this work here. Dart up the top, Cascade to take B long control. Look at this A main aggression though. What? In between a rock and a hard place. Able to go 1-for-1 at least, because Minimize kills the player on belt, but they've still lost all of A control. 1 minute 20 on the clock. 95X just need to keep their head here.
Look at that angle Mini was playing from as well.
Yeah, I know. He's cheeky, sitting all the way up. I mean, I think he was kind of watching between mid, but also hearing the footsteps, he's able to pivot to belt. You can see now 95X, because they would really love 2 rifles here. Punter's only got a Sheriff. Swirl with the knives wouldn't mind picking up one just in case. But
that first one retrieved.
I don't think they want to go belt side.
Dragon's still here. He's on the line. He's spotted a Mini though, coming through with a big shot to crack open A. But look at the speed of these rotations, and look at the aggression as well. RDW ain't done here with the Phantom, playing right next to 410, and Swirl is hunting for him. But above him, he'll not look. He won't hear the footsteps.
Look at Mike. Mike's got all of B. He's calling the boys over. He's saying, all right, guys, relax. Come over to B. I'm cooking in the kitchen.
Playing for OT. And this is a great way to make it happen. Swirl. There's one blade remaining, and he's just trying to hold him here for as long as possible. Gets the reset on the final shot. And we got Punda now as well, just drawing attention. Mike pushes in through the snowman, and it is just going to be the ultimate split on up upon him. Look at this. Round 24. We couldn't have asked for any more bloody OTs here, but we might just get it.
Yeah, I mean, the buy is not looking so crash hot for Bobo. 3 rifles, Yifang, maybe, what, Spectre, I guess, yeah. Able to
get what he can.
Yeah, Spectre, Stinger, 3 rifles. It's something.
I'd say go to the Stinger, get the bloody barrier orb, and just res someone and steal their weapon, you know? By the way.
Oh, Hunter's Fury invested early from Noz, trying to get a pick early on the B side defaulters, and with the knife that allows RDW to push up. Dragon also taking contact on the turret in middle.
He's going forward. He's going to be able to find this timing. Dragon drawing all that attention, and Watt's just here on the corner, but he's ready. He swung it. He's got the second kill on the Dragon as well. And things get that little bit more awkward now for Bobo. 3v5 to try and close out the series. But 95X just a couple of kills away from overtime. The third one we'll see
Last player standing.
for this grand final. Mini, what? Both firing up just when it's needed. And Noz now, he's got a stinger, he's got a dream, and he's got 5 95X members to get past. So
he's got a 1v5 angle.
Phenomenal attempt.
One of the finest in Oceania. I can't, yeah, that's just unlucky. Like, I reckon he wins that most of the time.
Oh, yeah, this is all luck, you know. All luck for 95X to take it to OT in that 1v5.
I thought Noz had that, to be honest. I'm a big Noz fan. Get some Noz champs going. Another OT, even after that brutal rollback. That would, I mean, that would just be, that would end me probably. That would end my mental. You got to give credit to 95X for being able to recover from that and still push it to OT. And now look, we're just back to vanilla gun rounds. To get it done, they're going to switch back over to the defense side. Bobo are pushing these blokes to the edge though.
I cannot believe we're going into another OT. Map 5 of the best of 5 grand final. Oh, it literally is lock-in, just a repeat. You know, why are we watching this when we could be watching the bloody grand final lock-in again? It's like history's repeating itself in a different bloody region. But now, what are we going to see Bobo try to do? They're back on the attack again. And, oh, they've been feeling pretty damn sharp, but so is Swirl, and he's just happy to tank that 0 point. Bobo going to start to speed things up. Slow orb on the corner to make sure they're not going to get re-swung again. But that gives some extra timing for Swirl to get that tailwind away.
They want to take contact here. It's a high-low setup between Watt and Swirl, waiting for the orb to come back up. It's a dry peek from Noz on the Sova. He goes down for free. That's feels bad for Bobo. Snakebite on towards the choke point, so they can't really trade or follow up. But Dragon trying to take a duel out in the open on Danger here. Dash activated. He spotted the head, but Swirl picks the bottom side back.
Yeah, great timing off that contact. And what's going to keep going forward? That's going to be Spike on the ground. An IDW, 1v5 angle for him. Seems to be a recurring trend towards the pointy end for Bobo. And he's left that Spike behind as well. Very worried about this flank coming through, but Mini happy just to cut off the rotations. 0 point, looking for the info, flashing forward. He's got one more of those remaining. But, ooh, plenty of numbers in front of him. The 95X members happy to play the high-low setup. It's been working so damn well, and it's going to secure another round and put 95X on championship point here in the first OT of potentially many. Ooh, flipping sides again.
Not straight back on the Odin again. Trying to spam those top side plants. 95X looking to close on this attacking side. Played a lot of rounds of OT tonight, so this is nothing new for either one of these teams. Let's see what the go-to is going to be here. Viper Wall already invested over towards B. You've seen that a couple of times from Watt. Walling B or walling mid, trying to bait out some kind of a reaction from Bobo, so that the main actual approach of the round works a little bit better. Cascade progression up a RDW straight through Garage for the what feels like the 5th or the 6th time this game. Easy kill onto Watt. Oh, that's a chunky dart onto minimize. 75 from Noz.
And he's on the off angle. He knows he's close with that little bit of a sound cue coming through. Now the 2v5, it's going to be very difficult for 95X to close out the festivities. And Bobo, they know that Mike is here, so they're just going to go for the full 5-man rotation over to A.
Just stick together in numbers. No reason to split the map too much. You know, just 5v2 retake, even if you lose the other site. But Crunchy going to min-max it. Try to play some off angles. A one and done on B long.
That's going to be some solid control if 95X decide to go in through Orange instead. That dash towards the top of Tube. Swirl hoping that someone shows him some kind of info. RDW might be the one to do it.
Oh, hold on.
Gets the info. Mike's going to be able to get that pick as well. Dragon has no one with him to trade. Big shot from Swirl. And just like that, 95X might be in with a shot. The 2-on-5, the unachievable. And Yifang's here. The super sub gets traded through. And Swirl in the 1v2 has 17 seconds to get it down. Respect being shown from Bobo. But the two-pronged retake, Swirl ripping the knives now and just trying to find exactly where they're coming from. Spots Noz playing over on screen side, looking for the angle, gets that on the Crunchy, the reset, the blades, they're there. And 13 in the mag as well. But that Spike, it's planted open. And Swirl's gone for the full wrap to belt side. Noz, tapping, hunting, has no idea where Swirl is gone now. Everyone pinging it for him. They know that he's not going for the full wrangle just yet. Half tick comes through, and Swirl has done it with 4 kills in OT number 2. The 2v5 to become the VALORANT Challengers Oceania champions for the first stage of the year. What a start to 2023.
They were bloody made to work for it though, Mac. I tell you what, mate, you know, so much for a dead team from Bobo. You know, at the end of the day, just so much talent on this squad. They're never going to be easy to beat. How many OTs did we get? We went to all 5 maps in that grand final regardless, 95x. Oh, it was a tough grand final, but I'm happy they got it over the line. I feel like they really deserve it. These boys have been putting in the effort. They've been putting in the work. They've been boot camping. They've been practicing, you know, and I'm glad they've got themselves another dub. It's going to be a 2-time domestic win there for Minimize and a first for a bunch of the other boys. I think Swell has won domestic tournaments before, maybe with like Wildcard or something like that, maybe back in a while ago.
Maybe a long time ago.
He definitely won, you know, with that Ninum iteration. I'm pretty sure he would have at least won 1 or 2 tournaments. It's a while ago, though.
Well, that being said, look, if you look at how Swirl ended the series in comparison to the start, what a bloody turnaround. Having the roughest start of probably his career on that Pearl. In the first half, only getting 1 kill, but finishing with a spectacular performance in OT with a 2v5. Man, that was the series.
Yeah.
Probably one of the best we've seen in a while here in Oceania. Yeah, it got a little bit messy, and yeah, look, Bobo might on paper be a dead team, but they still pushed the best OCE has to offer all the way to the bitter end here in 5 maps in a thriller, an icebox. Look, people in chat were saying 95x should have it in the bag super easily, but Bobo not running the Neon today, running a much more normal comp, seemed to really push 95x as far as possible.
Yeah, 100%. I think, you know, even just to go through the rest of the boys, like it's good to see Mike and Punda, who have been some great individual players in the domestic scene. There's a reason why they get picked up for this team, but what in particular, you know, even going back to like Mind Freak iterations and different rosters, he's been in grand finals before back in that order era and not able to kind of get it across the line or get W's on the board. I'm pretty sure this will be his first domestic win. So that's pretty massive for him, considering he's been just a solid player in the scene for a long time, just stable, good player to have on your team no matter what.
Yeah.
Another MVP for Swell. I don't think anyone's surprised about that. Him and Dragon went head to head in terms of the stats all tournament long, and that's a good win for him to get. You know, finally, I think this was kind of Swell's big tournament where he's finally gone to just be a super solid, stable duelist player, and it's good to see him get the dub.
Well, we have a champion on the line, and he goes by the name of Minimize. Mitch, you might have met him before. Mate, how are you feeling after a win like that in best of 5, 5th map, overtime? How loud did you get when Swell just won that?
Honestly, I let out a sigh of relief more than be loud. I think after five games with 3 overtimes, not a lot of energy left to give, really.
Yeah, understandable indeed. Now, what was going on? Because at the start of the day, there was a little bit of shakiness, especially in that first half of Pearl. We were backing you guys to take that like there was no tomorrow. Can you remember Pearl? It's been 5 hours.
Look, I think at the end of the day, this is a big stage for a lot of these players, and they haven't really been in this position before. And I think Bobo are some strong players individually, and I think, look, we got the gears turning. We 2-0'd them after the 3-map warm-up scrim, and then got to work.
Yeah, nice. I wanted to ask you, you know, what was the boot camp like for you guys, and was that all productive? I'm assuming you guys were like scrimination teams and all that kind of stuff. I always thought that would be a good approach to just get a bunch of the boys over to Perth and have a practice. So how'd it go for you?
We ran into a few issues at setting up the boot camp, as you normally do, and we didn't get to really stay there for too long. But it was more like we did get a lot of scrims out of it and practice, but more than anything, it was like getting to know the players and meet them in person for the first time, and kind of like use it more as a benchmark to see where we are against the top teams, rather than like, you know, a super hard boot camp where we're like super improved a lot. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll just throw 2 more quick questions at you.
Easy peasy.
What was your reaction to? I was looking at that round rollback, and I remember when you were playing in Thailand, and there was like a tech pause, and then it was like Haven C long. I was getting flashbacks to that where you guys had that round rollback, and I know you guys like were going to end A, and that was going well for you on Icebox, and then you decided to go back to B, and there's just a judge in bloody garage at like 9-9, and Punter gets killed when he's droning. You would have ended A the first time, right? But then you couldn't end A because of the rollback, right? Is that what happened?
Well, we wanted to kind of clear that B out, and my goal was to end up finishing A eventually. We kind of knew that he would be judging there, and then obviously I'm like, judge here. He's like, no, I told him to drone like a little bit closer up, but he droned from a bit back, and then he just got judge spam for garage because we thought he would be like more further back, but oh well. But yeah, used to dose and pack.
Interesting experiences for sure. Frustrating, but it was super good to see you guys keep the mental strong and still close it out. So I guess I just wanted to ask you, you know, you get yourself your second dub here domestically. Obviously there's not an international spot attached to this one, but how are you feeling in terms of the goals? You know, you talked about some of the boys being a little bit less experienced. You've obviously already got yourself some international experience. You've got yourself a domestic dub before. So are you feeling confident in you know, moving through in towards the next stage? Because it's really not that far away. Like, it's only a couple of weeks and then stage 2 kind of kicks off.
Yeah, I think overall this stage has been maybe more rough than we kind of expected. We kind of thought, especially we were coming into the tournament with a lot of really, really, really good results, and we seemed kind of unstoppable. And then we ran into a few technical issues and stuff, which then escalated into us kind of losing our momentum. But I think after playing this whole stage, we really kind of know exactly where we're at and exactly what we need to do to kind of take it to the next level. And we're just going to put in the work to get there.
Beautiful. 2 quick ones from me. First off, you just won your share in 14,000 Australian dollars. What are you going to be doing with yours?
I might just fly out of Perth and then see what 5 ping feels like.
True. Good answer. And also, before we let you go and enjoy your Sunday night mini, anyone out there, all your fans, who do you want to thank?
Thank 95X, thank my parents, thank the boys, thank Swell, and stay humble, Tix. Yeah.
On that note, look, we'll let you go. Enjoy your evening. Mini, we'll see you later, mate. Enjoy the W, you champion.
Yeah, there you go.
Ends on a high note, huh? Yeah, Tix in chat. I'm sure he's going to love that one. Look, either way, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us at the moment. But we got a few more bits to get through, of course. Let's have a quick look at the top 5 players. Now the playoffs are finally all done and dusted. Look, Swirl, 266.9, managed to just jump over Dragon at the end, whose ACS went down a little bit throughout the series. But that being said, Dragon had so much impact in the early couple of maps. Lou, Signed, and McKinley still holding their 3 positions from 3rd to 5th as well. But look, what a way to go out on top for Swell, not only closing out like that, but coming through with the highest headshot percentage, with the highest ACS, the highest bloody everything, Image.
Yeah, 100%. Like I said, super wholesome to see his kind of ascendancy and ability to build consistency. Even had a rough map or 2 during the grand final, but I think overall his statistics are still super insane. And even though he had a really slow start to the series, he's still able to deliver, still able to perform. So it's great to see him like looking at what he was doing on Wildcard a little while ago when he's a little bit younger. Now he's starting to develop as a player, and he's really kind of turning into like a star player and more than just highlight machine on the Twitter sphere, actually, you know, getting W's, winning tournaments, and hopefully going overseas and doing some damage as well.
Yeah, hopefully indeed. Now look, let's have a quick look at Bobo's stats.
Oh, no, this one.
Oh, sorry, not Bobo's stats. So it is, of course, it's come out, you know, unfortunately for Bobo. They have announced that they are disbanding at the conclusion of VALORANT Challengers Oceania 2023 Stage 1 playoffs. So look, ending the stream on a little bit of sad news. And they won't be competing in Stage 2. So due to this news, LPL will be now qualifying 3 teams into our promo and relegation series for Stage 2 instead of 2. The promotion and relegation series will proceed as intended with a 4-team double elim bracket consisting of top 2 teams from Stage 2, open qualifier, that's Xyz and GZL, and bottom 2 teams from Stage 1, which is Cooper Troopers and Mammoth. The top 2 teams that make it through to the finals will qualify for Stage 2 here in VALORANT Challengers Oceania, and the 3rd team will be decided based on a 3rd place match as well. So that'll be interesting in the double elim bracket to see who comes through of the 3 out of the 4 teams there. And on behalf of LPL and Riot Games Oceania, we'd like to thank Bobo for their efforts in VALORANT Challengers Oceania 2023 Stage 1. Almost taken the whole damn series, almost taken the bloody whole competition. We wish them well for their futures, and we will miss their presence in the oceanic scene. Ain't that the truth? Hopefully, you know, a couple of these individuals can find their homes on some of the other top rosters in the region, so we still see what they're capable of, because you don't want that skill to go to waste.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't be surprising to see some of those players maybe go to other regions, and if they're not going to go to other regions, literally every single player is an automatic pickup. If you're not picking up those players, it's pretty troll. They're all fantastic players who can win championships. You know, sad to see RDW. Obviously, I don't think he's going to be actively competing anymore until his health improves, or you know, if that even is a possibility. So that's sad, because he, for me, is really kind of the GOAT of Oceanic VALORANT, to be honest. He's achieved the most probably out of most of the players. You know, obviously that might change with franchising coming in and all of that, but at least for the traditional Oceanic VALORANT scene for the first couple of years, big sad to see the GOAT not competing anymore. I'm going to miss his bald head.
Did he not tweet earlier that he might come back because he felt really good when he woke up today? Like, so it literally just depends on the day. Either way, you know, keep your eyes peeled to see where all those players are going to be going. I'm sure there's going to be some crazy shuffling moving into Stage 2. But of course, again, that brings us to the end of Stage 1. So I'd like to thank everyone that's followed the stories of all the teams in chat. I'd like to thank, of course, all the talent that has brought you all the action, brought you all the narratives, everyone behind the scenes at LPL as well. They need to be thanked. So, you know, say thank you in chat right now. Thank you, everyone that's still hanging around for the post show. And look, Mitch, thank you for being just the bloody biggest nerd I know and giving so much insight for free to all these individuals in the scene. Look, you just keep doing you. Any final words for all the Mitch fans out there?
Look, I'll say thanks to you, Mac, for being a very loud man and being quite handsome. And you know, I'm looking forward towards Stage 2. Stage 1 was great, you know, a little bit up and down with some of the roster moves, but you still had some great highlights. And I still think, like, Oceanic VALORANT players, skill-wise, even if we don't have the teams consistently stick together, we have so much talent in this region, and I'm so keen to see who's actually going to be the team that we send through to Ascension to go and have a crack at some of the teams over in Asia, because that's going to be
only that,
super sick.
We get the second half of the $100,000 prize pool in Stage 2, which is, you know, not only that, but as you mentioned, the highest stakes international qualification, and going through that Ascension League, not only is that international experience, but a chance to get to the Franchise League, which would be insane. But look, that is it for Stage 1. We've already taken your time for 6 bloody hours tonight here in the grand final. Once again, congratulations to 95X for taking the cake in OT of Map 5. You couldn't have written a better script than that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching. We'll see you back here in Stage 2.